Geopolitical tensions and big tech back in focus this week, without a doubt. If you take a look here at the S&P 500, poised to gap up pretty strongly here. We'll get to potentially why in just a minute. NASDAQ looking very similar here to the SPY. Actually, as of right now, poised to open above the highs that we saw over here on Friday. If you take a look at USO, on the other hand, you've got a gap down in USO. That could come here as around, I believe, 7:30, 7:45. We start to see some reports from Iran suggesting that mediators, including Pakistan and Qatar, are proposing a return to pre-escalation positions here between the U.S. and Iran for about 10 days to revive talks between the two battling countries. Now, of course, tech also is going to be in watch. You do have earnings coming up this week for the likes of Tesla, Google, Intel, IBM, but you also have AMD with its Advancing AI event. That is going to be in focus. The same gapping up pretty heavily too. Some of these memory names that were struggling going back to last week, trying to recover at least some of their, in some cases, pretty substantial losses to start this week. As far as housekeeping goes, there's not too much to speak of for today, or really for this whole week for that matter, but at 10 a.m. you are going to get the leading index change on a month-over-month basis for June. Not usually a number that moves the market, but I'll certainly deliver it for you guys nonetheless. In the meantime, good morning, happy Monday, Sharif. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Adair. Thank you for asking. Lots to talk about today, guys. DRAM in focus as the memory names really do get a bit of a boost. I played around with Kimi K3 on the weekend, and it is pretty good. The only caveat is you got to pay, because if you try to send anything there through the free version, it just tells you we're overloaded and you never get anything back. But it is quite good, quite aggressive. And there's a story out this morning that, you know, the RAM names or Kimi's success could be quite good for these RAM names. We'll keep an eye on that. BABA already up 3 1/3, DRAM up 3 1/2. We're looking at Boeing as well, as there is, of course, the England Air Show, the Farnborough International Air Show, something to keep an eye out there. A lot of pronouncements by Boeing's new orders, as well as some delays for their 737 MAX. Of course, Hut 8 Adara ripping up here in the pre-market to the tune of 16% and 3/4. Great look there. DPZ as well, up 6 3/4 on the back of good earnings report. And hey, don't look now, but AMC, Neil, it is up 15.5%. So we'll keep an eye on some of these names, Adara.
Yeah, it's actually quite a solid report there for AMC. They're saying that was their best revenue and adjusted EBITDA in their entire history as a company. So interesting look there. Really quickly here, before we send you over to the guys to see what they're trading today, we'll take a look at what was traded last night. I'm not going to go over every name because, once again, lots of memory, lots of tech. But as you guys can see here, Micron and SanDisk in the second and third spot, respectively, for, I guess, most traded here by notional volume. You also have SK Hynix in DRAM on here, as well as the South Korea ETF. We know, of course, Samsung and SK Hynix home listing there over in South Korea. But you also have some more generic tech names like NVIDIA, TQQ here, and the QQQ. So interesting look for Blue Ocean, suggesting, once again, that memory and chips and larger tech space were in focus heading into the session. But now, with about an hour and a half to go until the open of this session, we've got Neil and Sean here with us. Good morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Spain fans.
Good morning, good morning.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Domination. Absolute domination. As strong as the chips looked this morning was their attack and their defense. So, congratulations to them. But it's weird. There's a lot to look at this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I think it's a Monday with the bigger earnings coming out later this week, and then you throw like HUD, IREN is also moving around here. AMC on their report looking like it's going to be a strong one. Robinhood caught an upgrade. That's holding the $100 level. There was all of the chip names that bounced pretty decently on Friday, and then now we get some hopeful continuation. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. We're up a point. Well, almost a point. I shouldn't say we're up a point. We're only 0.8% to the upside on the NASDAQ. But the recovery was very, very solid on Friday after, hey, it was a pretty weak week. A lot of shorts last week, that's for sure.
Yeah, nice to see the market starting to pick up a little bit here today. SpaceX up 1%, up to 125. Trying to go. It's up to glass half full and everybody else out there here today. We're going to get ready to rock and roll one more time. It is nice to see AMC. We do have one of the biggest AMC haters coming up, Michael Noss. He can talk about this one. If you look at the stock, man, it's been getting crushed. But it's nice to have them come through today with a nice little return there. We saw big movies like Backrooms, Obsessions, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know exactly the reason for this bump up, but we'll dissect it and go figure it out. But breaking through $2 is nice right there for AMC. Finally starting to smiley face up a little bit here. And we'll see if it wants to hold this $2 range right there for AMC, up 14%. So that's been a real nice one. there. And as Sharif said, Kimi over there, that new model should be an exciting one. We've been talking about Alibaba for a while, and just and this is it's a private company that dropped its K3 Kimi there. And apparently it's pretty sweet, right? And so we'll have to wait to see what happens with that. I feel like the overall, fear of what happened there a complete turnaround there from AMD, what happened on Friday where everybody heard about this new model that came out, and we had seen sort of a complete V-shaped recovery once everybody hit the panic button, and we stopped, boom, right there, right back up to the upside. Now AMD over $500, taking out some of those key levels again. So maybe all is a little better now in the tech space than it was definitely there on Friday. And then, big earnings coming this week, right? We got Google, we got Intel, we got a couple names that will help us determine where this market's going. And, Google got the opposite news last week, right? Where Gemini came out and was going to be suspended for a little while there, and not coming out with their full model the way they thought it would. So that hit the wires, and we had a downside trade there in Google. And then of course, just a couple days later, we get the news out of China that there's more affordable models coming through that are pretty effective, right? And so I think the main question is, a lot of us in the United States, where all the money is going to have to ask, do you really want to trust the Chinese large language model, or do you maybe want to pay up a little bit more and get some security of something onboarded here in the United States, right? Like a Google, like an Amazon with their AWS, and then I think Microsoft too with Copilot and what they're doing with Azure. I think they're going to have a big runway to the upside as well. Some of these names getting hit just a little bit there today, and then of course USO, right? The United States heard on the way in, and it's pretty sad, suffered some loss of life there over the weekend. The first time, I guess, of this sort of war here that it's been major. Iran hitting, different things in Jordan and all through Saudi Arabia and all this kind of stuff. So that part sucks. And there was 9 straight days now of apparently, U.S. escalation there. And, that makes sense, right? If you add this is probably 9 days right here. So oil back to the upside. Like I'd said yesterday or on Friday or Thursday, whatever, I sold out of the oil trade. So I'm out right around here. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening here. USO flat on the day, but yeah, I was saying I was driving home from North Bay and dropping the kids off and seeing family and everything, and I was like listening to the game, and yeah, it didn't sound that exciting, so I didn't feel that bad about missing it. But I got home and I saw the last couple minutes of the extra time.
If you're excited,
I saw all of extra time actually. The last couple minutes of regular.
The best part.
Yeah, and then but it kind of sucked that they were playing a man down, because that forced basically the last 30 or 40 minutes. But it's not that he wasn't deserved. I have no idea.
Spain was dominant.
Yeah, actually, they were dominant the whole tournament, right?
If you're excited to see a record number of saves by the Argentinian goalie, that was impressive.
Yeah, I heard that guy was standing on his head.
He was awesome. That being said,
it's too bad. It was such a good World Cup and such a bad final.
I was really expecting a little bit more out of Argentina. I thought, scratch a goal in there, press a little bit, actually play to win. They're basically playing with zero. It's like the way England did.
It
was a tactical thing.
They went back. England, when they had the lead, they started playing too much defense, right?
But Argentina was sort of playing timidly the whole match until they were down. I'm like, I hate that. I hate that mentality. Go out there and win the match. Don't play not to lose. Play to win. Well, it is what it is. One other thing that
0 shots.
Speaking of playing to lose.
How do you have 0 shots?
Oh, good. Well,
how does that even happen? How do you have 0 shots?
No shot. Well, they had 2 shots. They didn't have any shots on goal.
That was in the extra time.
They didn't have any shots on goal.
Yeah. No, they had 0 shots at the end of regular time. They had 0 shots.
It's pathetic.
I just think that's crazy. But whatever, that's the way soccer is played.
It's tactics, and sometimes you make the wrong decisions, and that's
Spain plays I guess a boring defensive style, and it worked out for them. They raised the cup again, second time.
Yeah, Luis will be happy. So
hey man, they're halfway. They're halfway to Italy now. Italy has 4, Spain has 2. So what are you gonna do?
But it was either way you look at it, I think it was a successful World Cup.
Yes, I think
financially,
so too.
It was $9 billion. And
pretty safe. I didn't hear of anything.
Nothing crazy happened.
That was really nice to hear about.
Those rights that they're going to sell the next couple of World Cups, they're going to combine Spanish and US, or Spanish and English, is going to be huge. So maybe Netflix will. That's the last we were talking about last week was Netflix potentially bidding on that. I think it could be good for them. Don't forget that Netflix had crap earnings or bad reception to earnings last week and a little bit of a bounce. And the name that reports this week already had their dump. So let's not forget about IBM. A lot is at stake for IBM in the report this week. They came out with their preliminary earnings, and it was, let's just say, not met too well. You also had the CEO basically come out right away and say where the money was going, and it was the hyperscaling spending was not going to them, and it was being diverted, it was going to memory chips. They ended up basically holding $200 and nothing else. It held 205, it's still trending down. So this is a big report for IBM, because if they didn't just give you the worst last week, then this could be pretty nasty. The idea would be that when you do that preliminary earnings, you're getting the worst out of the way. So for sure, this is one that's going to be on the radar this week. Sharif mentioned, everyone's talked about the fact that AMC reported, and they are making some moves. I know there's some other small cappers out there, but tell me you're looking at AMC at least once this year, Sharif.
I mean, I'd be remiss not to right now, Neil. I mean, it's trading above the volume-weighted average price. It cleared that $2 area. It's got a good-looking bull flag right now, at least for now. But I'm not very pleased with these topping tail candles. My white charts don't get dark pool prints, so there's a big aggressive seller here between, you can tell, 2 1/4 and 2 1/3. So long as we hang out here and hold this 2 1/4 area, I think we'll be good. But let's look for some reversions, especially off the Belladere. This one could be a bit volatile today.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, because with AMC as well, with that move to the upside, it is, again, worth noting their report is pretty solid as well. Probably get to that in a minute. But in the meantime, let's talk about a name that is very much to the upside and holding quite well up here, IREN, raising its AI cloud annualized run rate revenue target for the fiscal year.
Yeah, and a major contract and a revenue target announcement, $2.8 billion multi-year cloud services contract with a leading AI developer. They've raised their 2026 year-end AI cloud ARR, so their annual recurring revenue, to $3.7 billion up to $4 billion. It's got a growing customer base here, an active one at that. Microsoft, NVIDIA, Perplexity, Figure. Some of these I haven't heard of. Together AI, FluidStack, Fireworks, FAL AI, Hume AI, and then there's an undisclosed leading AI developer. I don't know why they do this, where they just give us the name. Strong structural mechanics as well. They secured new customer contracts with an average weighted term of around 4 years. So this is not just short duration. These are locked in for a good amount of time. And also their customer prepayments actually accounted for 45% of their GPU spend. And we've been seeing this a lot more, where the cloud providers or their neo cloud providers are basically offloading some of their CapEx expenditures right onto their customers' hands. This is a growing thing, Adara, that I've been noticing here the last little while. Let's talk about their capacity. 3 megawatts. From 3 megawatts up to 480 megawatts, and now they're targeting by the end of 27 to have 1.2 gigawatts, and they have about $7.6 billion in cash, Adara. And that's kind of a surprise for me, given how much they're spending. So good cash position as well.
Yeah, I mean, how do you guys feel about the position of IREN right now to look at for the trading day?
Well, if you look at that revenue target and combine that with the cash position, that annualized revenue plus cash, that's 1-to-1 with their market cap. Like, they're actually pretty solid here on IREN. It's not the biggest pre-market volume, but it's over 2 million shares. So this is actually pretty solid. No questions asked. Almost everything, just to get it out of the way, almost everything had that crazy dip and then reversal if it was tech related in the morning on Friday. So you do have a lot of V-shaped recoveries and like rounded bottom setups. Like there's a lot of things that are going to look like this this morning, no questions asked. So anything that's going to be holding the prior low, 35 stands out. What's more exciting, however, is the actual rounded bottom, then take out the top here for IREN, which would be like a 38 level. So I could pop that in, go over to the 15-minute. Like that's the breakout that gets a little bit more exciting for this week for IREN. But yeah, the value is actually pretty compelling here with IREN. And like a lot of other names, you basically, like we've had a pretty deep pullback. And so the chip names, all of our growthy AI trades have pulled right back in. This one bounced clean off support on the daily and then made that nice rounded bottom. But it's 38 that I think is more exciting for a breakout. I don't know that it's there today, another $1.50 on to 9% to the upside. It's possible, but I think maybe tomorrow, this one, we could be talking about a breakout at 38.
Yeah, IREN's just been getting hit. Like it's been getting hit pretty bad. Like, I mean, you were up to 65, 70 bucks right there just a month and a half ago. And now you're all the way down to 30. So yeah, no surprise they come out with some news here to try to save the stock down at this $34 marker. So yeah, we'll have to just wait to see. It does look like it's going to be a good pickup down here. It goes all the way back to December. You know, it's had its bumps and grinds over here. And I don't know if it's not best of breed enough for me, you know, to want to be really starting to try to bottom pick. I'm in it a little bit for, you know, a move higher, hopefully for a move higher off some of these levels. But, you know, you have that up, you have GEV up as well. I mean, you want to talk like this name's not dropped nearly as much. This is 1100 down to 1050, right? And so you're like holding, you're not even anywhere near the 200 period. IREN is like all the way down here testing, you know, some of these levels back from November, December. G Vernova still remains pretty high up right there. So I'd rather take, you know, the latter rather than the former. So, I mean, I think IREN will be a good trade. And if you're able to, you know, pick something up off that 34, I think you're happy today. But, you know, as an investor, you can't be pretty pleased with what's been happening with IREN bouncing around this $40 mark. It's going to have to stay above it for it to get any sort of traction, right? I mean, it was trying to hold. Once it didn't hold, it looked like it was a pretty bad break there all the way back in. And now it looks like off, just because of the news story, right? And the market's bouncing today, you're getting a little relief. So I'd like to see a continuation over the next couple of days for IREN. It's not, this can't just be a one-day thing, because if it stops tomorrow and retraces back in and you break these levels on that kind of a news, like Sharif said, a lot of good contracts there, a lot of stories, but at the end of the day, if the market doesn't like it, it's not going to pay up for it. So this little break right there was saved for now on IREN, a break of 30. But if it does break that, I mean, I don't know, you know, how low you can go from there. So it's just holding on for dear life right now, IREN. I'd rather just be in stronger names. So, you know, that's something not really for me. I thought, you know, we'll talk about SpaceX, I'm sure, at some point here, but this is a good level down here at 123, it seems like. You know, we bounced off there a couple times on Friday. So we'll have to wait to see if this one can start to hold some bids today down into 123 for SpaceX. I know we've been sort of thinking about shorts ever since it broke 135, but I'm trying to think about a long down here. And then I just asked everybody as well, you know, what are you guys looking at there in the chat? And that's where, you know, someone told me about SpaceX right here. Dane likes to look at the 200 period for Hood. So we can definitely have a quick look at that to see what's going on there. Good morning, Z-Lot. And then here's a fake one for me too. So we got Robinhood on mind right now. We're going to block this guy here because it's not me. There's about, every time I post something, there's at least 5 or 6 fake accounts that go on it. All right, Dane, let's have a quick look at Robinhood. See what's going on here. Yeah, the 200 period on the daily. Okay, so I'm seeing it. Maybe it's the 50 period. Where is the 200? Oh yeah, you're right. Look, there it is right there. So it's $100, which we really like that for the clean look as well anyways. So it's sloping down 200 still, but obviously it's sloping up 50. Most of the time you don't see 200 periods above 50 periods because it was more of a dramatic move to the downside right there for Robinhood. It got caught up with the 50 period moving average. So yeah, that looks pretty good actually around that $100 mark here for Robinhood, up 2%. And you know, with Bitcoin holding today 64.7, seems like we could get maybe a little move in Robinhood. Yeah, you might be right on that one, Dane. Let's have a quick look at Robinhood when that opens up. But looks like $99 was a pretty good, forget about all that little whoosh that happened in the first 15, 20 minutes of Friday. But yeah, this 99 area actually looking a little bit better for Robinhood than $100. But yeah, not a bad area at all. $100 there for Robinhood. And of course, whenever we talk about Robinhood, we should be talking about Webull or something like that. But I always think about SoFi. And that had, again, another problem at $20. So I think this is a short for sure in this $19 to $20 mark until we stay above it. And right now, SoFi is hovering around its 50 period moving average. So yeah, I do have AMC on my mind. There's lots to talk about here with AMC, and I'm sure we could talk about that. I mean, Michael Noss won't like it, but we could mention it to him. But there's the break up above now 17% and trying to go again, AMC. The kids are gone, so I was thinking about going to go see some Obsession with the wife tonight. So we'll be probably going over to AMC and doing the VIP situation there, and you know,
not Backrooms.
Yeah, I've already seen Backrooms. Yeah, so saw that with my 14-year-old. That was now his favorite movie apparently. But AMC, yeah, nice move to the high side right there. I think Obsession gets higher ratings than Backrooms.
That's what I've heard. Not the Odyssey though. The
Odyssey's hot.
The Odyssey is the most polarizing thing out there because it feels like there's tons of people who are like, this is like terrible.
Oh, really? Okay.
Absolute trash.
Joe didn't.
And then
like
there's the other side. It's like, oh, it's another Christopher Nolan epic. So.
Oh. He could only watch the first 4 minutes.
Joe's saying he watched the first 4 minutes.
That seems like that's hard to make a judgment call on a movie for 4 minutes, Joe.
It's a Christopher Nolan film. You can't judge it after 4 minutes.
I never watched Oppenheimer, and that's a Christopher Nolan one. I heard that was a little mixed.
It wasn't his best.
That one.
That wasn't his best movie.
Yeah.
Easily. Like if
I don't like these long movies. Is Odyssey a long movie?
It's every Christopher Nolan film is 3 hours long.
I can't.
You know going into it that issue is going to be 3 hours long.
I can't do that anymore. I don't have enough. I don't have enough brain power and mind focus for that. No way. Hopefully, Obsession's less than that. I should look that up before I say that.
It's a horror. Yeah, that's a low
like
budget.
One of those low budget horror movies. Yeah. So we're gonna try to see that. Let us know in the chat what you guys. You guys see any movies there? Odyssey is supposed to be pretty hot there. Zendaya.
You just had one person say the Odyssey is great.
Yeah, one person.
Sucks.
It's epic.
Well, give them a second.
Oppenheimer sucks. Yeah, I think it's probably.
We'll see.
That's probably close to.
Toy Story 5.
Toy Story 5 might be a good one.
Actually,
too.
yeah.
I don't have the kids with me now, so 2.5 hours long. Yeah, is Odyssey. Anyways, we had. I haven't seen it, so we saw Joe has seen Odyssey, or at least the first 4 minutes. If Joe would take a call on Odyssey, I think he would have definitely looked for puts. I think
clearly
on Odyssey right there. But all right, let's go over to Joe and figure out what he's looking at here in the options market.
Oh, that's all right, man. We can figure it out later. Yeah, guys, you know what? It was a little bit of a struggle for me to watch the Odyssey. 4 minutes in, decided to turn it off. For me personally, 8:24, The Backrooms, definitely surpasses Obsession movies. So, all right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from Friday's session. Now, we're going to have some contracts that are going to be expiring today, guys, the 20th. Open interest at the $650 marker here on META, with a catalyst stepping in on Friday afternoon. $10 billion deal with Anthropic to provide some compute power. Now at the $650 marker, we have 14,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. And then moving forward, we're going to be looking at DRAM here, guys. This $60 marker, it's an out-the-money contract with volume around 6,200 and open interest around 4,800, all right? Now, as for IBIT, volume 17,800 contracts open and closed on Friday's session, but there's still a substantial amount of open interest at this $37.50 marker, all right? This is going to be expiring on the 20th as well. This can come as a potential resistance zone for Bitcoin. It's the Bitcoin ETF, I should say, IBIT. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the put activity, guys. $380 here on Tesla. We got dual Elon here, Sharif. Strike price 380. Volume 18,700 contracts open and closed on Friday's session, but we're still sitting around 2,700 current open contracts. Now, as for SpaceX, guys, this $124 strike price, nothing substantial from an open interest standpoint or volume standpoint. So what we were seeing before at that 135 and the 125 marker seems to be lifted. I'm going to be looking after the open to see if that's rolled over. And then what I'm really going to be keeping my focus on is that $100 strike price, because just after that 135 was breached, that's where that next step in the most amount of gamma exposure was at that $100 strike on SPCX. Let's keep an eye out for these levels. Send it back to the guys.
Thank you, Joe. And that DRAM, I just saw in the chat someone saying, was that a bottoming tail, big bottoming tail on DRAM? Well, I can tell you, whether it ends up being the bottom or not, that is a great reversal candle. Huge volume, that's what you want to see. Obviously, you need to pull back pretty far, so we know that's happened, but huge reversal candle. Like, off the open, just a tremendous amount of buying volume for the memory chip names. And then you look where we close. Like, just above 50, it was like 52.72, but double barrel close support at $52. You have support there in the morning. So that's a good level to work off of today on DRAM. I'm going to be looking long off of there. And then you go to what's under the hood, because obviously it does really matter. SK Hynix, kind of a similar story. Lit grabbed the actual low. So it broke the low from the issue, which was about 149, and got to 46. Complete recovery. It held some higher lows as well. So you're going to be looking for recovery in some of the memory chip names after that strength that was shown off of the open. So you like bottoming tail reversal candles. They're not gospel, but the volume was 100% there on DRAM on Friday to make that bit of a low. So yeah, going to be looking for some longs there, despite the fact they were shorts pretty much all week. So looking like a pretty decent start. We know there's going to be a lot of volatility in this space, especially this week, knowing that we're going to get at least one of the hyperscalers, a big one with Alphabet. Intel should be a pretty good report as well. So yeah, there's a lot at stake, but they're the place to be. You know there's going to be movement on SpaceX. You know there's going to be movement and activity on DRAM. Whether you like trading SK Hynix, DRAM, Micron, it doesn't really make a difference. That's the place to be. So if you're not interested in AMC, you got plenty else to look at.
Yeah, we have right here Netflix. I think is something to. Why isn't my 5-minute chart loading? I don't know why. But right into here, I was looking at Netflix up here at 69.50. I mean, they had, oh, there it comes. There's the chart. They did have a earnings report, obviously last week. Gets hit right there on the Thursday. Tries to rebound there a little bit on Friday. Does not get above 69.50. Today trading underneath that level, 68.50. So I was looking somewhere up here for Netflix, maybe as a short until we break through $70. I mean, just an easy kind of psychological level. It was that same kind of level. I mean, look, it was 71.35 or something like that was the low, maybe 71 flat, something like that. So, looking to see if we can get back above $90 on a day 2 play here for Netflix, possibly day 3 could get that rebound. So we'll see if it still stays underneath $70 today for NFLX, another name that, again, had a report, didn't really recover, like there it is right there on Thursday evening, had all day Friday to try to get back up. It did a nice job of bouncing off that $65 early when the whole market was crashing, but then we didn't get above right into here. So I'm looking at this as maybe a potential idea there for Netflix, going short underneath 69. Basically, and then using either using 69.50 as our stop, or just using that as an area to maybe average in, and then see if it wants to really go and give it 50 more cents. So I think Netflix is a good trade idea. I was asking people, for some of their ideas. This is an idea right there. Netflix on the bump back up through 69.50. So decent opportunity there to have a look at a key level from Friday based on something that should move around. We did get IBMs, and we talked about that. That's day 3 or 4 now on IBM. So, a bounce back on that stock is probably in the cards. We did have, obviously, a nice rebound again. You're going to see a lot of names that went that way. Here it is on, actually, this was a different one on Friday, wasn't it? Was that Friday? Yeah, wow. Okay, so IBM didn't even actually take that move down like the rest of the names did. It took it a little later in the day there on Friday. So yeah, this is a little disturbing that we're still looking like highs, and then all the way back in again. Actually looking to crack through 210 here on the downside is IBM not looking great today. Today when the market's up 1%, I'm not looking for names that are down like 1%, unless you're trying to really play for that short again. Oh, that's bananas, Randy, over there. Thank you for the food.
Are they though?
Apples or oranges or whatever those are in the back there. Okay, we are ready for Michael Noss, so let's go get his take on his stock that I'm sure he's invested a lot of money in, AMC.
Clearly.
Yeah, we have something to talk about here with Michael that's not AMC, but I guess we'll start here with good morning, Michael Noss. How are you doing today? How was your weekend?
My weekend was fantastic, and no, I'm certainly not invested in AMC, but congrats for, I guess, anyone who's in for now.
Yeah, fair enough. Well said. Let's get right here into this natural gas discussion. The sector very much still on watch, still in play. What are your thoughts here on this space? Let's get right into it.
Yeah, so first, when I always talk about natural gas, I like to remind people it's the widowmaker, and they call it the widowmaker for a reason, which is that, when you're trading natural gas, it's not like you're trading gold or oil or something where, a 10% move is a big deal. This thing, I've seen it get, cut in half overnight and rip and double and all of that. So yes, it's a commodity, but it's a really spicy commodity. So make sure you're trading it a little bit more like a biotech company or something like that when it comes to sizing, right? That's why they call it the widowmaker. So first slide is just showing, I've talked about the commitment of traders data a few times here, and this particular one, we're talking about always the large speculators, but just a quick summary for anyone who hasn't heard kind of my rant about this before, but if you ever trade futures, your broker once a week reports to the government all of the positioning of net of their clients, right? Are all their clients long or short, or what is the net positioning of those people? And then it splits it out into three sides, right? A small speculator would be people like us. We don't really matter too much, to be honest. The large speculators are hedge funds, large institutions, things like that. And then commercials are the people who actually hedge with the product. So for natural gas, for example, it'd be natural gas producers, it'd be pipeline runners. And generally speaking, the large speculators are considered the wrong money. You can track out through history. They are generally very short when there's some sort of bottom about to come in, things are going to rip, and they're very long right near the top because these guys are just chasing the trend over and over and over again. So the fact that they are wrong so frequently leads a little bit of an edge that when everybody is kind of too weighted to the one side of the boat, maybe there's a trade you can take on the other side. So I think of this kind of just like short squeezes in stocks. You need a couple things to happen. You need everyone to be short the stock, and then you need the stock to do something really good that makes it pop. So that's kind of what we're looking for. So this next slide is just a little indicator that I bought, and this is a system that I'm building. It's not done yet, but I'm showing you guys along here on the process of basically building an RSI or some sort of oscillator based off of this data and looking for when everybody is short, I'm going to be looking to buy based off technical patterns. And when everyone is long, I'm going to be looking to short based off of technical patterns. So the two things, again, have to line up. Everyone has to be short, and there has to be an interesting technical pattern on the chart. And then I take a trade when one of those happens. The next line down is just the equity curve so far. And you can see, not done yet, not the greatest, but it goes up and to the right, and it makes money for long periods of time there. You can see almost like 10 years 10 years where there was kind of no action, and then little bursts of action there. So obviously not a completed strategy, but one that's interesting, and again, at least makes money in the long run. So if you combine it with other strategies, it's interesting to me there. Just wanted to show that, this isn't some sort of holy grail. I don't have some magic crystal ball here or anything. And this next slide, I think, shows that very well, where this strategy has about a 33% win rate across 2,000 trades. That doesn't mean it's a losing strategy. It still makes money. The profit factor is 1.2, which means it still makes money. But just so you know, you're wrong more often than you're right. And that's just all to prime people. With this trade I'm going to put out, I know that I'm going to be wrong more often than I'm right. But if I continue with diligent risk management en masse over a lot of trades, I'll end up hopefully doing okay if the system holds. So the next chart is just the results. Here's everything. We're going to talk specifically on natural gas, but there's a couple things that are in this kind of everybody is short or everybody's long. So if you just wanted to look at that, you can see it here. It's interesting that everybody seems to be short, the pound and euro, which essentially means that they're long the dollar. And, some of these other things, if you're interested, everyone seems to be long Bitcoin and the Dow Jones, some interesting names there, but nothing really that stood out to me from the technical side of things, which is this next chart. So there's two technical entries when I see that the boat is loaded one side or the other. One is kind of a failed breakdown, which we actually saw on Thursday on natural gas. It undercut that 20-day low and then rallied back up and gapped up the next day. That's interesting to me because that kind of trapping in maybe some more short sellers, maybe the people who are short are using that to cover their position, which could ignite this long trade, that or a kind of bullish engulfing candle. So those are the two kind of trades to potentially, or two things that I could see to potentially take a trade. So next chart here is just a little zoomed out version. And this is the trade setup as we're looking to do it on natural gas. The ETF is going to be a little bit different, but this is natural gas kind of as a whole. And you can see we're using that 990 as a stop level. And then this next chart is just how we're managing it with just a trailing stop. So as soon as you put in the stop loss, the reason that this can have such a low win rate and still make money is that this is obviously all kind of hypothetical, but you put in that stop loss at 990, and then you use that trailing stop. So as the price ticks higher, this one ticks higher as well. You can see this one here is on UNG. So again, we're using that, let's call it like $2 stop loss here on UNG. And then we're just going to trail it up, and eventually the stop's going to come get us. We don't know if that's tomorrow. We don't know if it's 6 months from now, but using these mechanical stop outs, I think really, really help. So Just the rest is just how I've tested it, but that might not be too interested. But just know that this is a 33% win rate setup, but I do like it. I do know that everybody is kind of short natural gas right now, and I want to look to take the other side, and I think we've got a really tight risk reward. So even with this low probability, for me, these are trades that I'm going to be interested in taking.
Thank you for taking us through that process, because I think sometimes when you see lower, win rate percentages, people get a little bit nervous. So I appreciate you clarifying that. I do have a couple questions specifically about this slide right here, which I found pretty interesting. So for one, is this strategy, just to clarify, specifically for kind of more commodities, currency, et cetera, or can it be applied, of course, with clarification, modification, et cetera, to anything, like equities included?
Yeah, so this is based off of anything that futures trade on. So because it's the commitment trader, the CFTC manages this. So any future that is available has to be reported. So that's why you see things like Bitcoin there. It's not technically the Bitcoin spot price. It is the Bitcoin futures. Now, large institutions are way more likely to transact on a Bitcoin future than they are to open up a Kraken account and trade there. So I still think a lot of this has metric, but anything that trades on the future side of things, so stocks, major indices, Dow Jones, S&P 500, all of that, you get access to that data. Anything that is commodity, currency, fixed income, that type of thing. And the beauty of it is this is all kind of publicly free available data. I just have a process where Claude goes out every week and grabs it and creates this little indicator for me and spits it out. So this is something that could be replicated for free if anyone has the time and they're as nerdy as I am and they're interested.
There are a couple of names that stand out here as well on the crowded long side of things. I mean, these treasury notes, you've got the Dow Jones, as you just mentioned, and also that 97 here for the crowded long on Bitcoin. So with that in mind, is this something that you'd maybe use this data to potentially look at the possibility of a short, or is it just good to know for potentially pullbacks, or maybe a little bit of a mix of both?
The shorts, I'm slightly less interested. I may use this and say, okay, if I'm long Bitcoin, well, so is everyone else. So maybe that just makes me less convicted on it. But the study I've been doing so far is showing that it's kind of okay when everybody's long, because trends persist for a long period of time. Things go up over time. So that's less interesting and less signal, a little bit more noise. But when everybody is short, there is eventually a reason to cover. So something like natural gas, for example, eventually just through inflation, the price of natural gas is probably going to go up. So these shorts are going to have to cover at some point. So just like stocks, I'm not too concerned when everybody is long Apple, because everyone's long Apple all the time. But if I woke up one day and Apple had like a 30% short float, I'd be a little bit more interested then.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, as always, Michael Noss, for going over all of this research for us. This is Michael Noss, CMT. You can find him over at Stats Edge. And you can also find him on our show every Monday and Friday at 8:30 a.m. Hope you have a great rest of your week. We'll see you on Friday, Michael.
See you on Friday. Have a great one.
Thank you, you too.
That's all right. Yeah, no worries. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. I'm going to kick things off with some upgrades here today. At the top of our list, we have Nebius Rube. It's all right, brother. Don't worry about it. 4.25, hold to a buy with a $200 price target. Freedom Capital giving them the nod. And then Urban Outfitters, a name that Sharif and I are always talking about, and one of the better performer retail names here from a clothing standpoint, that is up 4 3/4 right there. Neutral to a buy with a $93 price target. Goldman Sachs giving them that nod. Now, Lumentum also getting the nod this morning, guys, with a $1,000 price target, going from an equal weight to an overweight, and you're up 3% here this morning. Yeti also getting the nod, guys, in the approval from Goldman Sachs. It's negative here, about 1%, but going from a neutral to a buy with a $63 price target. Now to look at some of the downgrades. Charles Schwab actually getting the downgrade here, guys. You're down 0.5%, going from an outperform to a market perform with a $105 price target. Now with Monster, you're down about 1.9%, going from a buy to a hold, but we're increasing our price target to $98. That's up from $94 from Deutsche Bank. And then we also have Birkenstock negative here this morning, going from a buy to a neutral. Seaport Research giving them that downgrade, no specific target there. And Charles Rivers going from an outperform to a hold with a $219 price target. You're down 1.5% this morning, guys.
Interesting upgrade on that one stock Yeti there, which could potentially be breaking out. Whatever, man. I love Yetis. They're great.
Yetis are great.
You know, keep the coffee nice and warm. Keep everything in the cooler nice and cold, especially if you go camping. Their coolers are fantastic. But Yeti, I wish there was more volume to this, because as a day trader, one of the things you look for are things making waves in new price areas. Yeti, that's a legit breakout. Now, obviously, this is probably not the front of the mind for any day trader out there, but trend is your friend to the end when it bends. So you're always looking for things which are getting up into that new price zone, new price area. Unfortunately, again, like I said, probably more interesting for a swing than anything else. Ooh, shout out to DJ Vinny. Want to thank you with the gift coming in from TikTok. All of our viewers everywhere, including those obviously from TikTok. I look over here and I see Mamba as well. So TikTok viewers in full, we appreciate you. Want to thank you for the gift. And hey, whether you want to send a message, Mamba's saying blessing the first people in the messages. So let's be real. We got a great community out there. Keep crowdsourcing those names. I love the fact that, you know, people are throwing ideas. I already see the $ GEV just got thrown in there. So we have people looking in to see what's going to make it onto our visualizer, which I'm going to quickly try and show. Why am I not surprised? AMC number 1. DRAM, see, that's more like it. DRAM number 2. We got to figure something to throw for the ETFs in here, so it's not just a blank. VCIG, that's small capper, we know. IREN and NVIDIA looking pretty strong. Lumentum, SpaceX is always going to be there, it feels like. APLD, Intel, GE with a good report last week. They're on the upswing. Do like some GE. SMR, SMR making an appearance. They're going to be up a little bit as well. So yeah, a lot of interesting names on the list. Oddly enough, no AMD. I kind of thought AMD was going to make it today. They got this potential Anthropic deal up 4% today. No, AMD does not crack the visualizer. Really, everybody. AMD holding that 500 level. That's a bit surprising to me. I would have thought that would at least make the top 10.
I got out of some AMD there on Friday happily, so we'll be. We like the fact that it's still going higher. We still have shares there. SK Hynix, nice. Another name that I think needs to be looked at here today. I think Adara's mic is probably still live there, Andre. You just hear about 1 million typings per minute. That's how I know it's Adara. But up there, 160. It's funny, like now I just know exactly whose mic is pretty much on or off at all times based on the actions. But thanks, Andre. Yeah, so SK Hynix, what about a dip down in here? I was up to glass half full and everybody in the chat talking about it. Look, I when you had asked me in the chat, I said 150, but actually, it is actually 154. It's this 152 to 154 area. 150 is just, basically, it's just a psychological level at this point. I mean, it broke it, went all the way down to 145 and retook that level pretty quickly there on Friday. You know, what a crazy day SK Hynix had on Friday. 145 to 168. You know, and then all the way back down again to close the day, like really bad close for SK Hynix. And now today you're up another 5%. So like, I don't know what's going on with this roller coaster of a name. And I mean, I don't even know how it traded over there in South Korea before it made its land here in the United States. But like SK Hynix is just one of the most wildest trades that you're going to find in the market, period, with these kind of moves. I mean, it's been happening, you know, ever since we broke through that 165 mark. You know, you had some nice downside trades there on Wednesday. Then again, it started to, like I said there on Friday, was bleeding down, broke that 150, which was the IPO. Look, was 149, you know, and then all the way back up through 167 again. So I'm just looking at this area. If we do take, I mean, I don't know what the open's going to bring. I mean, on Friday, we went 152 down to 145. We went down $7. So if we start to sort of trend back in, 154 is probably a little too low. But yeah, into here, 155, into 153, like, you know, this kind of a trade, if we do get a dip down for SK Hynix, you mentioned AMD, but I kind of like this name here, up 5% today. It's you know, also a short is looking decent, but you got some protection down here, even on the daily. We don't have too much memory on this stock yet. It's been around about a week and a bit. So you're going to look to see what SK Hynix can do around this 154 mark if we do get down there. And I don't want to write off the fact that it may get there. So just be patient with SKHY today. You know, I've got on here SpaceX. I like what Michael Noss, that's like the one guy it's always Michael Noss. It can never be Michael or anything like that. You know, a little bit of a hold here on IBIT. IBIT, again, a real strong day on Friday. So we'll see if IBIT can hold some of Friday's closing prices if we do get a dip down. And, you know, we may not get that, but we've nailed IBIT many, many times. And sometimes, we get out with a little bit too much conviction where we get out. Sometimes we got to hold it just a little bit against us and see if it can stretch some of the limits. So, watch out for a 36 hold. Really, it's 36.25 down here, sort of as the low. So we'll see if IBIT makes its way back in right here. The NASDAQ's trying to pull in just a bit here off 29,000. So yeah, man, it should be pretty good here for IBIT. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here, though, up 0.63 with the market today as well. So yeah, SK Hynix on my mind more than Advanced Micro Devices. And we didn't even, really get a chance to look at NVIDIA. We have lots to talk about here today, so, don't worry about it. But NVIDIA holding that 200 is going to be pretty good as well. Back into that 202 spot for NVIDIA, up 1.25 today, up 1.5 today. So besting the market today is NVIDIA. So this could be a good long as well. I'm just not convinced that the market's a long yet. So I don't know. We'll have to wait to see. 64.5 here for Bitcoin.
Yeah, there's always strength and weakness in both directions. I think that's for sure. Like, I'm not completely convinced yet in SpaceX. Until it's above 130, I don't know that I will be. I'm not completely convinced when it comes to SLV, like silver, which is gapped up. Like, look at the downtrend in some of the metals. Right? Like, does that look convincing? Maybe a bit of a rounded bottom, but I kind of already look at when you have the absolute bottom of a range of something, and you get that wipeout, and then look at first resistance up here at 52. Well, what do? We spiked into 52 this morning and then faded it on SLV. So yeah, there's some things that are up that are not entirely convincing just yet. And I want to shout out in the chat, that's Moy IWA Caleb. I don't know how to say the first part of that, so I'm just gonna call you M Caleb in there. But for anyone that's looking at the memory chip names, last week that MUU, which is the 2X bull, did do a split. So that's now trading in like the $29-$30 range. So it makes it a little bit more, if you weren't looking at Micron or you weren't looking at MUU because it was it's too pricey to trade, this one's now $29. So can be a little bit more enticing. I still like DRAMs because that way you're the little SK Hynix movement and the volatility in there is in addition to SanDisk and Micron. But yeah, you can't really go wrong with this either. But remember, if it's 2x daily, great trading vehicle, but you can't get wrapped up in trying to hold this thing for too long. And that DK is going to absolutely crush you guys. You got to be very, very careful with that. We try to always say that every single time. Not everybody's going to know about that, but it's pretty important. Already a little bit of a pullback here as we're literally looking at it. The NASDAQ's not doing much, but yeah, a bit of a dip there in MU. I see same thing happening over in DRAM. Not too much, but still looking pretty good. I think the 52 for me in DRAM is where I'm going to look on those memory names. Still about 15 minutes to go till 9. Not a lot in the early look imbalances just yet to start the week. Not expecting to see anything too crazy there. It is going to be more about the earnings and a very light day. Like there's pretty much nothing when it comes to economic data. So remember, there were some big names last week that did have their earnings catalyst. I know Netflix isn't going to be the front of the mind for anybody, but that's a big report. IBM, it's not going to be at the front of mind because they haven't reported yet, but they had the preliminary earnings. That's going to be a big one as well. So those are a couple of names that you got to pay attention to. And while I'm here, right back in, if you like VWAP on small cappers, well, now's your chance to get AMC almost exactly at the volume weighted average price. So this one, like about 17% to the upside. Again, strong quarter and report for them. But if it doesn't hold VWAP at the open, there's going to be a lot of people that are probably looking to short this sucker, as there usually are, Sharif.
We'll be keeping a look at that. I'll probably reach out to you during the midday, find out how much locates are going to cost me. But yeah, as long as it's trading above the volume weighted average price, I'll be looking for bounces there. As Adair mentioned, really good report.
I want to talk here about a couple names that I'm sure our chat usually talks about quite a lot, both of which have interesting stories and our moves. We'll start you off here with CoreWeave. CRWV in focus here. Decent pre-market move. Give A, reiterating a buy rating and $140 price target on the stock.
You know what, Adair? There wasn't really much here other than the commentary that really caught my attention. Kept the same rating, kept the same price target, but they did have some commentary here on CapEx and how much they expect CapEx to be for CoreWeave. So $29 billion was the projection for full year 2026 by the bank. They're boosting that now to $34 billion. They also expect 2026 operating margins to be slightly below consensus. They're believing about 2.4%. The street was looking for about 2.8. However, margins are projected to scale sequentially. Listen to this, Adara. 1% in Q1, 14.6% in Q4. And what they're saying is it's going to be driven by strong operating leverage. Well, how come? What's going on there? Well, they've got a lot of new power coming online. So they're going to be able to, fire up those GPUs that have been sitting there dormant. It is a big bottleneck right now, energy that is. They also, B of A that is, downplayed the recent market anxieties regarding competition from SpaceX and Meta, throwing their hat into the NeoCloud ring. They say, look, demand right now far outstripping supply, needn't worry in the short term.
Yeah, and we'll also mention here, what are the names that you just alluded to in that B of A note on CoreWeave, SpaceX, SPCE. I mean, part of the overall space sector. We had a catalyst here with the U.S. Air Force increasing the contract ceiling. But we also had Elon Musk and company announcing a new date for that Starship launch.
Fingers crossed, July 23rd. We're going to be keeping an eye out on that. That is for the upcoming Flight 13. But as we talked about last week, to me, obviously, Starship, super important for the long-term viability of the company. But the payload that's supposed to be making its way onto Flight 13, to me, at least, is more important in the short to intermediate term. What am I talking about? Well, they're throwing out these sort of pseudo data centers onto Starship that's supposed to be testing out the viability of putting data centers into space. It's kind of like the first step to finding out exactly what they need to get done. So I'm super excited here, Dara. Let's see if they can make it through this time. Every time there seems to be a mishap, but that is part and parcel of the space game.
Fingers are crossed for SpaceX on Thursday. In the meantime, are you guys looking at it today?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's one note on CoreWeave, though. CoreWeave has a very unique high debt structure. They're 60 to 70% debt relative to market cap, which is incredibly unique. It's pretty large. So I think they were kind of at the epicenter of the whole, well, if CapEx spending goes away, they're one at the top of the list that could be in a world of hurt. So when it comes to SpaceX, a lot of stocks did a rounded bottom and then broke out. So we're at least are higher relative to resistance on Monday. SpaceX is not one of them. The other thing that stands out is we got that story on Friday. I mean, it was more of, hey, a bunch of companies are vying for some government contracts, and because SpaceX was mentioned, they got a big bump, and then you had Elon Musk saying they're worth more than the planet Earth, and that caused this very real spike. It rejected Thursday's lows in the 130 range. And because we're beneath that and we're beneath the open range top of 128, those are two good levels. Because we haven't broken out yet, it's 128, 130 want to look short. And if we're breaking out above, say, 131, then you've got that rounded bottom breakout here in SpaceX. But until then, going to still look for it to press lower, 128, 130, looking for some fade trades on SpaceX. Yeah, CoreWeave for me, that's a scary aspect of that company for sure. It just puts a little bit more risk on them in the short term.
Taking a picture here of the sticky note because, I have SpaceX as the number one idea here today. So to talk about, taking an opportunity in this, we've done really well, obviously, on SpaceX, and we've hit some pretty key levels. So I just looking down here at 123, whether or not that holds or not, who knows? But I think it's worth looking at. We hit that level there on Friday. We hit that level. It's the lowest level it's ever been. So we're going to have to wait to see. And what I wanted to see was we just had a couple of pressure points down there, in every time it bounced off of it, right? Like I said, right there off the open, there's a lot of stocks got crushed. I don't necessarily want to look at 122. It's this little rebound play there, down to 123 there, down to 123, and a little bit of a spike down there on that movement with some high level of volume there on a wick bottom there at 122.80. Then we came back again, and this is all heading into that big movement that we saw on Friday, where we had that report that we were just talking about there, as more compute power selling some to the Pentagon and all this kind of stuff. So, but yeah, anyways, both of these volume profiles there at the end of the day, both wicked off of 123 quite nicely. So I think for me, SpaceX down there at 123 is going to be my trade of the day, and hopefully we'll be able to execute against it if it does come back in. And hey, look, if it doesn't and it really gets going, I do think you want to look at maybe a 127 type of breakout, right? it started to go. I remember when this happened, we punched out of our trade, first of all, as we were short. So we punched out here at 126, 127, went long, then got caught up on the long up there. Then we tried to average it back in at volume weighted average price, and then it lost it, only to wind up bouncing again off 123. So what's up, Blicky Spears? We want to say good morning to you as well. And every single person, thank you, Blicky, for that 199. One of our, we'll hit bang. Yeah, we'll sit. As well. Awesome. So right there, thank you, Blicky. Here he is right here in the chat as well. So everybody, shout out to Brown Lightning that's here. Nick is here. There's only about 20, 30 of you or so in the chat right now. So hit that subscribe, hit that like, and get into the chat right now. I'm always looking for TikTok. Oh, I see someone there. What's up, Kath? Hopefully you're there at Trader TV Live. Says what's up to us as well. So, shout out to everybody that's watching us here live today. Yo, Dylan says, yo, what's up? Farthan Bear Bull says yo as well. Juan Padilla says me. So shout out to you, Dane Generous as well. Shout out to everybody that's watching us here today on a Monday. And get your coffee ready, get everything ready to rock and roll. It's 8:55 right now. We have the watch list at Trader TV Live. You go get that link in description. Sharif's morning note as well now available. So we're running through things quickly, but if you want the exact price targets and levels and everything, it's just some information that you may want, grab it, and it's on Sharif's morning notes. So it should be a good one here today as we get ready to rock and roll. SpaceX on my mind, so is SK Hynix. So both names that are very big traders we're going to have to look at today. But SpaceX down at 123, I like that level for sure. So something to think about there. SPCX down there near 123.
Yeah, we'll take a look here. We've got a couple minutes now until we get to that rundown. So, I know you mentioned, we'll just talk about a couple things here. You mentioned Robinhood here. I know, Sean, earlier today, they actually got this price target increase to 130, from 130 to 160 by Bernstein. You also have Domino's, another earnings name. We will get to AMC in the rundown, so we're going to keep that open for now. But Domino's actually here, this report was not too positive, but the stock moving to the upside, revenue narrowly beating estimates, and then growing by 4.3% year over year, but EPS narrowly missing estimates. Kind of mixed results when it came here to same-store sales and growth. But let's talk here a little bit before we go over to that rundown about BA. Boeing not moving too much right now, but you do have that Farnborough Air Show in England happening all week. And we already have some positive comments from the FAA at this event, Sharif.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of this already, and you're seeing orders come in from several different airlines for a variety of different airlines. And this is what we typically look for. Remember the Dubai Air Show, this Air Show. So these are the sort of the Super Bowls for the airline industry. I want to see more information from Kelly Ortberg on timeline, especially with that 737 800 whatever max certification that they're supposed to be getting. Guys, it takes almost 3 to 5 years from an airplane to go from the design phase into the the nod phase there from the FAA. It is a very laborious process. So this is a lot in the making there. I think a lot's riding on it here for Boeing.
Yeah, Kelly Ortberg in the hot seat this week. Another defense play to keep an eye on this week would be Lockheed Martin. They report earnings before the bell on Thursday. Are you guys looking at Boeing or any of its compatriots in that sector?
Yeah, not for the day trade. If the thing about Boeing is, I don't know. It's not that it's boring. It just refuses to make any kind of a breakout. So there's something here at this 210, for now, this little compression that's going on for Boeing. But, wake me up when you actually make a bigger break. And I'm going to pop to eSignal because that's where it's at. Let's get eSignal up here because I want to show you guys where my ire gets for Boeing. And it's not necessarily that they haven't made turnaround. It's not that they haven't improved. It's not that you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. As a matter of fact, in some ways they've managed to kind of pass back Airbus. But when you talk about what's happening with the stock, I pull up a weekly chart and you're getting more compression. The range is certainly tightening even further. And then I always like to zoom even further out to my favorite, which is the monthly. Boeing needs to break $260 on the monthly chart. It's about as obvious as you can get. It's already supporting underneath 150, that was a place to buy. You go back into 2026 breakout levels. So that's already happened. So if you're sitting in the longs from the stock at the bottom end of the range, great. It's been giving it to you off the lows over the last couple of years and then being able to get almost double up. But there's just no break past 260. Like, it's coiling for momentum. I don't know that they get enough credit for being a defense name either, but unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to have the juice to go. It's under the 200 period on the daily, which is the opposite of why I like Robinhood today, which Adara had just mentioned. Robinhood's bouncing off the 200 period. Robinhood has held a consolidation and then running higher, and then pulling back into higher lows, which to me gives you a place to go for the longs today. That's why I made the note at 99 to 100. So yeah, Boeing, it's great if you can get it underneath $180 every single time. That's been fantastic. You're just not seeing fall through 260. I think once it explodes through that level, there's a lot of runway to the upside. Unfortunately, till that happens, you're just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, Boeing's been a good stock. I just think that if we look back over here and we go over and we see when Boeing reports, they're reporting next week. So you talked about trying to get some sort of a catalyst behind it, the 28th. So we have 8 more days. So I would say it's a little, to try to play off some of these news stories now. That's SpaceX still. For Boeing, we're just looking at those charts there as well. But yeah, Boeing it doesn't seem to have a catalyst right now that's going to create some kind of a move right here. Was looking at something there from Microsoft was starting to move a little bit.
Microsoft and AMD.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, so AMD actually moved a little bit more on that.
Okay, so yeah, AMD, Microsoft's buying some AMD chips here, so that's a nice move. Good move, man. Back up to 530. And again, like I was talking last week, it's like, oh my God, what have I done? Missed this 550 area, so we get some out there at 500 or 495 on the bounce back up there. Remember, we were waiting for that. Remember, it bounced off us at 495 and eventually, obviously, gets it. Now it's 524, so there it goes, man. Good. Bad to get out of a little bit, obviously, there on Friday, but happy to do it as we break through. Remember, like, if you break through something, you got to have these plays where you get out at some point of some of these trades. But that'd be really nice if this can come back up to 560 as we hold a little bit of that. There goes AMD. You mentioned it maybe being on your mind at some point. There it goes now today. AMD giving you that reason. So for me on Boeing, just not that much volume here, 49,000 shares. Obviously, we like some of these lows. Let's just see if they hold in 8 days, right? You have a week now till earnings. Be patient with Boeing. It can give you some great buy opportunities. And when you're in a monopoly like they are, for these planes, and they also have NASA contracts and all that kind of stuff. So I think Boeing does make some moves higher here. So we'll have to watch it over the next little while. But hey, to try to judge what's going to happen before earnings is kind of a losing game. And we also do know that there's still a lot of pressure from China right now, especially Trump last week kind of threw shade on China, obviously with the elections and things like that. So Boeing, one of their biggest customers over there in China. So you're looking for those big orders. Will they get them? Maybe they won't, after all. And I know they have a backlog a little bit there in Boeing, but not a name that I'm super interested in. We did have Embraer was one that was taken by Andre last week. So what's up? Always be thankful, man. Yeah, not too much chaos today, but we'll see what we can do heading here into the open. Sticky note is now out, so go have a look at that. I'll put it in the chat one more time. You guys can go double click on that and have a look to see what I'm talking about here today. Is it going to be Marvell on our mind at some point here today as well, trying to break back above $200 now, up that 3%. And I don't know if AI and all this sort of data game is now been sort of expired to the downside a little bit here. We'll see if some of these names can finally catch a bid. It looks like AMD and Microsoft teaming up, well, not teaming up, Microsoft purchasing some AMD chips there. Looks like that's going to be good. And, more CapEx, right? So we're indicating here more money being spent by Microsoft. So yeah, down we go on Microsoft, a name that I put into that challenge that we had there on Friday. So I guess we're long sometime around 390, 495. And then Google also planning a new chip as well. So there goes Google's move back up through 350. We like some Google in the account as well. That went in on Friday at 345. So that's starting to go up 1% here. But yeah, everything going, oh, great. Now, Don, what's up, Don Baca there? Are you one of my Paisan friends or what? There goes S. He was saying here today. Yeah, wow, another 30.
Again?
Every day, it seems like S. is up or down 20 or 30%. I mean, just bang,
crazy.
bang, bang. Like, talk about complete recovery there off the 25 or off the 50 period moving average as it goes higher and higher and higher. S. moving around here today. So
Yeah, that's a violent one.
Good luck.
It does go down as fast as it goes up. Just keep that in mind with SDOT. We're going to go right on into it. It's past 9 o'clock. Hey, our free watch list is out there. We're going to go over it right now. Maybe talk a little futures first, Sharif.
Ooh.
Let's go SDOT. Stay above VWAP, baby. 743.25 is where we closed out on Friday, guys. On the SPY, we're above it right now. Above 745, actually. 746.5. We're up 0.44. And it looks like we defended quite well yet again. That 740 level as we continue to range, guys. I mean, like, look at this range we've been locked into since the beginning of June. We're going to have to keep an eye on this range, but good. Thankfully, we are putting in some higher lows. Maybe eventually we'll get that decisive 755 flat top break that we've been waiting for a while. So in any event, 750 as resistance, Adara, 745 as support.
Lots of stories to talk about this morning, and I feel like they keep coming in every second. But if you want to look at what was on watch heading into that 8 a.m. start to the show, you can check out our free Trader TV Live watch list. The link is in our description. It's also available on your screen right here because there's a lot to talk about, a lot moving in the market. And this list, which is again free, can help you figure out what to look at. You can see this headline on the screen. I just put it on because we just got it coming in here. Google in focus here. GeoOGL, according to the information, this company is developing a new AI chip that could basically run Gemini models 6 to 10 times more effectively than its latest TPUs. Apparently, this chip is internally being called Frozen V2, and it would bake parts of the Gemini architecture directly into silicon, which basically reduces the data movement and the number of decisions made. So interesting look here for GeoOGL. We'll get more to that AMD story in a minute here as well, but in case you missed it, AMD and Microsoft basically partnering up here. They announced it as expanded strategic partnership with Microsoft, which includes AMD GPUs, CPUs, networking, and software with Microsoft's cloud, specifically, of course, Microsoft Azure. But let's get into what we're talking about first on the rundown with all these stories in mind. Tesla, Intel, IBM, Google, what do these names have in common? They're all reporting earnings this week. It is a big one for tech earnings.
Absolutely. Let's start with Tesla. Wednesday, the 22nd, is when we're expecting earnings. And while the mainstream media will focus, of course, on the delivery numbers, here's what I'm focusing on. I'm looking for regulatory credits. These things are 100% profit, and they can try to keep the company afloat with a positive EPS as the vehicle margins continue to contract and as vehicle sales stagnate or, move up a little bit here. And then, of course, we have to mention their energy contribution, their storage business, megapacks, as we call them, quietly scaling. We're talking about megapack deployments, really boosting margins that could help with the auto sector. So that's something that I'll be keeping an eye on there. With respect to Google, they're also Wednesday on the 22nd after the bell. And, of course, we'll be looking at YouTube. Of course, we'll be looking at search dominance. But I want to know about their cloud backlog, Adara. $460 billion cloud backlog. The core metric here is how quickly the velocity of conversion can be from backlog into actual revenue. I want more information about that. How about the power grid, right? They want 35 gigawatts of AI data centers by 2028. Well, they're going to need a lot of power to do that. So I want information about that. And then let's talk a little Intel here. 18A node, Adara, reports internally are saying that the yields have increased markedly from 65% on the wafer to 85%. That's not a small feat. That's big. And then, of course, we got the report last week about they're going to use ASML's NA EUV machine. I want more information about that, as well as, what the real world execution metrics are going to look like for Intel.
Yeah, keep an eye here on these earnings plays heading into the week. Are you guys looking at any of these tech names?
Well, it got to be. I think for sure. I mean, like DRAM's going to be on my mind, and SpaceX, maybe not Tesla, but just for a quick second on Alphabet. As Sri said, the market's going to care about data center and CapEx. Absolutely. But any press to the downside, it's everything else that gives you a little bit of a moat, that gives you that support line, I think for sure. It's the value that they have to be able to generate cash even with all of the spending. So anything that tests the 200 period this week, I think is going to be a big spot at the 330. You just had the story of them buying or making a new chip, or the new chip coming out. That just took it through the 350 level. I think the chance, this had a nice double bottom off 342. I think the chance for that, it doesn't look as good if you test prior support after failing a 350 break. I don't think I like that as much. for an Alphabet. I think that makes it look pretty weak if it fails this 350 level. And it's not one of the stocks that was able to do that reversal and get back above that Thursday close price where a lot of things were dumping into. So I think that actually sets something up for continuation. As long as it can get, if it needs to get above 356, that'll be a little bit more interesting for me. On Google, on a side note, I mean, Intel, obviously they're going to be reporting this week as well. This looks a little bit more constructive with like that wipeout bottom and that break high. But guess what it's still underneath? It's still underneath that $100 level. So this is kind of an obvious one. If it's not closing candles above the 100 level, then I don't want that break on Intel. This is why I'm looking more at DRAM. It just feels like that one is going to move a bit more for the chip names, but Intel would be the backup. If it's a complete breakout day and I don't have DRAM, then I want to look at that 100 on Intel. Thank you, Tisha Perkins, for the super chat. $9.99. BIYA room to $9.10 and then $12.90. So, well, those are two big moves because this stock is under $8 right now. So there you go, big time gapper here. Let's see what we got with BAYA, Baya International. I just want to make sure we get some details on this if we can, because to me sometimes it's about the float more than it is the short float. 2.7 float, that's pretty small. So it's a pretty decently small float here for Baya. Not a big time short float either. And don't really have a story for it this morning. Interesting, and there is a story from last week on Friday and last week, but nothing too crazy today. So just keep in mind, there might not be a particular catalyst this morning, but volume is volume, and that is a big gap to the upside. Small float does mean implicitly that it can squeeze, even without a bunch of it being short.
Here's the, we talked about, it says, are big earnings on deck, just to give you guys an idea of what is coming on deck right here. So we don't have too much going on tomorrow. Although GM, probably something interesting for many of you. Charles Schwab, we saw the banks, some of those names and those. We saw, IBKR and some other names that are at 52 and all-time highs. And then Alaska Airlines, but Schwab, 3M, Allies. So there's not much going on there, but it's really starts to kick off here, even on the pre-market starting on Wednesday with GE Vernova, AT&T coming through as well. Is that Philip Morris maybe? Tesla, Southwest coming in as well. IBM, the big name that we're looking for, and then Google. So, most of these names going to be moving around, and then you get Intel coming right again on Thursday, some big movers happening right there. And then this weekend, to kick off Friday into the weekend, they're American Express, right? Give us an idea on what's going on with some of the credit card names. Then we get Visa and MasterCard after that. So Charter Communications as well. So there's a few different opportunities here this week to trade some of the earnings names. You can go find that at TTVL, Trader TV Research, right there online. But if we're going to look at the earnings names, we always looking at Google, but Intel here is still underneath the $100. So this should be an interesting name. They've really gotten hit. Another name that we are, again, lucky enough to start taking some out. Just like an AMD, when things get too extended and it looks like there's a top, I think you guys stick to some of your rules there and just get some out. And if you look back and it's the wrong play, maybe like an AMD, it is what it is, because this can always happen again. And we're just going to try to hope that heading into earnings, Intel can find its footing, because it lost this $100 level and did not hold this 98 level that was right here. And that's what we're trying to deal with right now. It touched as low, and did it even get to 90 there? Yes, it did, man. That's crazy. It was a $140 high 2 months ago, touches $90 on Friday. So just goes to show you, when there's panic, they have no problem selling these names off, but at the same time, when they figure that they have it wrong, they buy it right back up. So Intel is going to be one of those names that you're going to have to look at ahead of earnings. And I would, again, hard to trade it, heading into Wednesday. I would kind of let it settle down and wait to see what happens on Wednesday. We've seen some big, huge reports and names go the complete opposite way. So I would say Intel's really key to sort of drive the rest of this market. Forget about Google, forget about it, honestly. Google's went up and down 10% on their earnings many times. And if it goes down, people on this desk and everywhere are going to be saying we got to buy the dip because they have such a huge moat. If it goes up, everyone's going to say, well, what did you expect? Google has such a huge moat. So it's the same thing for Google. Intel is going to be the chip story here to start it off with. So I think that's where all the nervous hands are. So we're going to watch out for Google, but we are going to be focusing much more on Intel, I feel like, to get a better feel for what the stock market wants to do heading into this next earnings season. I mean, everybody on edge here to see if Intel can still, complete the demand aspect of it, right? I mean, if they complain that there's a lack of demand, that's going to be a big problem for this market. So
Nick Dubs, thank you for the super chat. We did talk a little bit about Cove, and I responded to you in the chat. You like the support. It's below analyst targets, missing something, question mark, high valuations bad, takeover targets possibility. Well, I think it's throw the clientele in there as a plus, and then the simple fact that they are operating with so much debt does make them an interesting path that you might want to take over. But outside, I just don't like them long term, because I think if we do get a pullback, they're kind of like, they're at the front of the list because of that high debt. But the support from a trade standpoint, yeah, the $70 support level has been fantastic for the stock. It's got the rounded bottom and all that stuff that you're looking for. Out of 1 million stocks have this same trend down, rounded bottom, exhaustion candle on Friday, and then kind of a little bit of a gap up here. It's got that too, so I can't really argue with that technical part of the trade. I just don't like their debt. And Mike Phillip DeRider, not Mike P. Mike Phillip DeRider, thank you for the super chat as well. TTV, number one fact. Jack, well, we're about to have some more when talking about AMD, because the stories keep coming in this morning.
So AMD actually was already on a rundown because we had a catalyst here upcoming, this Advancing AI event this week, but there's a new catalyst as well for AMD with Microsoft. They're going to be expanding that partnership. So there's a lot to discuss with the stock.
Yeah, a lot to discuss, Adara. Azure, they're making a big purchase here from AMD. We're talking about GPUs. We're talking about CPUs, networking, software, the gauntlet. They are going for the full stack from this company. So it's going to be a good deal here from AMD if it comes to fruition. Microsoft, that is, going to deploy their Helios rack scale solution to power what they're calling their own internal frontier models, as well as AI customers, as well as Azure AI. So everybody seems they're going to be able to use this. They're adding also 2 new virtual machine series, which are powered by the EPYC CPUs, and they're going to expand their use of Pensando DPUs, I guess, to boost their networking services. They're scheduled to begin shipping these Helios racks apparently in the second half. Well, we are in the second half of this year. So I guess in the next 6 months, Adara, let's find out.
Well, you also have with AMD this Advancing AI event coming, again, Wednesday to Thursday. Now, this is significant because there have been reports, rumors, speculation, what have you, from SemiAnalysis, which is a well-known chip newsletter. They're basically saying that, according to some leaked codes, AMD either could be already in or nearing a partnership with Anthropic, which some people believe could potentially be announced at this event. So Advancing AI this week also in focus for advanced micro devices.
Well, I think you got to be careful with this because, bless you there. Like, I think one of those, if everyone's anticipating at the event that they're going to announce this partnership, well, keep in mind what happens potentially if they don't. So throw that out there that if you don't see that announcement, maybe AMD gets a little bit of a sell. But for now, it's got to, like everything else, it's got a reversal candle trying to get that 50-period bounce. I know the 50 on the SMA is going to be all the way up at the teens. That's a little tight. I mean, I don't know. On the iPad, I kind of wrote down like 495, 500 for a dip. The news comes out, it spikes all the way to 530 and comes back. So this might be more of like a play it by ear and focus on the DRAM more, just given that this move, you don't necessarily know that chip story is going to come out in the morning and then sort of take that stock another couple of percentage points higher. And that said, it'll be like a secondary. I think this and Intel will be like the secondary look after DRAM for myself on any kind of dips, because DRAM's coming to a level that we've seen supported already, whereas AMD kind of gapping away from it. But good look for AMD. Just be careful. If they don't announce that partnership this week, then AMD probably sells off, right? Like if you're going to get extra oomph because people are anticipating something, or maybe in this case assuming something with Anthropic, it does cut both ways. So while this is held up, I want to say, yeah, it has held up much better. I can say that. It's held up much better than a lot of the other chip names. Memory obviously got a bigger pullback. You've seen, well, you look at what's happened to Intel and its pullback much, much deeper. AMD, relatively speaking, barely moved, even if it did go into bear territory.
Yeah, that's the nervous thing for me on AMD, which is why I'm selling some of it, because I do think, ahead of earnings, which could be absolutely amazing, just been holding AMD way too long to not think of some sort of a profit take up here. Great story today, obviously, there with some more products coming Microsoft's way that have the AMD stamp on it. And so we definitely think that if CapEx can remain pretty strong, we do know now that the mega spenders are here to buy AMD chips, not just NVIDIA. You know, they're obviously spending some money on Google, and we talked about the TPUs, and then we looked at the custom ASICs as well with Broadcom and Marvell, and there's lots of opportunities here in this space, it seems like, to continue growing. And I like AMD just as much as I like Qualcomm, Intel, and AMD and GLW, all for, maybe not as much Corning, but all for the PC boon that we're supposed to have. And apparently it's like we're just undermanned right now. We don't have as many PCs as we do GPUs. So there was some sort of a ratio there saying that the GPUs, the PC game has to pick up a little bit of pace here. And if that is it, then Intel, AMD both have a bigger chunk of the PC game than does NVIDIA. So we definitely like to see some of those chips getting put in to some AMD, into some computers there powered by AMD. Like I was telling you, my kids looking at those Ryzen and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there goes AMD back up to the upside. We'll see if it can wind up holding some of these bids. But yeah, up 5% today. I like the stock. The event is this 22nd, right? So we still have 2 days of trading until we get the actual event day. So looking to see maybe a little more patience until then. I would be trimming a little bit on here, but hey, I've already done that kind of work there. So here comes Rob, the man with the best mugs in the building. Thank you to Rob.
Never the boring one.
Yeah. Randy must be supervising somebody today. So
there's lots to supervise.
There's
the floor looks great in the back.
The floor does look great. Randy's done a great job of supervising the floor.
Yep.
And he's not overlooking on YouTube at his desk right now, so he must be outside walking around. So we say shout out. Did he see a Chinese?
He did, yeah.
Did he see a Chinese car?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking for some more. I haven't seen any Chinese vehicles out there yet. I don't know if they're readily available. Are they, Sharif? Like, what if I want to?
Katina, man.
What if I want to buy one right now? What do I do? What do I
Alfa
do?
Romeo.
Alfa Romeo.
Sorry, the Lotus. The Lotus, my mistake.
I was going to say, those are Chinese.
Chinese-made Lotus.
Lotus is Chinese? Oh, made in China.
Yep.
Made in China. No, I thought we were talking about Chinese manufacturing.
That's what I thought.
Man, and then the funny part about it is your friend Carney brought the Chinese deal so we could have cheap Chinese EVs. The first one that comes in is $135,000. So I don't know what that deal is.
135.
Yeah, your friend Carney.
My boy Carney. I thought Carney was your boy.
Yeah,
over there.
Sharif. Nobody around here throws more love at the Canadian
I thought
Prime
Trudeau
Minister
and
than
Carney
Sharif.
was like big on Sharif's
Take that first one out there.
Of
The
course,
second one's okay.
absolutely.
Okay,
There's
all
nothing
right.
wrong with that, Sharif.
All right, let's go back up
Support your Prime
to
Minister.
Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau up there.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about either of those individuals. Instead, we're going to talk about Alibaba, BABA. We've got a couple catalysts here, including Kimi in focus here. Moonshot potential IPO could benefit Alibaba. They also have their own Quen model, which is apparently doing quite well, the latest version of it.
Yeah, and the European Commission, Adara, don't forget about them fining AliExpress a record 550 million euros, the largest penalty issued under the DMA, citing failures to adequately prevent illegal and unsafe products from appearing on the platform. We know that some of these, Chinese e-commerce platform have gray market products. Let's cut the crap. Let's talk about though the 3.8 max, Quen 3.8 that they're alluding to here. A bold claim by Alibaba that it's second only to Anthropic's Claude Fable 5. That's a bold claim. It's unsubstantiated by other benchmarks. But unlike previous flagship rollouts like 3.7, which kind of came with exhaustive documentation, this one's coming with nothing. So we don't know what the benchmarks are because they were all internally done. It's yet to be tested on the outside. So that's one thing to think about. The other one is that we're talking, about Kimi. Adara mentioned Kimi K3. I use it on the weekend and it's fantastic. You got to pay to use it though, because if you try to use the free, it's just going to tell you our system is overloaded, upgrade. So the media is trying to paint this as, Baba panicking about K3 coming out, so they're dropping Quen 3.8. That's wrong. They own 36% of Kimi K3. So they're going to make money on both sides of this, right? But last but not least is here, Baba promises to release the full open weights soon. Which is a major strategic pivot. They've typically kept, their frontier models very, very closely guarded as a trade secret. So this is an open change for them, Adara.
Quen Moon, guys.
like that.
Quite mooned already, man.
It's, look,
Alibaba.
Yeah, with 25, 30%, more than 30% easy off of the lows here for Alibaba. We haven't had a close above the 50-period moving average on the daily in Alibaba since the middle of May. So that's what I think has a chance to happen today. I do want to be looking for the long here. You've got to recognize at least, like the last couple of times it gapped up here, breakout 117.5. Support double barrel 117.5. So, like, to me, 117.5 is where I want to look for the long today on Alibaba. Some continuation for sure. If it breaks out 120, then I want to join it at VWAP or something like that. But yeah, this looks really good. Obviously, we've seen this story play out before. So it's going to require some patience where you get a new model and it gets all hyped up and you have to withstand a little profit taking at the open. So I wouldn't be surprised you see exactly the same thing play out. Do prefer them to the other Chinese names. Value-wise, compared to their cohorts in the US, the only reason they trade the discount is because it's a Chinese company. That's the kind of thing which can slowly start to compress at least the difference in valuation. Not altogether, but at least start to compress. First step, hold that 117.5 today.
Okay, yeah. Look, I mean, I like the Alibaba. I think Neil just talked about some key levels, obviously, that need to be taken in consideration. But if we have that K3, the Kimi coming there from a private company, there in China, another bump up, right? And I've been talking about this for weeks, and it's still stupid because, like, I talk about it and I don't buy anything. It's not like what if I bought $5,000 worth here? It wouldn't have been that much of a huge move up or anything like that in FXI anyways. But at the end of the day, it's just like you've now taken out some of these key levels. You made it all the way back up to the 50-period moving average. I know a lot of us don't want to hold too many Chinese names in the account unless maybe for a swing trade, which is why I think you want to get in now, honestly. Like, what if some of these mega cap spenders start to turn around? I think that there's going to be more love now for the cheaper models. So I think you're coming up to a very, very important 2 weeks here for China. Like, if we start seeing Meta cut back a little bit, Microsoft cut back a little bit, then it is going to mean that some of these models that are being built on lesser GPUs with lesser infrastructure that seem to be just as effective. I mean, Sharif mentioned, messing around with a little bit on the weekend there. And I know that there's a free versus paid version. That's eventually everything's going to be paid. So what you're going to have to do is, look at the value for the dollar. And I just think that if we do have confidence in the Chinese sort of infrastructure and capabilities there, and you don't have that lack of trusting, like, what happened with TikTok? They brought, a TikTok algorithm here in America, so it's not all protected. So I wonder about data protection and things like that with some of those large language models. And we talked about Palantir for that exact reason, protecting your data. Meanwhile, all you're doing is feeding information back into some of these Chinese models, which is not necessarily a great thing especially for security here in the United States. And I keep saying here, we're in Canada, but in North America. So I would just say watch out for some of those concerns. And always, especially with this current administration, you're not really sure about what China, what that next sort of leg is. It could be a very friendly relationship or it could turn on its head. So always taking profits at the 50-period moving average, nothing wrong with that. But I do think that there is a runway here to get back to the 200, which is only $37. So you're not too far away from that. I would definitely think this is a sell area right around here if you get an opportunity. But if you've taken this from low 30s to mid to high 30s, you've done pretty good there. So watch out for ringing the register here on China. And again, a little less volatile, right? This is not the Kospi or anything like that. A little less volatile here with some of the Chinese names. I think you can get involved with BABA first and then FXI if you wanted to get the whole bunch. But hey, there's only 3 minutes left. Like, we are definitely running short on time here. On the imbalances, nothing really too much of interest. NVIDIA with a slight buy. You're seeing a little bit of an uptick there in NVIDIA as we see that name. We see AMC with a buy. That's not doing anything. Alibaba and SpaceX both with bids as well. So some of the names starting to get going here with only 2 minutes. Let's quickly run through these stories and get ready for Open This Market.
Mad dash here to the bell. IREN in focus, as we mentioned earlier here, guys, raising its year-end AI cloud ARR target. A couple other positive notes here as well from IREN.
Yeah, $2.8 billion, working with leading AI developers. Their ARR, as Adair mentioned, is going to grow from $3.7 to $4 billion. They've got the who's who of names that they're doing business with, as well as people we don't know because they won't tell us. But good luck for them.
It's been a good morning as well here for AMC. Adam Aaron and company posting their best ever quarter here for both revenue and adjusted EBITDA for Q2 2026.
A lot of caveats here. They're a very good report, but look, not making much money in terms of movie sales. Everything is coming from food, beverages, and collectibles. 80% gross margins there. Also, they issued a lot of new shares to be able to meet this, the money that they need to be able to grow. So a lot of dilution. Last but not least, a lot of the EBITDA surge came from structural lease adjustments. They fixed their contracts with landlords to make it more profit sharing, and they dropped some costs there. So good for them. Let's see how they trade.
Best of luck to everyone at the bell. Are you guys looking at AMC or IREN today?
Yeah, well, you got to look at it. I think as long as the volume is there for AMC, it can be interesting. It's just underneath the VWAP. It just lost it a few minutes ago, so that would be a heck of a lot nicer if it can hold that 225 level. Outside of that, 210 would be the next support for them. As Sean mentioned, there wasn't much on the imbalance locator, but you do at least have AMC. In here, very, very small buy. You need more than 600,000 to be big. iBit with a small sell, 200,000. You got Archer at 200,000 buy side. Netflix with a 200,000 sell. Alibaba with a couple 100,000 to said buy side as well. So Baba kind of moving a little bit higher on that note. We do have AMD and Google, both those names moving higher, although giving back some of the gains on new chip news, or deal with Anthropic and new chip for Alphabet, taking them higher. As we get to the opening bell for the first time this week, big earnings brought to you by VinFast, that's ticker VFS. Want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bells. We get this Monday started.
I think the first trade we might get is, thank you to everybody for watching. And make sure you do get into that chat, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thank you to everybody watching on TikTok, everybody watching everywhere. We say a big what's up to Trader Forever, Mike Peter Ryder, and everybody else. All right, looking for 3620s or so here for iBit. I thought this might have been one of the first names that could pop in, but it looks like it's going to be SpaceX right now. And SpaceX, again, is not... Again, I repeat, I've already bought shorts on this name, so we're fine on that one. It's not something I want to sit here and, take against me. This 123, I really want to see a level come through of 123. And it looks like, wow, man, SpaceX just went from positive couple points down to red right now from 126 open. Just touched 123.75 down there, now popping back up $1. So SpaceX losing its way just a little bit here early. And then I look over on my other screen and SK Hynix losing the bid as well. That was 164 down to 160. So all these names like that, this is a buy zone for me right now, but it's only a minute in. So I don't want to do that. And even if I put on like smaller shares, it's like it's not worth taking a hit right off the first couple minutes. Let it settle down. But it looks like it just does a huge bounce there. Wow, monster bounce, as I just say. Again, even if you take whatever, small amount of shares, you can make a buck on it, start your day off right. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to give it a minute. But SK Hynix grabbing some of my interest right now down near 160 as that stock starting to go. And we'll keep an eye for anything. This stock halted, but no volume again. LBJGJ. Oh, this is a good one here. SkyQ was a name that we've seen before. Perennial runner there, just broke out right now as well. 476 there on halt. So watch out for Sky Quarry right there on a circuit breaker right off the jump there. And by the way, SK Hynix, Neil, just lost 160. So,
yeah, now that it's good,
this name's starting to bleed.
DRAM's not really bleeding that much though. So I don't know if SK Hynix gets deep into the 150s and DRAM isn't really getting into that 52 support I like, might have to look for a different level. So it's 53.25, but as the market goes higher, by the way, because I know we're looking at, you just said SpaceX and SK Hynix and all that good stuff, but the NASDAQ's actually going up. So obviously you're getting a little bit of strength coming into the market, despite the fact that most of what I'm looking at is going downside. So I'm looking DRAM, Alibaba looks like we're not going to be able to.
Falling back.
Yeah, Alibaba's not moving, so patience required on Baba as well. It's literally 40-cent range on Alibaba as we speak. That's about as big of a nothing burger open as possible. So I don't want to get wrapped into the whole forcing of anything. Like if this isn't going to test, here we go. Now we're starting to test lower. So 117.5 was the level we like. That we can at least look to wait for. A name that we didn't talk about at all, I know for sure. Apple is losing the bid. So even though the market's going higher in the NASDAQ, you are seeing at least this Mag 7 look a little bit weak. Even Robinhood. Like Robinhood's starting to pull back in. That 99 on Robinhood could at least be coming.
All right, I'm just going to put out a quick stop. We have our first trade of the day. Alphabet is absolutely ripping, by the way. right now. We can have a look at Alphabet. I'm just going to take it into this. Nice move up right here in the market. We're just going to talk about the 730 level on the TQs. And hey, look, man, if the NASDAQ, as Neil said, I mean, we're off to the races here. We do not want to hold something for very long in this space, right? If this NASDAQ takes it out, which it's doing right now, then we could just punch out a quick hitter here if it does fail for us on the NASDAQ. And if we can get a pullback right to where we started the day, and then we can, get a little bit of a better feel for it, then we'll try that one, right? But we're just going to try to risk right here, just over a dime to the upside, breaking through. That's 70. I mean, this level is right where we're at, so we're just giving it a little bit higher. So, just like I said, about a dime and a half or so upside here on the NASDAQ, as there it starts to go. So light trade early here, but yeah, it's Google. We'll see what happens here. It looks like it is going to break higher, which is fine. We just thought that there was an opportunity there. It looks like there's not. But here it is right here. It's Google, man, up nicely, up $4 right there, right away off the open. So as the NASDAQ looks like it wants to go higher, we do have names like AMD that I saw was pulling back, I thought. Yeah, a little bit, 525 into 510. So that might have been some DRAM strength now coming in as we're seeing a little bit of I guess
exuberance.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say sort of like acceleration off the 200 period, but yeah, maybe some buyer exuberance back into the NASDAQ right now. Other than that, man, I mean, SpaceX is back to 125. There he goes. So we just got taken out at 05. Whatever, man. I told you, you're giving about 15 cents. So that's first mark on the futures. Not good. I always like to take that just in case that was a huge move higher and a little bit of a fade back. We did have a good level to try to take it off of. So again, pretty light amount of shares, easy trade there. Obviously, it didn't work out, but we try to trade the futures there to the short side. No good on that one, as I'm my eyes still looking up for some levels to break, but it looks like right now everything's still kind of calm here off the open.
Yeah, outside of BABA maybe getting to a level, like nothing else is really there yet, except I just saw AMC lose VWAP. This might just end up being a sell the new short if we lose VWAP early on AMC. Like we've seen it so many times, if nothing else is setting up, the whole small cap gapper that loses the volume weighted average price could be it. So this close on the 3-minute is very likely to close under VWAP. I would jump short if I could in the low 20s. We have locates at real. Oh, wait a minute. I thought we did. Okay, apparently we do not have free locates on AMC. I would swear I checked. Let's go back to the desk to Adara. I'm going to go pay for them.
Keep an eye on MU today. This note likely came out before the bell, but I'm seeing it circulate right now. UBS here with an analyst note saying that Micron could potentially repurchase over 40% of its shares by the end of 2028. They're basically saying that they expect the company to generate over $40 billion in free cash flow through 2028. But once that buyback restriction expires in December 9th, 2026, they could use all this cash to repurchase over 40% of their shares. So interesting look here for MU, currently hanging out near session highs. I mean, the session's pretty young still, but SanDisk also popping here at the open. Another memory name here, SK Hynix totally doing its own thing. So keep an eye on Micron, some of these other US memory plays.
I was, here's Micron right here. Yeah, good news there. Wow. I mean, this was a name that, again, I almost put in, like it was going to be one of those names that we liked for our next quarter trade here. But Micron, look, if you're going to buy back shares, I mean, that's great. I mean, you don't know what to do with your money except for give it back to shareholders. That's fine. So what you're doing there is shrinking the float, right, by buying it back. So it's, complete opposite of raising capital and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, great job there for Micron. Looks like the demand is going to still be there. And like I said, this week coming for Intel, obviously very, very important here. SkyQ just opened back up. This could be one of those runners for sure, as it's just early days on SkyQ, breaking right there above 440. So we could wait to see what this name wants to do here. You could give it, I might just give it a little bit of a run here on SkyQ just to wait to see what winds up happening there against that 440 level. I mean, that's where we went through, we halted. Looks like it was a decent spot right there on the break. That's $4. And then up here is $4.12. So we're just going to give it a little bit of a shot here. And just looking at the daily chart, that was, 4.4. So we wicked up here before 440 and change. So let's go try to see if we can get a little bit of profit here. We're long at 61s. We'll just give it back down. Watch, very, very simple. This shouldn't be a halt band yet. Just down 30 cents. So we'll put a stop there if it breaks that 40 level. Let's hold on to some SkyQ and see if it gets a little higher here throughout the day. But yeah, that's my second trade of the day. First one here, and that's a good thing that we got out of that is the NASDAQ right now. Wow. Yeah, good sort of follow-up day from Friday where we battled all the way back upside. And then before I got distracted with SkyQ, I wanted to go to Apple because I think this could be a short around here. Apple's been getting hit just a little bit over the last couple days. I just think that the money going back in, like they raised a little bit of money on Micron and all that kind of stuff, watched Apple go back up there to the upside, and now you're starting to buy back some of those shares that have been beat up. So maybe Apple's turn to sort of reverse a little bit back down in. So we'll wait to see if I can get some Apple around 332.50.
David Yang, feeling sorry. Thank you for the super chat, first of all, but you're feeling sorry for people who panicked last week. Well, I mean,
don't feel too bad.
We are 8 minutes into Monday's session, so I think a lot has to be determined, but yeah, to each their own. We have a lot of earnings to get through this week that'll probably determine a little bit more about how the market's doing relative outside of the first 10 minutes today. But yeah, are you going to be happy the markets go up? I'm going to be happy the markets go up for sure. The only thing I'm in is AMC. Like, this is a first for the morning show. It's 9:39. It's like AMC and SkyQ are like the two names that we're in right now.
We're always in these two names.
Well, I mean, they're probably the most commonly traded
commonly traded two names in our history here, SkyQ and AMC.
But with the market blasting, at least now, DRAM's trying to pull back. So it broke out the pre-market highs. Now it's trying to pull back, maybe to hold that volume-weighted average price. We've already seen Micron, SK Hynix, we've seen to the downside a little bit. Micron pulling back into that volume-weighted average price. They're going to have to hold. That's going to be the key. If I'm going to pop VWAP and I want to see what's underneath the hood, do it as well. Speaking of, well, there was no pop in SpaceX to fade. It is heading down to that 123. This will set up the volume-weighted average price to look for some kind of a short. So still just in AMC. What is Alibaba doing? Of course, with that new model. Doesn't get down to 117.5 to actually trade, but that's still a pretty good bottom tail here. Bottoming tail candle, office support. So if it's not going to trade down here, close over VWAP, and I guess that'll be the way to try to get into Alibaba here. Yeah, just kind of disappointing this morning. Like the market's moving up, and what I wanted to short didn't come in. So the first thing I do is go to a small capper for that VWAP fade all day trade, and there goes AMC trying to get back to the upside. So 0 for 1 on AMC, but that's not the first place I thought I'd be. I thought it would be BABA. I thought it would be DRAM, maybe even SpaceX, but SpaceX just continues to go lower. Just falling like a rock, that thing.
I told you guys I'm going to start trading some more small cap names. There goes SkyQ, now 20 cents in the money. So we're already 1-to-1. So we'll definitely take some out. We've got two pieces out here. Now we're out of 20%, 10 and 10. Okay, as we continue to go higher now on SkyQ here. Adira, I don't even know the story, but we're just doing normal small cap stuff where you don't need to know the story. So we're just going to keep on doing what we're doing best right here and try to get out of another 10% if we can go higher through $5.
There is no story. Apparently, It's an oil refining and or marketing play, so they could be kind of in this space.
People were talking
most
about
recent
that
headline
with
I've seen
regard
from
to
them
Battle.
has to do with oil refineries, so
was
this
like-
could be an oil play.
Yeah, I remember the chat when I was asking for things other than Battle. I do remember some people
Someone saying this one.
Some people were mentioning that name. So
okay, well, like I said, this is still very capable of coming right back in, and so we're just going to watch out for that 440 area right there. I have no idea. We were able to get something out there, but I guess if we lose it all and it comes back to 440, then making 20 cents there and losing 20 cents here on a bigger part is not going to be a great look. So we'll take another piece out if we can get it another one out near 80. As again, I'm not worried about the price of oil, what this is doing. We're just trying to watch out for the movement there on SkyQ. So for right now, just doing Sky Quarry, I think is the actual name of the stock. So that's what's happening right now. A quick little look at some of the bank space, 342 and change. JP Morgan, upside for today anyways, 343. We'll have to see if that's going to hold, but down ticking right now as it's 942. I'm looking for some more opportunities. NASDAQ nicely going. I do think that Google for a long, if on a pullback, but I mean, wow. We get that story there today from Google. And the story for Google was a new chip, I believe, that they're trying to do.
Reportedly, according to the information, it would basically allow these Gemini models to run more efficiently and effectively. It's called Frozen, I believe is the name of this chip, at least internally.
Okay, so that's what it was. So it was frozen there. So we're frozen out of the long right now, but this is a name that, again, we had bought on Friday in our little competition there. We like that move up there for Google. And yeah, to your point there, I feel bad for anybody that didn't buy Google last week, but you might have some more opportunities.
Or anything.
The report's coming, man. I mean, I would not jump to any conclusions here on any of these names, any names ahead of earnings, and its next 3 weeks are huge. So we're getting ready for that. Another out for Sky Quarry right there, the only trade that, of course, I have on right now. And just looking for names that have been making a little bit of outsized moves. So everyone in the chat, what's up, man? I hope you guys are having a great Monday. Hope you enjoyed the World Cup final there. Hope you enjoyed the whole tournament. I think the tournament was much better than the final, but at the end of the day, that's sports, right? And sometimes you get some good results and exciting games, and sometimes not so exciting games. I did hear that England won the bronze medal game. Not that anybody was caring about that.
You mean the scrimmage?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Did anybody play? I was wondering if anybody was gonna did Mbappe?
Oh, Mbappe got the golden boot. So they lost the match, but he was all smiles because there was no defense being played.
How do you award a golden boot when they're playing exhibition?
He would have won it anyways.
Was he in the lead anyways?
He was in the lead anyways, and Messi didn't do anything. So
fine. They should not count.
If he had won, it would have been an absolute joke. Let's be real.
Well,
Anyone that watched that, it was entertaining. If you like All-Star games and you want the back and forth and the pacing of that, that's entertaining.
That's fun. I mean, if people looking for more goals, right, would have got it.
Well, England could have started Jude and just let him score 5 goals and try to get the golden boot, but they didn't do that.
This is what I'm saying.
They put him on. Him and Kane were on the bench.
They should. Harry Kane didn't even. There would be a lot of players that wouldn't play.
And by the way,
did they ever come off the bench or no?
Here's why I'm upset about England. My call for the dude that was going to make the difference was Saka, and he didn't get a chance at all against Argentina. But he was certainly fit enough to score a hat trick in the meaningless game. Yeah, but that's just decision.
Yeah, but some people don't play well under pressure. I mean, look at Mitch Marner.
No, but Saka is a very good. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It's what it is. I'm gonna get into DRAM for the first time here. Wow, 123 just broke.
Always bring it back to hockey.
I just looked up, and SpaceX just broke that 123. So it looks like it's making some fresh lows here. But I'm gonna play to the volume weighted average price here on DRAM. Tati Edwards. You guys want to get even more bearish? SMCZ and MSCZ.
Even more bearish. I'm pretty bullish.
Ooh, well, the market's blasting higher. Why are we trying to get bearish? Really? I'm not fighting with crypto today. I'm actually not even looking at that. So I can't tell you what MSTR is doing, because I can tell you Bitcoin's at 64.6, which is underneath that 65 and 66 resistance that we saw last week.
Wow, this market is just
obviously not doing too well as MSTZ, as you guys can see here. Bitcoin not participating, I suppose, in some of the strength. But yeah, I'm not really. Oh, this is the inverse. So it is.
I'm down for Bitcoin.
I'm not playing. What? It's not breaking the highs then?
MSTR, no. It's not doing anything, Bitcoin. It's literally
we're
flat.
literally doing absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Why do we like MST? Why do we like?
I think he's just saying that if you want to get bearish, this guy's pretty bearish.
I mean, Bitcoin's not breaking out with the market. I suppose that's
Isn't Tesla reporting this week.
Something. Too? Yeah, Tesla's reporting this week.
Okay.
It's really not moving there on Bitcoin, but not moving also means not going up with the market. So I kind of see your point.
Yeah, no, I think that's the whole thing about, potentially getting bearish there on Bitcoin. I don't mind that play again. Bitcoin, you're not waiting for earnings, you're not waiting for anything. You're just waiting for it to eventually fall back into some levels where people may or may not buy. 64 hasn't been like an exciting level for Bitcoin. It's just been battling back and forth 64. Like it gets to 65, then you think it's going to break 66. It does. It gets to like 68 and drops again back into this level. So I do have some bids ready to go on iBid. I wrote it down on here, 36.25. So if we get back into 64,000 is where I kind of want to buy crypto, and I'm sitting there right now to do that. All right, so I have nothing else other than SkyQ, but I am looking at Tesla. That's why I just asked to make sure, because we did look. I saw it on there. I knew I was just kind of just joking. I knew it was on Wednesday, but they're going to report here. Nice little low levels there of 380. So I think now that iBit, now that Tesla showed us some of these bottom wicks there, potentially coming back into 381 now is a buy opportunity. But the futures are trying to get a little stagnant up here, I feel like. Like that was a nice little wick top there. So I'm thinking about getting back in potentially into the short. And I don't want to, like people were saying that there might be a FOMO. We already had a super chat about FOMO already today there. And, I'm wondering if that is the case now with the NASDAQ, where this is a little bit of a dip. Will the buyers start to come in at some point now here for the NASDAQ, thinking that, hey, so many names on some positive news today with that Google story, with AMD, with Microsoft, with more spend, is the market just coming in for a dip right now? Let's have a look. I'd rather sort of go long than go short against that top wick, but I wouldn't mind another test back up here near 70.40 on the TQs just to see if that winds up holding. And then if we get another fail back down, I think 2 times a charm, and we'll see if we can run that to the south side. Otherwise, let's look at VWAP down here, 69.80, kind of where we initially took that first spot. If we can get some buyers around 70, which is coming in, I think that's a decent look for the TQs, and then maybe run the long the rest of the day, but needs to come back into 70, and then even then, do we really want to hold it all the way back there? Like, what kind of size? And this is why I always say I think the most important thing about trading is the sizing. So it's about trying to figure out, like, how much risk do you take at this level? Where do you hold it to? What do you have when it comes down into here? Because if you're oversized, then what's going to happen is you're going to stop out and potentially wick low and then start to rip back up. And then if you only had half the shares, then, you know, your pressure point may be a little less if you're looking at, you know, a P&L type of thing there. So try to figure out, like, you know, what the right amount of size is, but I'm trying to think it's $70 right there for the TQQs. And then, you know, we did have that huge move in Meta last week, and I'm always like, should have maybe sold some Meta, but then again, like, you sell some AMD and it goes higher. I sell Meta, probably goes higher. But that was just a big move back for Meta there. It got all the way to 680, man, and now it's all the way back. Like, who was that? We just had somebody on the show. Was it Steve Tileman? And I'm going to keep calling people out because it's not calling them out. It's what they talked about. He loved the long back at the 200 period moving average on Meta. So that's at 630. So this candle didn't have, did we get to 610? I don't know. We had so many crazy moves on Friday. I don't think so. But again, into 6, and it's not calling him out. We're not underneath there yet. So this 626, thank you, Randy. This 640 area into 630, I kind of like those levels there for Meta.
Yeah, that's a false candle.
That's a false candle. Okay,
it's a bad dark pool print.
Okay, so we didn't get down there. I mean, Neil, if we honestly went from
No, we didn't. It was
down to
26 was a low.
That would have been 10%. But
exactly,
the way the market was moving on the weekend,
it made me look. I'm like, what the heck? Meta was down that low.
Yeah,
we
exactly.
missed it.
I wasn't too sure.
That would have freaked me out
about that either. Hey, what's up, Randy?
Oh, shoot.
Right now, Tesla earnings on Wednesday. True. Yeah. Okay. Not false. Okay, that's good. Rivian. Yeah, you're always about Rivian these days. Eh? Rivian up to 7.
You know what's bigger than Rivian lately? No, Lucid.
Oh, Lucid's been bigger than everything.
Dude, Lucid went from we might be going bankrupt to now tripling from the low.
The greatest company in the world.
That is a triple up from that low. Unbelievable. Right? That's the shorts that are getting destroyed.
SpaceX.
It's crazy. SpaceX at 122.
SpaceX just tanked right through our 123 level. Not to interrupt there, Neil, but I know we're talking about the very famous stock Lucid. But SpaceX right now, a name that people are actually invested in, I think, right there, breaking down below there. Are we buying more at 120? Like, the last sort of bid I put in was 135. Man, that was a shitty in. And right now you're down to one, like, really bad in. Now you're down 10% from that area there.
Well, every in sucks. So.
Yeah.
There's been no good buys.
But even just to think of 130, 135 didn't even think about holding.
Let's be real.
And then now it's all the way back down. And look at this chart there, Randy. Good thing you're not caught at the top over here like some people must be. 230 on day 2, Randy. 120 about a month later. So, yeah, not a great experience there for SpaceX shareholders, including myself. Downhill skiing. Yeah, if you're a big fan of the Alpine, this might be a good one there as well. But 122, we actually, what was the all-time low for SpaceX? Wasn't it around here? I think we just...
This.
Yeah, like literally
122,
right here, right?
Almost exactly.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah, 122.
Okay, a little hhigher. Yeah, 122.12, and we just broke it a little bit. Yeah, this could be a bid now for SpaceX. I'm going to try it. I'm going long right now, 122.50. Let's give it a go. We're just going to give it against 121, whatever that low is today, 121.90. Let's give it against the low here and see if SpaceX can battle back.
Yeah, I hope it does. I also hope Robinhood holds on to this double barrel bottom that we got. So this was at 99 and we're looking at. There's a double bottom. It just held it now. So a breakthrough VWAP is one way. Another way is just hold this bottoming tail candle. But what I don't like is at the same time, here comes DRAM trying to lose that volume weighted average price. So I'm perched underneath the 54 1/3. And if we can't hold that, then we got to get out of Dodge on DRAM here. Thought this one could be like that all-day play. It can hold VWAP here, and then it's like an add above the volume weighted average price, but so far, not so good. The market almost giving, I don't want to say giving it all back, but that NASDAQ, which was breaking out, is right back to VWAP. So it did give the entirety of the opening move back. So it's not to fail.
SpaceX just took out the very bottom again.
What the heck, SpaceX? Oh.
So you know what? I got
Every single buy in SpaceX has been bad. You know what? It's hilarious.
just wanna go
that
short now?
Almost nobody. Haven't had a bullish day
boy.
sentiment thinking for the day trade, but I've still bought like 20% in my personal account for like what I think is going to be a long-term position. I know it's going to be a long-term position.
has no choice but to be a long-term
No,
position.
but that was the plan of action.
No, for
but
all of us.
I could have all of it at not the gigantically better price, but at least 5% better.
At least, well,
That
what?
crap adds
5%,
up.
man. It's down 5% today almost from its highs
That's
there.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We're all, everyone's out of the money now, 20, 30%. I mean, I don't see any reason how you can't be, really. You buy some at
Elon's
170, you buy some more at 135. You're down, like the average price right now of 150 is about what I have. So, you know, I'm down $30 on 150 right now. So
Elon's just fine, though.
Elon's just fine. This stock company can go to zero, and Elon is just fine. Yeah, there goes SpaceX right up. Maybe not zero, but I'm just gonna flip it up, and shout out to Easy Peasy, man. This guy I was talking about made about $5 billion last week, trading some sort of Katina reversion strategy he was talking about. So let's see if we could do it ourselves now, or if we wind up getting stopped out. So I'm going to try to give this, honestly, I want to try to give it a little bit of room just because of the back and forth nature of it. Like, to get stopped out here for like 40 cents, it's a tough one. And there's way more than 40 cents worth of a move here on SpaceX. So to trade it like, back and forth like that, I'm not sure that that's going to be completely right. So let's try to give this back to like a 124, like really where the breaking started. And I had written down here that we liked 123 long. So it's just, a little bit off-putting here today with SpaceX. So let's just give it a little bit of a ride here. If it can come up to 123, I think that's a little bit of a better sell. So let's just be patient with it. Now we only have a quarter of a unit, so it's pretty small. We only had half a unit the first time that we lost, so we're putting a little bit of money back into this name. Let's give it up to 122.50, and then we'll see if we can get it like a little bit of a spike up to there, right into here, kind of where we got stopped. Well, we got stopped out on basically the 50 break. So if it can come back up there, let's average it in, then we'll wait to see what some of these magical lines mean later on during the day. All right, well, honestly, man, I'm already at a 40% of this. We just got a nice one there on Sky Q. So Sky Quarry here. I am your small cap trader here. And no, just joking. That's the midday, guys. But right here, we take it right here. And we watched VEE last week. We made some great calls in it. I didn't take it and just left it for Joe and Sharif. But right here on Sky Quarry, I don't have a problem taking some of these. It's a nice breakout right from there. So I think we got it right off the halt on the way down in. So, give us some, little bit of a cushion here to see what winds up happening with Sky Quarry. And I think another out is due, right? I mean, we just bounced off of 80 again. So let's put another offer right here, get out. We can maybe hold half for the bigger move and try to play with house money. Playing with house money is a good idea for some of these small cap names because you never know where they're going to go or how far they're going to go against you. So if you can get out for flat and then try to ride with the house, I think that's a decent strategy for here.
Yeah, it's usually a good way to go. It's so weird that the market pulls back and SK Hynix catches a bid at the same moment. So this is actually coming back higher. I might have got the worst. We'll see about that out on DRAM when SK Hynix gets a little bit higher. But we did take it out underneath VWAP. There's the break of the high. There's a VWAP hold. But it's starting to lose VWAP again. That was probably the right decision. Not a green candle since that start. And it's still looking incredibly weak. So if SK Hynix doesn't participate, then I don't think DRAM's going to do too well. You just said Apple's going down.
Well, it's like this was the one name that I actually wanted, and I just missed it because I looked at it too late. Like, I'm still sitting there. I mean, my offers are still there, man. They're still at 332, but it happened too late. It looks like that was 9:34. Let me see what time I put my orders out at. 9:35, yeah. So it was just like, wasn't looking at it early enough, and we didn't get it that bounce back up into that level. So we just put it in, and then since then it doesn't matter. I'm not in it, but that was a good call. And look at the futures. You want to talk about a good call? Jeez, man, Joe. There it goes. Like so we take like a 10, 15 cent hit. But we would have had to hold it against us 40 cents, so it's not a good call. But remember, we were looking at it and we said, what about that top wick there potentially showing us a downside move there? We wanted to look at this at 70. Kind of good thing we didn't. We got sort of caught up with SpaceX there, which now SpaceX is now, by the way. Oh, easy peasy. Can't wait to see what your super chat potentially looks like here today. Because if you did the Katina reversion play here, oh boy, there it is, man. Downside pressure now for SpaceX as, we're trying to make it all back here. Now it's $1 in. Well, hopefully $1 in if we break through 121. But there's the short right there for SpaceX. So we messed around with the long, then we flipped it up on its head, and now we gone short on that one. So we'll see. There's SpaceX losing the bid right now down to 121. We're short the name, and it's kind of a good thing that we did hit that reverse there. The Uno reverse card was laid for SpaceX. Put another bid right here. Why not? We just take an 04 there. Now we'll wait to see what happens at 121. Remember, that break of 121 will get violent, so let's put a bid down there in 77s. Okay, there it is. So there's a clean break. Does actually not go down that far. It only went to 85. I'm at 77. We'll see if we get another bid, and then we'll still be in like 70% of this. So far, so good here as we wait to see sort of the outcome of this SpaceX trade.
Yeah, SpaceX is going to hit that 120.
Yeah.
And there's probably going to be a bit of a wall there. The only thing holding up really well, I suppose, would be Iran, 16% to the upside. Shout out to them on the watch list today. I'm so glad we got away from DRAM and then did not try to go back long again. That is continuing to fall like an absolute rock. I've re-offered over on our good friend AMC, which is back underneath VWAP. But Alibaba is holding up. So this is one of the only things that we like long, which is looking pretty solid. With the market pulling back, it's going sideways. Good luck. As long as it break of 119, I'm going to jump in and then just throw the stop under the prior bar. It's actually less than 50 cents risk if it takes the 119 level. So I'm going to throw that order out there so we can try to grab it. That's one of the names that we thought this morning would be a little bit more active, but don't worry. Chinese ADRs, they don't have to move with the North American markets. Robinhood's still... yeah, it's right at that 99 level and losing contain. So it's still losing that bid as Robinhood. I don't see any reason to be in this one at all. Not going to fight it. And one more. All right, here it is. I didn't have these guys on the list, but if you break the trend and lose VWAP and the market's going red, I'm still bearish in SLV. And I'm bearish in this thing until proven otherwise. Like the daily chart speaks for itself for silver. So breaking down, we're going to take this one short, give it to the top of the market, and we're going to go to Adara. It's already 10 o'clock.
Oh, wow, good.
What's happening now, Adara?
Yeah, what the hell is happening?
Because I fight a snake.
First, we have a pretty small potatoes economic data print. In a couple seconds here, we're going to get the leading index change month over month for June. Negative 0.1% is the forecast. Positive 0.1% was the prior print. Again, this is not a massive number. We don't have a ton of massive numbers this week, so it's pretty much par for the course of what to expect this week. I haven't seen this populate yet. When I see that, I'll let you guys know. Okay, it actually looks like it just came in here. I just saw it, I think, for half a second. So we'll get back here and check that in a minute. Again, not a massive number, but just be aware that did just get released. Take a look at the S&P 500. Initially, a really strong start to the session. This one edging higher all the way to 748. Pulling back a couple dollars here is the SPY from those highs. NASDAQ looking almost identical. Keep an eye on USO as well. This name not doing too much here off the open, but we heard reports from Iranian state media earlier this morning that mediators, including Pakistan and Qatar, want the U.S. and Iran to engage in a 10-day period to try to revive, this ceasefire MOU that has been more or less thrown to the wayside over the last couple days and weeks. GeoOGL in focus. Google this morning, as we've mentioned a couple times now, reportedly planning this new chip they're calling Frozen that will help it run its AI models more efficiently. Specifically, of course, its Gemini models. This is according to the information, no confirmation yet. IREN also in focus here with a pre-market announcement, raising its year-end AI annual run rate revenue here. That target is going from $3.7 billion to over $4 billion, also announcing a big contract value. Let's see if we have any update here on this number that did not populate. That was going to be the CB leading index month over month. Nothing here yet. Again, nothing massive. Okay, negative 0.2%. So a little bit lower than we were expecting here. Again, the forecast here, negative 0.1%. That is our happening now update. We're going to send you back over to see what's happening with Sean and Neil.
Thank you, Adara. You guys can see it right now. All the activity in the markets, there's been a heck of a lot of it, especially going into earnings season. So there's an offer your broker isn't giving you. Take advantage of that because there's big opportunity here. You got to have two things, discipline and access to capital. And that's where the offer from Trade the Pool comes in. Rather than being limited by the size of your own account, you can access the firm's capital and focus on executing your strategy while managing risk. No fear of blowing up your own personal account. No moving your stop loss early because you're worried about your own savings. That's called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Want to thank them for sponsoring part of the show. Want to thank Mitch for coming on. We had him last week. Of course, Steve Talman, friends from Trade the Pool as well. As this market heads back into the downside, we got a super chat from Random Oddities regarding SK Hynix. Of course, well, you guys can see it's 000660 over there in the Kospi. Something to look at the open was red, but SKHY was green in U.S. pre-market, but flushed at the open. Now there is a bit of an arb trade that does happen between the two. So understand that when you have that dynamic going on, in the short term, it doesn't always have to follow. But it's not, if you already have a bias in one direction and you can sort of play that angle, it's not a bad way to look at things, but just understand there is a bit of an arb trade. Think of it similarly to sometimes how MSTR and Bitcoin would have those weird movements because they were so heavily arbed against each other. And that does create a disconnect, which can make it really tricky for day traders to just trying to blindly take advantage of this. Be careful out there. It's good to have an idea. Just remember, most arbs that are going to make money are eaten up and gobbled by algos. So if they're not gobbling it up, sometimes you have to ask yourself the question, why?
Yeah.
That can be a big one.
Yeah, it's an easy way to. I mean, if you guys are thinking about those strategies, definitely.
Believe me, the big money's already
There's
good.
somebody else doing it as well. So this Sky Q here may drop out, and if it does, it's good because that not good. It's bad for the long, but that 440 is coming in. So we just took another piece there at 71 on your 25 period moving average. I'm still sitting at 78, I believe. All right, so just to let you guys know, we're dropping this out at 440 dropout for Sky Q. All right, I just took. Okay, what happened to my chart? Looks like we did not halt on SpaceX there, but we do miss some data. So I don't know. But anyways, I just took a bid out at 70. You can clearly see we're not making up that print right there because that's where it is right now. And I'm tired of it just doing nothing right down at this level. So I still am bidding 120.20, but I just took a 70 fill right there just for everybody to see that. Again, I don't know what's going on with our charts there, but it does. Do yours have it?
Mine's fine. But
okay, I think it will
3.
fill out. I think this will fill out.
Mine's a
soon.
3 minute. But
anyways, yeah, there it is to the downside there for SpaceX. So no idea why I'm missing some information there. We are getting into IBIT longs, I think, soon. Oh, there goes Sky Q. So it actually dropped through 440. That's a face slapper to the downside right there. So we're actually pretty even on it. We told you we were trying to get out of half. We actually wound up holding a little bit more than half into that trade. So it'll be a cup of coffee. We will be red on it, but it's nothing. We should have actually, couldn't have done anything. It just didn't go. So, we take the shot there, break through the 50 period moving average. I am more than happy getting out there. And the reason why, forget about the 50 period. I mean, obviously that's something we look at, but that top right there was 440. On the daily chart. So I just wanted to say if we did break back above that, that was a good long. That's where we went long. And we got out once it broke through. So there it is. That might be the bottom. So you guys can have a quick look over there. There's no bottom in touch for Sam Michael Roberts here, SMR and New Scale, as that continues to bleed lower there as well. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, Gates of Hell. Yeah, this name does seem to be in a little bit of problem here. It was $10 like 2 weeks ago. Now you're 750. So bye 25% of your holdings there. Might be worth buying at some point, bouncing off $7 there for SMR. So definitely a look happening. Sky, I just got out of Sky, but SK Hynix. Wow, too many SKs today. SKHY right there. Take out my AK and have a little spray. 160, good hold level there for the short so far for SK Hynix. So watch out for a 157 coming into your neighborhood soon. That's been a good hold level there, but we'll have to watch out for it there. Yeah, what's up to everybody there? Anna Trader, big shout out. Thank you for joining us on TikTok. Thank you so much, Tommy Gunn, as we talked about you before as well.
Tommy
there
Gunn.
In the chat. Didn't we? Tommy Gunn was this morning for something, wasn't it?
That was it's the new fighter, UFC.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, so yeah, IREN. I mean, good. So this is finally a name, that I'm in, but we're in higher than where we are now. So we need to get this name back just a little bit higher right now. But IREN up 14% on some more contracts, some more use of their compute power. So IREN, that's what we're kind of looking for here. Is that good story? But like I said already, I don't this might be a sell opportunity. Like IREN's really been getting hit, and we just bounced off of like a no moss level. Like if you were going to break below this, there was really nothing below
Alamo.
30, you know. So yeah, you had to watch out for that break. And I don't know, man, might be a good opportunity to take out a little bit and say, wow, I got saved by the action today. Anyways, IREN, nice move higher so far into this open.
Adam James abroad. What up to you? And also, Vamos España. Hey, congratulations to all Spain fans. Never a more deserving team. And you can't have a more.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, they
Like
ran the whole tournament, basically.
They absolutely
lit up like
fantastic.
one goal the whole tournament.
Just fantastic for them. ADVB is going again. You're absolutely right. It just ticked. I hope this isn't the jinx, but it just broke the high of the day. ADVB, I don't know the deets on this one. Usually we'll already have them up. What do we got? What are we working with here? 1 million floats, of which almost nothing is short, but 1 million float is going to tell the story. It's already done 10 times that, so they've soaked it up. Somebody has likely soaked it up and caused it to squeeze. This is one of those reverse split mavens, and there's been a bunch of selling in here. So anyone that does the reverse split strategy, if there's a hedge or anybody that does that on this stock, they're kind of in trouble if this starts to break out above the $9 level. So there is room, but just look at all of the resistance underneath $9, specifically the $8 level for ADVB. That would explain why you're already running into a bit of a double top of sorts. So the new thing we got into with the market looking red is SLV on a bit of a trend break. I don't know if we're going to. It was offering 51.5, we were giving it to 6. I don't know if that's going to fill, so we might have to move this into the volume-weighted average price. Still thinking Robinhood. Yeah, Robinhood did hold that 99 so clean. It's held the 99 clean. I don't know if we get a chance at a double top here or double bottom. If we don't get a chance at that 99 again, might just have to look at this holding 100 and breaking out through the top. Robinhood got an upgrade. It was just an upgrade for Robinhood. There was no other story as to why they were in play this morning, for sure. And Tisha Perkins as well. This is a pretty popular stock, this ADVB. So another one. You said room to 912. That's what we were just showing out in that daily chart. So Tisha, I know you're all over the small cappers. Congratulations to you. Good luck with that small cap mover. Probably going to move a heck of a lot more than AMC today. I promise you that. At least, in my opinion, it will.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening eventually. We have a new position right here. We'll see. We wanted to get into IBIT, at some point here today. Nice move down. Like, it's so stupid because we wrote down again, like 36.25. It comes into 36.32 there. I am bidding 36.25, sorry. 21s it was. I should be bidding 25s. So here it comes back in. We're going to average into this position as it's coming back in a little bit here on IBIT. It's so sad because the biggest trade of the day for me would have been this short rate there, but unfortunately it comes back out as here comes the market just bleeding down a little bit here, trying to take out its days low, and now you're underneath everything. So maybe we should be actually thinking about the other way around here. The big short that was missed, of course, was TQQs. Was Apple, because this one we were pennies away and moments away from getting that trade, and we don't have it. So I'm going to cancel my offers now. That doesn't seem to be working out, but here we go, man. It's SpaceX. Wow, this name is absolutely falling. Right now, we are now $1.70 in the money on this name, and we wait for 120.20s to come in, and that will be my out in front of 120. I'm not going to take another out. Like, we got a couple outs here in front of 121. We got like a 121.50. Then we got 121 flat. Then because it was bouncing around, we got a couple fills in the 70s there. And now we're waiting for just 10 more cents lower. Oh, did we get that fill? No, we didn't. So we're going to wait for 10 cents lower and take a 120.20 fill. And then after that, man, we'll just watch it break through 120 and maybe even punch more short on a 120 break, to the downside. I don't even think that that's a trade that we need to be too afraid of. So right now it looks like SpaceX is definitely losing that bid, and it's only down 3%. Like, it could be down a hell of a lot more. So let's be careful with it. I
heard Joe, nice one, but I heard Joe laughing over there. You excited about SpaceX going down, Joe? That's crazy.
Yeah, he's short with me here. I mean, I'm excited for it going down too, but in the long-term portfolio,
I think we're all,
it's obviously not that exciting for me. I'm probably in. I know I'm in. I'm 170 and I'm 135, basically the same amount of shares.
Left
for
brain,
both.
right brain, right?
Yeah, sort of.
Trading,
I don't.
And there's investing.
I'm not a smart enough trader. I hopefully for investing, I can make some good trades. But yeah, for trading here, I'm just going to go short this name, and we'll see if we can get a downside play right now on SpaceX. We are going to go over to Joe in a minute.
The market's not red yet.
Already down 25% in the amount that I bought already in it, right?
Yeah, so we're all down.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, there's been no real good buy, but I'm thinking that this thing can go to $100, so we just grab a little bit more down there. So
it's certainly possible.
Yeah.
Look, it's absolutely. Forget about the 7. I think the first price target that anybody came out with worked out to. I think it would have been more of a price into the 80s. Like the high 80s or something like that on day one. But I hit the market red, not because the NASDAQ or the ES have gone red yet, but mostly because we just lost VWAP on both of them. So the uptrend that we were just in on the NQ, bye-bye. Same thing with the ES. So I think we're kind of still headed into the downside. I thought maybe I took another leg out on the way to the gap fill for SLV. Same thing, like VWAP, looking for it to close the gap on a continuation. But if you look over it, like Robinhood was doing so well. It really was. For a minute, it was looking pretty good. We're trying to close above VWAP. Now it's back underneath $100. So yeah, wait for the double bottom at 99, or it needs to regain 100 and take out that top at 100.5. One of the other names, which is barely holding on. I mean, the bad news for Alibaba is it's really not doing anything despite this gap up and the new model that we're supposedly all excited about, but it hasn't broken the low yet. So there's still the chance that Alibaba gives me this breakout trade. The order is not in right now because we're threatening the low, but this is at least holding up better than a lot of the other stuff that I'm watching. But I still like Alibaba for a breakout. But the thing about a breakout trade is if it doesn't get through the level, then you don't actually take the trade. So we're still going to have to be patient with it. So hold on to one short there and see what else we can find. Because there isn't a lot that's looking incredibly bullish. I mean, Alphabet, that's about it. Like 3.5 points. I think they're holding us up right now. Right? It's all about Google. Like we got the new chip story, and they're just flying to the upside. So congrats if you bought that on Alphabet. Congratulations. If you bought AMD on the Anthropic, you lose everything. So the two names that we're blasting on news this morning, it's basically a 50-50 split between the two of them. I can't be too surprised, though. I mean, Google does give you the value play, whereas you can't really say the same thing for AMD.
All right. Yeah, right here we are long on iBit, and it's coming right back in as well. So, wow, man, this market just really upside down right now. Was up about 1.5% there where we should have shorted it. Now you're getting a little bounce. You're getting a bounce off the SPY right here because it is, again, on a longer-term trend to the downside today anyways. But, we still are trying to be a little bullish in it. It's trying to get a bounce off the 50-period moving average right now and down here as well. So the 744, 745 area, trying to get a little bit of a bounce action there. And look at this, man. Look at this Sky Q. Remember where we got out? Right there. How about the bottom? Right there, breaking through 440. So, again, just the same kind of ways. Like instead of panicking, thinking that, oh my God, these names are just going to drop like crazy, there's enough volume here that this name's not really moving like that. So another bid down to 450 would be good. So it kind of sucks that we do have that bottom there. But hey, look, talking about it, that's the trade that I made. So we're going to have to wait to see if Sky Q can come back into the downside and get us a little bit there. And then we missed that bottom in SpaceX by 5 cents. We were rating out by, 5 cents. We were waiting at 120.21. And there's a move right back upside again into 121.50. So watching out for SpaceX. All right, we got to go back over to Dara. She's got some stories.
Seems some people in the chat asking what happened to Bloom Energy. I just kind of saw a catalyst come through here. So basically, it sounds like what happened was regulators in New Mexico have now rejected for a second time a permit here for Bloom Energy for a gas pipeline, which was planned to help support Oracle's Project Jupiter data center. Now, apparently, this decision, which again, second rejection now, could delay this campus. The campus is actually expected to use up to 2.5 gigawatts of Bloom Energy's gas-powered fuel cells. So BE to the downside on this. I took a look at Oracle, which is also to the downside of this. Guys, ORCL could break 120 today. Back to you.
It definitely could break 120 today. All these names getting hit.
I don't even know if it is a flat bottom break on Oracle, but let's just assume that it is.
It already flat bottom broke, Neil. It's
Okay,
just dying from here.
Okay, thanks, Adara. So, oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's over. Remember, like, anyways, if you know Vince, you know. It's over. Sorry, Oracle, but that done happened already a long time ago. But you know what? Forget about looking at things that stink. As the market's going lower, jinx, Marvell was just breaking the high 2 seconds ago. Of course, now that we pull it up, watch that turn into a topping tail candle and a reversal. But some relative strength happening over here in Marvell. They're kind of doing this on their own. It's going to double check. Yeah, ARM is still going down. AMD was still going down. And it looks like Marvell, NVIDIA is at the low of the day and still trending to the downside. So for whatever reason, it does seem like Marvell might be the chip name that's giving you the most juice. Like, I've seen zero reason yet to try a second shot in DRAM. We played it, trying to break out this high, giving it to VWAP, but it's still very much trend down. Got to break trend or get to 52. If the level I like is 52, you better do a convincing trend break or hold a VWAP. It's still bleeding to said downside here. And Chris asking why Apple is blasting lower. I think the better question, like so far this morning, a lot of things reverse. It'd be like, what's the reason anything is going higher? Like my question would be like, why is Marvell higher right now? As opposed to questioning why anything's going lower. Everything did a U-turn to the downside. More.
Yeah, everything's going lower here. And we flip it over into a new position right now with our NASDAQ short. There, we covered a little bit there at 80. Just got a bump up. I mean, I'm really looking for a bump up into 69.20. Again, once I saw that sort of hit right into there again, our 25 period moving average. So we try to watch out for that one. Potential come in here on TQs. So, just taking some bids here near the lows, looking to average this in. So we don't have a full position yet. Let's see if we can make something happen here with the TQs. And it's too bad because we were short early, got stopped out, which is fine. You always got to have these out. So I'm trying to give this all the way to 69.60. So I'm trying to get, this is just quick, like half a unit. We're going to get a little bit more. I'm sitting right now, just to give you guys an idea, 69.15s. So just basically this top again. If it does bump up into that, we definitely want to be able to put some strength onto this play. So, just looking for a little bit of a bump up, right? And then a whoosh down again. Because we saw the SPY was at not a horrible level. And then I've started to stop because this move is coming back in, and we actually do have quite a nice trade now on SpaceX, which is, I'm going to take this bid right here and cancel my 20s. We'll take a 40 there if we can get that on SpaceX. We'll bid Neil's favorite number right here at 42. So we've joined the line. There we go. I think we just got it. Yeah, we did. So for some reason, we got a 42 there. So we just get that 42, and now we wait to see what winds up happening with SpaceX breaking below 120. That's the next call there. TQs maybe not moving around as much. And then, what I want to talk about was my other position, and that, of course, is IBIT. And you can see right here from IBIT, it's going lower, man. And so we wrote down 36.25. So now the fact that we have one unit only, we're going to put on two more or so down at that level, and then we just wait for IBIT and see if it bounces off of 36.25. Just got to be specific with it now. We like that level because it was coming right into some of this. So let's just wait for it, into that close there on Friday. Although the close is right around here, we did dip down in. So we're going to wait for in and around this level, 36.20, in order to stop out at some point here on IBIT. So 36.25, we'll take a bid. 36.10 is our stop, right into that level there. We break back down below Friday's sort of hold in the afternoon. We're going to get out of IBIT. So until then, we stay true and strong with that long now. And the NASDAQ, I just bid 66s. Did we get that? Yes, we did. So again, that's going to be a pretty good trade there. We take about 25 cents or so on that most recent fill rate there as we went back into the short, trying to believe in that position one more time there. So here it comes back in. Let the NASDAQ bleed down, man. I mean, this could go zeros today for sure. We've taken out some pre-market levels, and now we're pushing a lot lower here in the NASDAQ. There's that break level. So this is why we're short. Let's see if we can make some money back on the TQQs here today, which we're doing, by the way. So, so far, so good there. And Apple's bleeding because it already had its move higher. So today, you've had a lot of traders make a lot of money on Apple, And so just like I said on Friday, it's the same answer again. There's traders that are coming in and saying, I'm going to take some of this money out of Apple because we're long down here, 280, 290, 300, whatever. And it's been a nice 10, 20, 30% move higher, depending on where you're in. And I'm going to take some profit and potentially run it into, some other names. Now, these names can't fail. And if they do, then that's what leads to this market downside, because now everybody that ran to buy Micron and SpaceX and SK Hynix and all these depressed names, Marvell, AMD, whatever, at some point, if those bids start losing, then yeah, you're going to be in a problem. And that's why you're seeing the NASDAQ sell off. So I do expect Apple, on more weakness in this market, for Apple to actually catch a bid somewhere. Because I think people will come back to safety here with AAPL. But wow, man.
Especially after earnings, I think.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing.
After like Google earnings and stuff.
We're running into the all-time low right now of SpaceX. Just got made again. We would have got filled, by the way, at our 120.20, but we took 42s instead. Now new low is 120.10. NASDAQ falling, hopefully a little more than this. We need to go a little more. And then here we go, man. We do have our final and last reload here. By the way, SK Hynix is almost at that 154, which we didn't think would happen today. SK Hynix low 155. But there's our IBIT. Finally, we get a trade. And look, this is the one that we had to be patient with. We went short. Here we go. This is today's trade ideas. 123 long SpaceX. We took it. Once it failed, we went short. You can see that's now $1.50 in the money. IBIT down there at 36.25. I like it. That's what we waited for. We got it. SK Hynix 154. That's the next one. And will we get to 68 long on TQQs? We're short 69 right now. Let's see what winds up happening. And after this note, we're going to go back to Neil, but we got Adara for now at the desk.
It's small cap time, everybody, and there are a lot of small caps to look at here. Is SKYQ, Sky Quarry, this name to the upside. Couldn't find any news on this, but this is an oil refinery-related play, so possibly benefiting here, or at least reacting to geopolitical tensions here between the U.S. and Iran. $21.5 million market cap, 3.85 million share float, 17.5% short float. ADVB here on watch as well. Advanced Biomed. This one did have a catalyst as well. The window on this unfortunately dropped, but yeah, it looks like apparently there was a $25 million equity purchase agreement that was dropped here or terminated. So that's the look here for ADBV. You've got a $12.5 million market cap. Neil was saying he saw a 1 million share float. I'm seeing a 560,000 share float. So either way, very small float here for ADVB. No real short float to speak of. AMC, last but not least, AMC Entertainment with a strong earnings report here for Q2 2026. Apparently it's best ever revenue and adjusted EBITDA for a quarter. I also want to mention here, guys, market cap on this is going to be a little bit larger, $1.92 billion. Got about a 6% short float for AMC. Back to you.
Only 6% short float for AMC. That's actually
probably higher, but
yeah, that's probably smaller than I thought. I thought it was like 8 or 9. Lucid,
more short.
Putting into the chat there that Lucid looked like it was making a bit of a top and broke this. This was an actual flat bottom break because the opening candle support and then another one here at 954. So once it broke short, giving it to about that, just above that volume weighted average price and the prior day high. Remember, there was that threatening, it wasn't threatening, there was that story alluding to them possibly seeking bankruptcy or strategic alternatives, and it has been squeezing ever since. But a bit of a double top, and then when it did the flat bottom break, want to play it back into the 7 level. Alibaba, do your thing if you can. I still am looking for the breakout on Alibaba. When the market made lows, it did not break the lows and is still holding on to a lot of strength, relatively speaking. So it's going to get back above VWAP. This is a bit of a trend break right here. Can always nibble and give it to VWAP. I don't want to take the 19 break and leave it till then. So if it closes above VWAP, finally, I'll take a shot there and give it to the 118.5. Bart is saying Hood is almost ready. Well, it's in the oven, and it's baking. It held 99. There's the consolidation. The break of the $0.50 hasn't happened yet on Robinhood. So all it has to do is nudge above the 100.5 level, and then we get our entry into Robinhood. This is required. Either you have it long right at 99, or you're looking for it to bust VWAP. The gap is $2 to the pre-market high. There's a lot of room to go, but see what happens? Every single time it gets up here, I'll zoom back in. Every time it gets up here above $100, finds the top and then fades back in. So I want it breaking out that 100.5, and then it gets a little bit spicier. Shout out to all in the chat with the $ MRVL.
Boom.
I still don't know why, but we're pointing out this one is for some relative strength this morning. I don't want to speculate, but obviously 198. Leave speculation out of it. 198 and still going higher. This is definitely one of the bigger pullbacks that you would see from the highs. So remember, percentage gains are a little bit skewed here. 5% is almost nothing off of the lows for Marvell. The same way as it's almost nothing off the lows for like an ARM or any of those. You got to keep that a little bit into perspective. Okay, here comes Robinhood through the top. We're going to go to Adara at the desk again.
You guys, just be aware here, MSFT on watch. This Kimmy here from Moonshot, this model is apparently now being tested, at least according to a report from The Information, by Microsoft. This report first came out about 10 minutes ago, seeing it circulate again more now. But basically, MSFT reportedly planning on testing the Kimmy K3 model for Copilot as they're adding the open weight model to Azure. Apparently, engineers over at Microsoft are going to be evaluating whether K3 is able to power features that currently use OpenAI and Anthropic models. So once again here, MSFT trying to move away from its OpenAI reliance, apparently moving towards Kimmy K3 instead. Back to you.
I think that's just bound to happen, and more and more companies are going to have a look over there, as we talked about the cost of some of these models just becoming outsized there. But of course, if they do that, they're just kind of hurting their own business there, because they're looking at OpenAI too, right? So with that kind of investment coming through, man, oh man, that was a face slapper right there on iBit. We're gonna pat ourselves on the back for this one as well, because that was 36.25, literally on the nose there. We put out the low of the day pretty much on our we did on the sticky note right there, and there it goes, straight upside. Love for our good friend, of course, today, iBit on the downswing. You picked it up. Now you're back up to even where we averaged it in, but we put on so many more. I talked about it. We had about 1 unit there. We put on about 2.5. So now we bump up, and that's why our average price is what it is. And here we go, man. Nice move down in now. If we could take advantage of this TQQ move, that would be good. So we just did get an average in on this price, and we talked about wanting to sort of buy some of this, sell some of this strength. So, as we do that, let's buy some back as we come back into the 25 period moving average. Our average price now is just short here at 12s. It's not like it's a crazy price. We could get stopped out. We're still waiting for 69.60 all the way up to VWAP. Has this market, as Neil just said with Marvell, have we potentially caught a wee bit of a bid now? So what, Marvell just popped to new highs, I just heard?
You just said it again.
Okay, yeah, so there it goes again. So as Neil mentioned, there is some get up in some of these names. And we looked at AMD earlier. Interesting story there about Microsoft, obviously. They had a new story. They have a couple stories this AM, and one of them is buying some more AMD chips, and there it goes to the upside for AMD, and maybe they're testing Kimmy on that model right now. But Microsoft, I like this name, man. I talked about it on Friday. We added it to our portfolio challenge, and so far so good. Upside right now, just flat on the day though. But yeah, trying to hold some of those bids. And the real winner, I think, in all of this today, if you're looking at mega cap names, it's going to be Google. Yeah, big move higher. We didn't look at Meta yet though. What is Meta?
We did.
Did we? Okay.
Remember, because we saw that fake candle to 610.
Oh yeah. Earlier on, yeah. So yeah, Meta down today 1%. So. 1% against the market. The market's now up 1%, and Meta down 0.6. So, all right, man, that Q short that was cruising for us for a minute there. I thought we were going to break lower, and no, the market says, we're going the other way right now against you. So, looks like we'll take a little bit of profit out there. We're still holding pretty much the bag here on the TQs. So not that we mean to do this, but we're still waiting for VWAP. I thought it was going to be a little bit negative, but as this market swings back and forth, you can move around stocks pretty easily, it seems like these days. SpaceX back to 122, and we'll talk about that when we have some good outs on that. But 69.50 coming up real soon here. Just making sure where our stop is. Again, on the TQs, break of 60 right here. We want to make sure that level, 67, it looks like, for the TQQs would be it. Yeah, Marvell right back to day's high again. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but we'll take a little bit more on the Qs, and then we got to watch out for that 70 break higher.
Yeah, well, not to be completely outdone, there are some other names that are trying to go here. Broadcom just got above VWAP, and that's looking 2.5%. That's pretty good into the upside. Robinhood was just cruising to 101 a split second ago, so it finally broke out that $0.50. The buyers came in, it went right to first resistance in front of 101, and it's pulling back. So we'll hold a VWAP, and a give it to 100 is going to be the name of the game. Lucid is right at where we got in. So, I mean, Lucid's not really doing much. But back into VWAP comes SLV. So trend down, I can do this, which I draw, boom. There's from the pre-market, there's the opening range high. So I have to give it to above the volume weighted average price. So moving the stop down, gonna give it to about 50-50 and then re-enter this trade or reload this trade at the volume weighted average price here on SLV. So I'm just gonna get my stop moved on this bad boy and then we can move on to the next. This is one that we sort of found in the wind. It just happened to break trend at the moment that the futures were, for lack of a better word, giving it up. And then this just broke the trend line and lost the volume weighted average price. So just want to take a bit of a fill. I think continuation short until proven otherwise, right? You're making lower highs. When I look at the structure of the overall market too, the NASDAQ anyways, people get on, it's like, oh, don't talk about the NASDAQ like it's the market, that's more the ES. Fair, that's fair. False break of the high, and then more lower highs, and then into VWAP. So that's why we're looking for that reload in something like SLV, which when I see that tank down, gonna get some bids into the LOD and see if we can't get another one headed lower, lower, and more lower.
More lower.
Well, I hate to say it, but
I think so.
The dip buys just don't feel, well, not yet. They don't yet feel like we're blown out of the water. Like, what are the things that were weak that are above VWAP and holding? Like Robinhood, yes, but I'm not seeing like anything that's going to hold in the market up that's done that. You know, the strong names, like, you know, like Google's already done its work. Like, what's joined the party? Maybe Amazon can be something. Like Amazon, Meta, those would need to bring the Qs back up here. They're both just kind of teetering at VWAP, trying to make that next leg. So at least for now, I like to reload in anything that was relatively weak. And remember, everybody, when you're typing symbols in the chat, what I want you to do is make sure you use that dollar sign, right? Dollar sign and then whatever it is. So dollar sign, Oracle, DJK. I see you in there. Not to call anybody out, I'm just saying. We got IREN. I know these are interesting names. IREN,
sounds
AMC,
like you're calling people out.
SpaceX, Intel. First of all, I do it all the time. And rightfully so. I've said this before, and then people will call me, and Neil, you just typed in a symbol and you didn't use it. It just allows the visualizer, and you can see it sometimes behind us as well, to let us know what the interesting names are. We're going to be in what we see as interesting, what's on our quote boards, what's on our watch lists, what we see as high volume leaders, 100%. But it's always good to see what you guys are interested in. Like ZYBT, 5th on the list. I haven't looked at it. I don't know what that is. I'm going to assume it's a small cap gapper that everyone's in love with. Maybe. ZYBT.
Yeah, it's halted a couple times.
Oh, is that what?
Just quickly before we're now 70 cents in the money on SpaceX, so we take that 122.50. Now just trying to watch out to see where it floats on from here right now. So yeah, good little level, you know, obviously coming in here for our good friend SpaceX, and we take advantage of it. And now we'll wait to see where it goes from here. Just took a couple bids, now 70 cents in the money there. We did take an opportunity to get more short in the NASDAQ, as you know, we were just talking about where we would get stopped out. So now that it's made this move back in, we can now focus a little bit more here on what we're trying to do with the NASDAQ and bringing it on down now for that. And then IBIT, man, that was just a big one for sure. Like that was a good out there. It'll be, you know, a profitable stock today. Not too many profitable stocks on the board, but we're trying to pick and choose. We're not going too far away from our volume and everything like that, and not using a lot of shares and not getting frustrated with anything here today. But SpaceX goes right back into the money now as that name's starting to climb a little bit higher. So we definitely like to, or lower, sorry, higher on the P&L wise here as SpaceX. Yeah, right back into 121. Let's go SPCX as that's fallen right back in. So, hey man, let's take advantage of that. Punch them out more at 139. That's $1 right there off the reload, but still trying to do some damage on the futures there as we go back to the futures. And of course, this is the TQs, so it's a triple levered NASDAQ there. So as it bleeds into 69, we take some more fills there. Let's hopefully have a move lower. We're still going to wait to get stopped out above this level. And if it happens, man. It's a play that I don't mind taking. So we're going to try that right here on the T triple Qs. And hopefully we get another leg lower. But yeah, we're short SpaceX, we're short the Qs, and we're long over here on IBIT. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working with there today. Not much is hitting the scanners. There's that Goro again. This was a name that was delisted, but then
yeah, that should be gone.
No, I think what they did was reverse split, I guess, there to the upside. So $1 back to 360, and this one now halted up 100. I thought it was
was deleted.
Me too. Like when I saw that name, I didn't see much. LBGJ, this was a name from last week. So this has been a halter a little bit there today. I've traded the small cap name here, SkyQ. Got taken out right at the bottom of that trade. So in early on the first halt, I just laughed because it was pretty good. Like we didn't have a whole bunch of shares, but it was looking like it was cruising through $5 and stopped. And now this name not really looking like it wants to halt too much, but it's ZYBT. This is the big one, right? This is 65 million shares. So this is what I thought SkyQ would maybe start to do, but ZYBT right now trying to look at $2. So that could be a good stop and go zone there, $2 or so. But here we go, right back in again. I'm gonna take another bid here at why not at 5s and 6s here, as this is a big trade for me now on the NASDAQ. So hopefully if it breaks, there's another fill at the 25 period moving average. Was hoping for a bigger trade. Now we shouldn't jinx it. Let's see if it does get back down in. I'm bidding 69 flat. And also SpaceX right now, last time we were there, it was 85 cents in the money. $1.20. Let's bid another bid here at 121. And now let's see if we get back into the lows of SpaceX, about $120 so far there. Hey man, it's going to be a green day. If I got out right now, we'd basically be flat on the day, despite going back and forth with a bunch of these names. But it's SpaceX right now turning green for the P&L here so far today. SpaceX downside. Let's see if we can get a bigger move. And look, this stop out honestly was 123 break. So definitely now off the reload, it's looking like a little bit of a better trade here. But that's SpaceX for you. Oh, SK Hynix, we were looking at 154 on that name. What happened?
Nah.
Yeah, 155 low. So we missed that by $1. But that was a good level there for anybody that looked at it, now up $2. But yeah, not much going on here. I don't think really for SK Hynix today, other than downside. I mean, to try to catch a bid, like that would have been short-lived. That's 10 minutes, but and then it makes new lows. So I think right here, this might be a decent level. The first time we tested our 50-period moving average. But oh boy, man, we're doing some damage here on SpaceX, IBIT, and the TQs.
For Gamecraft Nico, you're asking for the tap on BIYA. That is $8.70. So this one, another small capper, halted to the upside, $8.68. It's moving around a little bit here, but suffice to say, it's looking like it wants to open a little bit higher. Not terribly, but a little bit higher. Mike P. DeRider. I've known Sean. It's grade 10, grade 9, or grade 10,
yeah,
something like that.
Probably grade 9.
I feel like it was in high school.
Yeah,
but
just like 10, 15 years ago. So, you know.
We were on the same basketball, well, midget boys basketball.
So that would have been grade 10.
That's great.
So
that
we
was in
definitely
grade 10.
ourselves the year before that.
Yeah, that was in grade 10. Just very quickly, there's the wick out under VWAP for Robinhood. Robinhood's one of the longs I like today, so it gets back above VWAP. I'm right back into the hooded one and going to give it back to that 100 level again. It wicked it and got to like 99, 98, so I'm going to give it to just underneath that and a little bit more room. We're going right back up to the desk with Adara, Sector Watch.
I would say this board isn't as aggressive as some of the boards we've seen in recent weeks, either to the upside or the downside. You've got a lot of sectors that are kind of just lightly green or lightly red here. Let's get into it. Health tech, a little bit red here. Same with consumer durables, consumer services, process industries, commercial services, distribution, non-energy minerals, and finance. Then you've got the sectors that are a little bit strong here, like retail trade, mostly here led by Amazon. Energy minerals here quite strong, we know. Oil back in focus here as tensions between the U.S. and Iran are heating back up. Industrial services doing quite well. And producer manufacturing, a little bit of spots of strength here. Now let's get into the tech sectors because this is where I think things get pretty interesting. Electronic tech, you've got NVIDIA, Broadcom, Micron, AMD, Intel, Seagate, SanDisk, all to the upside. So basically names that were struggling last week, trying to recover today. Then you've got Apple, GE, and Dell to the downside. Tech services, pretty much all right except for Google. Geo OGL to the upside, in case you guys missed it, the information reported before the bell that Google is going to be introducing this new frozen V2 chip, which is apparently a server chip that will allow for greater efficiency when used with its Gemini models. That being said, every other name in this sector looks rough. Adobe here, that's down nearly 4%. Netflix down 2% in earnings day 2. You've got Oracle down 3.5%. Apparently more issues for that project. Jupiter data center and some more delays with that data center in mind. You've got Accenture to the downside. So if you're not Google or Datadog or AppLovin, probably not doing too hot here in tech services. Back to you.
Yeah, Datadog was a recent buy there by Investors Business Daily or something. So good look on that one. SpaceX made a move back upside, so that was, some good covers down there at 121. The low it got was 120. I know I'm talking about the same names, but that is what it is. IBIT trying to make a move back up. We're still waiting for that one. And then the TQ is doing its own thing. Uber. Okay, Uber, yeah. So Uber just coming up right now because it is trying to make a little bit of a run to the high side right now. It's still a POS in my opinion, but right back into those levels right now for Uber, 72 and change. We'll wait to see what's going on. I mean, I hope this name gets going. I'm long it, but it's not like this has been, if you, this is just a joke that we always say, but if you scan that barcode, you get $5 off your next ride. But it's not doing anything right now, Uber. So I think there's much better spots to look at there than UBER. So watch out for Uber and potentially, where that name wants to go from here. Just waiting for the TQs to do something. You guys want to talk about IonQ, Tesla, BE? Yeah, that story on BE, I mean, that's downside, right? Wasn't Bloom Energy a $300 and something stock not too long ago? Wow. Talk about a name. And this is the thing. Like, you guys can ask Sharif on the midday. I have no idea where he's in or where he's out or anything like that. But I know this was a name that he had taken. I think it was through this break. I'm pretty sure he's long in the $100 area somewhere there. But, when you get a 3.5x type of trade, look what happens to Bloom Energy not even that long ago. Like, this name just got absolutely crushed down to the downside right now, down another 7%. And this is at big time risk of falling right into this 200 period moving average. And here we go, man. This is finally a story where I think the short sellers might have got it right. Like, they brought that story about China and the overexposure there into China and how they said that there was none of their sales were relying on China. And then someone said, well, what about
aren't they
this? And then boom to the downside. So I don't think there's been much of a defense there. I do know that the CEO did come out and said blah, blah, blah. And then
well, sorry, I was going to say that there as well, Sean. Their defense still didn't really address the main thing. They just said, oh, well, it's not a huge part of our China chain, but they didn't deny the fact that there is an aspect because they previously said there was no part. So that really is my issue. I think the way they did the denial leaves a lot of room for interpretation.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was.
It wasn't direct enough.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, it's not, really defendable if it's true. So, you got to just be careful with. Wow, there it is, man. We are now, boom, put it upside down. Positive now P&L on the day because there goes the TQQs. And the reason why sometimes it takes me a little longer to get positive is because the first couple trades I put on much bigger shares than I do near the end. So I need to change that up, which is why I'm saying this needs to be less and this needs to be more. So now that we're finally printing to the downside right here, it's going to be a decent morning, not a big one here, but hey, green is green, as we talk about that all the time, right? And I was saying that just to Joe, even just right now, it's like, we put up the losers, like I put up IBIT, did go against me, then we bought that level there. And I just hear sometimes, because especially when you're trading small cap names, like a SkyQ or, any of these names there, sometimes you can have a day where you can go 0 for 3, 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 6, 0 for 7, 0 for 10. But it's just about saying to yourself, am I still, reasonable to make a comeback, and not try to get absolutely smoked with share size. So that's what I was saying about SpaceX. Like, how am I just now getting back to green when I really only have one loser and two winners? It's because my very first trade is bigger shares. So when I lose like $1, let's just say you lose $1 on 100 shares, you now need to make $2 on 50 shares, right? To make that back. So that's where it's, to me, I got to work on share sizing and getting back into the pocket because I definitely tend to have more winners than losers, but it's about the share size that I put on at those appropriate times. And right now, glad to have this on for sure. We have a good size on right now for the TQs, but that's only because we averaged into it. Even now, after all of this, I still basically wind up having the same amount of shares that I had right here. So when I lose 20 or 30 cents, I need to make more on this move to come back in. So, but anyways, it all works out in the end. And that's all. I just wanted to say, that's kind of part of trading is you take shots and you just hope that the one shot or two shots that work out for you, you do have enough shares on board. And that's why I'm telling you, to be green in a day like today where we've had some mistakes and possible share size issues is pretty decent. But it looks like right here, SpaceX holding that 121. So a couple good outs in and around these levels. And I mean, this is why you got to have, we talk about that with Michael Noss and everybody that comes on our show that's like a professional. It's like you try not to use emotions. You try to just to use some of the levels. So when you come into this 50 period moving average, those are good outs, so But anyways, that's enough talk about that one. It's now 10:46, and I have some bad news for everybody. Once again, don't have the menu for what's for lunch.
I have a feeling that like
it's either somebody. I think the guy that sends it is on vacation,
and they don't have a backup. I was about to say the same thing. It doesn't really make a difference, but we haven't got it in a couple of weeks. But the thing about levels, right? A key price level, there can be many ways to trade off of it. So like one is just sit there in front and like just kind of catch the bid as it goes and runs into you. Whether it's at 99. To me, I didn't, so I missed the bottom. Then all of a sudden, higher lows came into Robinhood, and I'm playing it off of 100 in VWAP instead of 99. So I'll get stopped out when it loses VWAP. But then when it wicks it, I'm back in and give it to the same low. Lucid, which is holding underneath VWAP, that also broke trend in here. So there's Lucid breaking the trend line, so shorting it into VWAP and then trying to play it into the lows. Is another way to go here. I'm gonna continue to short the pops on Lucid as long as it holds under the volume weighted average price. I tried to get more shares when it broke back underneath, but that's now at VWAP, so I'm gonna leave my order in there. The market is trying to go. So our first shot, silver lower, then came into the trend on SLV, wicked the top and got out. So if it wicks the top and goes under VWAP, I take the short again and give it to that same, well, basically the wick high. So it's not the exact same high, but just a couple of pennies in higher. So we'll see if Robinhood's going to be able to hold up. But silver actually showing some signs of strength in here. If you're wondering, hey, you're looking at silver, what's going on with the rest of metals? They're going to move together. I tend to prefer SLV because percentage-wise, it's going to move more than gold, but basically similar. Trend down with the attempt to break out that trend line. So far, I mean, it is looking like the market is relatively weak. I do still like the one long that I'm in, but you got to temper expectations. If we get to 101.5, that's going to be a good target and then play off of VWAP. You're not really blasting higher anywhere that makes me that confident. So I want to stay mostly short here and even look for one more, which I'm leaning into SMCI. That's a new one I'm watching, but it just can't seem to even get to the volume weighted average price. That's about as clear downtrend as I've seen in some of the chip names that's reasonable at these price levels. Plus, I also think it's just a bad stock. Like these guys, they got fundamental problems that are going on. And sentiment-wise, no one seems to want to buy the dip as heavily on them as well.
Yeah, 10:48. We normally will have what's for lunch coming up. So I ask everybody else out there, yo, Fabian. Man, Fabian, that hair. When's the last time, Fabian, that you cut that? Like a couple years, maybe. November 2022. Wow. Okay. Congratulations to being, patient with that growth there.
I saved so much.
That's crazy.
Saved so much money on haircuts. Yeah, but then you lost money on shampoo. You lost money on shampoo. I save a lot of money on shampoo. Very smart over here.
I could save money on haircuts, but I don't. Like
exactly. You don't.
I could just always shave it off myself.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's.
I like my barber.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That's what I was saying. Why am I even going to a barber? Who knows? But here it is. Okay, so man, back into the day's low. We're at the high spot. We've been at all day. So whenever you're at the highest spot, you spend some money round and round and round. So there it goes, man. Another green day. We've been putting up a bunch of these this month and into June. We got some confidence, after SpaceX, after SK Hynix, and just after, this is our kind of market, man. I mean, I love markets moving a couple percentage points every single day. And today you're up about 1.5 percentage up there. You've given that all back into the lows again. So yeah, buddy, here we go. We're bidding 62s, and there's the fill on 62. So now we're getting excited. Let's go back over. Instead of saying what's for lunch, let's go who's making the money here at Real Trading. So this could be a segment that we'll do every day. We had a lot of traders that are with us right now. So let's go have a quick look at who has made the money on Friday. So this goes back to all the traders here at Real Trading on Friday. So like I said, hey, we just talked about hair. There's someone Turkey planned. So what's going on there with the Turkish market up 11,000? Wait a second, Turkey was on there last week too one day, so okay.
Yes.
47, I almost feel like I almost feel like I already ran through this. I feel like this is not updated. I don't know what is the date? I don't know if we can get a date on this, but anyways, all right, let's pretend like this isn't it. I don't think this is from Friday. I actually think this is from Thursday. But anyways, Amex New York, and just to show you some of the markets, nothing really here in Europe, but we do have Hong Kong down there. So just to show you, I have over 60 lit markets right now at Real Trading, including Blue Ocean, which is right there. And we always talk about Blue Ocean being a day plus delayed. So that's probably, it could be from Thursday for sure. But there it is. is, man. All the markets being made mostly in the New York, on North American markets on Friday, but I have a feeling this is Thursday. I'll find out more about that. We'll do another look at that in the afternoon when potentially it's a little more updated. Look, IBIT, again, let's go, man. Cash it out. I mean, this is part of the game. Like, no matter how much you love a stock, and I just went over buying stocks on dips and avoiding, too much bias on what you think and actually just trading off the levels. I mean, the VWAP man is here and we just took it out right there. So, we got to take out plays when levels are hit. So we're going to have to wait for IBIT to get back up to those. Otherwise, we wait for it to dunk on itself all the way back down to the downside. But right now, man, the market's bleeding. The market's at day's low. We're short. I'm short over here. And we've got Adara back at the desk with Money Talks.
Looks like the U.S. dollar here maybe trying to do a bit of some bull flag action, not to get too technical with it, guys, but you have this push up here starting the latter half of June 2026. Then we consolidate, making lower highs and lower lows, but there's been a nice push here over the last 3 days. This is our third straight green session in the DXY. Can we break out? Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'd have to break above that 101.3 area first. Now, the reason I'm getting so into technicals is because I have very, very little to tell you when it comes to actual kind of data that's coming out this week, because we have very little. On Friday, we have probably the most interesting economic data prints by far, and even then, that's not saying too much here. At 9:45 a.m. on Friday, you'll get the S&P Services, Manufacturing, and Composite PMI prints. At 10 a.m., you'll be getting new home sales. So that's Friday, but again, not too much leading into that Friday print. Here's a look at the CME Fed Watch tool. Roughly 86% of participants expecting rates to be held at that meeting that's now less than 2 weeks away, the July 29th Fed meeting. 14% of participants expecting a 25 basis point hike. Now, probabilities here are getting more interesting. For a while now, we've seen that we're probably going to be getting a hike here, at least according to what participants are expecting in September. But it's kind of oscillated here on and off if we're going to be getting any other hikes over the next handful of months. Well, now we're seeing here in March 2027 the possibility of an additional 25 basis point hikes. We could be getting 2 25 basis point hikes over the next 6 to 8 months. That could be the future here of the rate trajectories. We send you back over to the guys.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you, as always, Adara. Going to give you the...
Thank you very much, Adara.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Have to every single time and appreciate it. All the news this morning was actually a bunch of news that was outside of our watch list, and I want to thank Derek for running it all down, although down is where most of those things are heading, even like the Alphabets of the world. Lucid just took the open range bottom, but that was at 710. The actual low, you guys can see the wick there, it was into about 680. I guess it was support on Friday. It wasn't really trading it above VWAP at 680, so that's going to be the next target in. Robinhood, I think, at this point, the market's at the low. Like, this is the NASDAQ trying to break the low of the day, and Robinhood is holding on for dear life at VWAP. That's a good sign. It's still putting in higher lows, but I can't be one of those people that likes trends. Boom, boom, boom. It's barely holding on to the trend line. If this loses trend under VWAP, that's an easy out and probably a reversal underneath $100 on Robinhood. I have to respect the trend. Like, if it loses that little bit of a trend line, just because you want it to be a long doesn't make it a long. Still looking for it to close in and fill that gap to about 102.5. But the way the NASDAQ is going down, it could just be a tough one for Robinhood. Even one of the strongest names out there. Remember how we're gushing about Marvell? Yeah, Marvell back and underneath VWAP. So this is one of the other reasons why I just feel like it's overall more of a short than it's not. Show me the strong name that's holding the bid. You know, they're barely doing so. Like I said, Robinhood barely doing so. Alphabet's barely holding on to the volume weighted average price. So I'm not going to let this hood go too far away. This will probably end up being closer to a flat trade, and then I am going to reverse it. And if the short works out, fantastic. That'll just be a short through a key level instead of a long in front of the key level. You got to be able to play it in both directions for sure. I do see a little small cappers out there that everyone's still asking about. That BIYA, Sharif just got a little bit excited. It halted twice to the upside. It's now halted down. So that's went almost to $10 and now halted down at 833, tapping 820. That's a pretty nasty reversal candle, but, oops, my NASDAQ chart is still over there. But keep in mind, that is almost exactly where it turned around the last time it was up here. So reverse split, got to about $9.50, and then tanked, and then made fresh lows. So it's basically squeezed into exactly where the bag holders were left the last time, and then they start selling in. I don't think the hedge funds that short these types of things are very subtle about where they try to short in front of. They just see a level that people sold before, they sell into it, and oftentimes if it breaks, they probably just sell more.
Yeah.
Because they think it's a reverse split that's going to zero, or just going back to the point at which they need to reverse split again. So you really got to take out some of those tops. It needs to take out like $10 if it's really going to go. We are going again to the desk. We have a little bit more from Adara.
You guys, just keep an eye here in USO. It's been pretty range-bound, actually quite strictly range-bound all morning so far. But seeing some reports here from Axios, apparently we have an update here with Israel and Lebanon. IDF withdrawal from the pilot zones in southern Lebanon set to take place tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. Hopefully all goes well there. But either way, here Axios reporting IDF withdrawing from the pilot zones in southern Lebanon starting tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara.
USO has been
On fire, wasn't it today?
Here's the scary
I don't know
thing.
if it's doing today.
I'm just going to use a black chart instead of flipping over. But that does look a little bit precarious. I don't have a button for a flat top break or a breakout, but I would hit it right now. 125. Overnight highs, Friday highs, higher lows. Everything about this is like you're one headline away, which is another reason why I think there can be some pressure on the market, so to speak. So here, finally back underneath VWAP is SLV. Again, I want this to close in that gap. But if 125 goes on USO for any reason, maybe we get a headline. We haven't had too much. Maybe it just technically goes for, I don't know, just exuberant buyers. Who knows? Any reason like that. It's just going to be more pressure making the shorts work out. So the last remaining long for myself is it's teetering. For now, Robinhood's still holding, so I can't really hate on it. But you got to break out 101 at some point. This is not worthy of a reload yet. I want to see a little bit more strength. Make a new high so that you're putting in some higher highs along with the higher lows. Then I'll feel better about the continuation of this trend.
There we go. I don't know if this is from Mike James. I don't think SpaceX actually failed any more launches today, but God bless to you too, as well as it's another big trade there on SpaceX. As we said, man, it's been a good day today. You know, well into the green, and everything's working out. I mean, you know, IBIT never punched out. It did go against us, but it went down into 36.25. This will be my top P&L name though today will be the TQQs. So this is going to be the top, well, obviously, as we come into the day's low right now on the TQQs. Like we wrote down 68 as a possible long. So we want to start to clear out some of these trades as we get lower and lower here on the NASDAQ into today. Maybe it goes green, but we had written down on the sticky note, $68. If you guys are looking for something to trade off of, that note is available on X. And even though we're bouncing a little bit here, wow, decent bounce. I'm going to cancel where is my 26 fill? There it is, cancel that. We just got out at 30s there as it was bouncing around. We probably could get 26, but now 75 cents in the money on this one as we go back to the futures again. And then there's the SpaceX that you're talking about. Look, I've just been getting out. So my out is now, I've changed everything because I got to get out of here. We'll go to the gym and we'll let these trades sort of just happen for us. It's been a decent day already, so no problems there. We like it when it's like that. 122.50. What about just getting out at 123? Our stop right now, we're short at 122.25. So let's go out there on SpaceX at 123. We could put that as our out just in case that hits as we get ready to pass it off into the midday show. But yeah, short. And then SKYH. I liked it at 154. It's coming in right now into 154. But with the market being low, we've got the low of the day. We've got a great position actually here on the TQs. So let's just hold that short. Let's hold the short in the NASDAQ. And we're starting to get a lot out now of IBIT. If IBIT bounce gets below our current price, then we're going to get out. But IBIT right now really working for us right here. So yeah, man, big. Not a big day, but a successful one at the end of it all. So thank you for watching us one more time. Everybody in the chat, a lot of love for all of you. Thanks, Adara, for the updates here today, this morning as well. I don't see, there's one. I was going to say, one's in the house. One's in the house now. So shout out to that. So you'll get some updates on Europe and Asia and all that coming through very soon as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to watch. Small cappers going absolutely crazy. There was that BIYA. I know Sharif will probably be interested in that one as it's trying to go. But we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Rough start for the markets, but technically they're still up. The NASDAQ and the ES are actually in the green. Will that last It's not feeling like it, but we'll find out soon. We got Joey options, we got the professor, and an unknown thing that we're going to eat for lunch. My guess is chicken.
Sandwiches again.
No, sandwiches.
Chicken's a great.
Sandwiches. I hope it's
sandwiches. I hope they would be the best ones of all time. All right, let's go back over to the desk with these two hooligans over here.
I wouldn't mind being a soccer hooligan. See that movie, The Soccer Hooligans from the 80s, man?
Yeah, remember the man I was telling you about those?
Days. Boom! Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and we're both wearing white. It is actually not that hot outside.
Mine's like a cream. Yesterday was beautiful, man.
It's really nice right now.
Yesterday was really nice.
Humidity and the smog is clearing as well. And you can very clearly see that. Shout out to customer.
America didn't want that smoke, eh?
Okay, that's you over there. Get him, guys. Get him. He's right there. Come on. The G's back. We got Eclectic Fashions, El Jefe. Sup, El Jeffy. We got Other Zinc, Sufan, Patrick Irving, Manny Oliveris. We got Oleg from Ukraine, Gamecraft Nico. Shout out to Green Saber and Dave. We got High Fo Star and Rex Banner. Shout out to Wannabe Trader as well. If you want to be a trader, Michael P. DeRider. We got the Profit Taker, man. Danny Patel's in the house. Shout out to PMAC and Mr. Thumbs Up. Commodity Freaking King and Haley. We got Trader K20 and Crazy Dirt Weed. Morning, bros. Let's rip. He says, shout out to Shy. Shout out to Scott H. Giddy up. Mr. Kevin G. Mr. Icky. MBC Chow. What? Shal, Andrew, shout out to Sean Carter as well. Hey, Mr. Carter, Green Day Dean. We got FFOE6RL, and who else, man? Tyler the Trader, Don Baca, and H. Florin. One more, Joey. B. Cameron. Shout out to B. Cameron. Shout out to everybody there. And shout out to Bravely and the TikTok Odd. Thank you for joining us, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on TikTok. We're doing it live no matter what platform we're on. Joey, talk to him.
Yeah, all right, guys. VinFast brought to you by, hold on, we're pulling up. We're a little late on this. VinFast ad read continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Refrain Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Before we send it back to you, we must pay a little homage to our good guy and our good friend over there on TikTok, Bravely. We'll give a couple of shout-outs there. Bravely. We got Bunny Clark, what's up? Talent, the One Tell, Canadian flag, we like that one. Ali Pezarak, from here to there. I love that one, actually, to be honest with you. Matt, Bryce, I mean, I'm always from here to there. Kendrick, Pharaoh, T-Trader, Joseph Orzo. Have to give a shout-out to my fellow Joes out there. And then we also have, as a man thinketh, okay, Michael, Kira, and Don the Bob. Sharif, I hope you had a fantastic. I know you were telling me a little bit about your weekend, nice and relaxed, man, and that's what I'm talking about. A little heel toe express for me yesterday. I like getting the steps in. That was a lot of fun. What's going on, Ash, and everyone else in the chat? I hope we're all having fantastic days. Joe, correct? Yeah, I get that one.
Joe Kerr.
Yeah. You see what they did there? All right, enough is enough, Sharif. Let's talk a little trading. Are you
gonna punch?
Can I see you guys trade VinFast? Yeah, we'll get Sharif will be on that momentarily. So what we will do here, what's up, Kevin? Hope everyone's having a good one. One attempt here on the T-Triple-Qs, and that was it. It was AC Slater to that one. Shout out Tommy Gunn McMillan, the new UFC superstar. This kid's an absolute stud. But here it is, right? Like, we're looking for that balance right below the volume-weighted average price, and we weren't fortunate enough to get that one. But what we do have cooking up right now, and you'll see as soon as I do a transaction of my average price, but we'll break down our trades on it. I'll take a little bit off around the highs here. Very illiquid today, but there's a solid deal. You can see the market's moving lower. Meta is moving higher. More shares would be more ideal, but that's not the case over the scenario we're currently sitting in. Now, we take an initial loss, right? So I start out of the gate 0 for 2, But then we're fortunate enough to grab the lows here on FBL, and then now we're starting to climb to 26.94. So we'll take almost, 70 cents plus on this move, and I was only risking about 10 cents. So we like that. Did I hit a 7-to-1? No, because I did offload exactly half of my shares on this first partial, and then I did an additional 33%, and now I'm sitting on less than a quarter after we take some out at the pre-market highs. Now, as for my watch list this morning, guys, we have NVDA fluctuating. Gore of Los Pollos, we both know this. We don't love pre-market rallies. Why? Because that tends to lead into some intraday selling, and that's exactly what we've seen here today. Now, I had DRAM on my list, but that was removed as we've seen all-time lows here in SpaceX to $120. I'm glad that we removed that 125 bid just because I believe we might see a little bit lower. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if we go high 90s or even around $100. We know that next level of open interest, which we'll pull up right now before we send over to Sharif, is right at that $100 marker here on SpaceX. Let's keep an eye out on these levels just in case. And we also have this thing going to start to report earnings, guys. Look at this. It's lifted.
What happened,
it's
Joey?
ACC. It might be in a whole heap of trouble here, Sharif. SpaceX in the near future. So let's keep an eye out on some of these levels.
There goes S. And Bovin's already celebrating in the chat, man.
Right.
Bovin gets me pumped up, man. No. Let's go, Bovin. I think Bovin's already long on the dot, and, you know, we were trading the dot on Friday, and it just looks like we're putting in another bull flag today, guys, with a breakout there right at 705. This one needn't have a headline because it is a former convict, meaning it has shown up on our scanner multiple times, and as you look over the last few days, it's had a great couple of last days, especially Friday, where it was like trading at $14 thereabout. When all was said and done, this thing closed at 25, and then look at today. High a day, 35.50. The pre-market high, though, 35.40, so technically a breach of that pre-market high, but not by much, by a couple of shekels there. So S. Shout out to the OG Bovin in focus. Bovin was like, yo, I'm going to call this out. Get ready. I'm like, yo, I'm ready, bro. You know, you just let me know when we punch. So S. Bottom right of your screen. You'll see on the top left of your screen, though, ZYBT. For my very good American friends, I won't take shots at the States saying, you know, they don't want smoke like your friend Joey Options.
I will. I'll gladly, because they are my.
I'll leave that to you, my guy.
Because they are my friends, I will take shots.
That's fair. Yeah, you can poke fun at your friends, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are friends for? ZYBT, though. Look, I don't want to say this one's had the best trade is behind it, but it's clearly got a lot of resistance at 2. No closing prints above 2 with a high of the day at 206. It is trying to hold up above the 10 EMA, but it's in a bit of a consolidation phase here. So I submit to you the breakout comes at around 8:30, and we've been kind of moving sideways a little bit here since 10:15, 10:20. So ZYBT in focus. There's more. S. Yes. Don Baca. Joe.
Yeah.
Put in your S. And $15 birds now. He tagged me and you, says that. OG Darth Trader. No more Canadian smoke. Yeah, man. Well, good for our lungs as well, man. We were having to breathe that crap in, and it was closer to us than it was to you. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Trust me.
Just before we go to see it, Tiffany, I got to show them what's going on here with BIYA because Neil was calling this one out. And down goes BIYA, bleeding its own blood. It's making the low of the day as we speak, of course. But guys, this is just the low of the day subsequent to 9:30. This one was doing all sorts of action, all sorts of volume in the pre-market. So we got to respect those pre-market levels. They're not transient. They're not on low volume. They have to be respected. But BIYA in focus, we'll talk to you about that. And we'll talk to you about some others when we get back from SIA.
Huge uptick on BABA here, BABA. Keep an eye out. Just reports coming in that Alibaba will be appealing Europe's EU's record fine. Uptick on BABA, BABA. They will be appealing Europe's EU's record fine.
Yeah, well, it's not just the American companies who can catch smoke now, Joey. Yeah, anybody can get it. It's like the Strait of Hormuz. Anybody can get it.
We may as well just start calling everybody Adrian Boner. No?
You said Broner, right?
Yeah, I meant to.
Yeah. Because I was like, what did I just hear, my guy? No. Love you, but yeah, like I'm not gonna second that.
Chill.
Yeah. Look, I heard what I heard. You heard it too, right, Katina, man?
Now I know why you watch it.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do anything. I know what his name is. The thing about our job, Joseph
No,
Options, is everything is recorded.
It is.
It's there
evidence.
permanently,
You know
bro.
who I meant. You know who I meant.
Love
Because
this
he is
guy,
the
bro.
can man.
Joey Money, baby. Joey
That's
Money.
crazy.
No, we're having a fantastic
Yeah, I'm
time.
probably going to leave now.
Where are you going, Joey? All right, man. ZYBT is halted to the upside. We're talking about a $2.06 up haul. We're just crapping on this one, right? Oh, it's having trouble with two. What happened, Katina Man? iBid is ripping, says the Katina Man. There he is. Are you long, Katina Man? Yeah, of course he's long, man. What am I asking? iBid breaking through some key levels there in about 36 2/3. Keep your eye on the bit. Katina Man is long, IBIT. ZYBT, the one that I'm focusing on, though, Katina Man, it is halted up at 260. Halt time, 11:10:29. Earliest open, 11:15:29. What's the tap show, Joey? Well, you know what? We halted at 206. The tap showing me 220. So right away, bless you, Ram. Right away, I'm very, very pumped that this one has got a good little trend under its belt here, and we're going to keep a close eye here on ZYBT because it's up 195%, man. So 200% on the day. It's halted to the upside above 2. It's got all the right characteristics here. We need to keep our eye on that. But by the same token, let's keep an eye on the dot. As Bovin astutely pointed out, SDLT reclaiming VWAP on the way to 34. It's a 35.50 high a day. Let me tell you something. We take out 34.50, 35, we could be Rip City into at least 40, right? And then you know the dot, right? The dot can do crazy things. The dot can see 50 by the end of the day. So, make sure you've got this one on the side chart. You've got everything lined up. You got your hotkeys ready. You got your levels ready, everything like that. So we're going to keep here a close eye on SDLT, but we've got others. While we wait for the resumption on ZYBT, we can keep a close look here on ADVB, which is losing the volume-weighted average price. Be careful with that one. There are others that are trending higher. SLNH, middle right of your screen, lower volume, but great trend. You're going to see as well top right of your screen NUAI. This one's also knocking on the door for what Neil would probably call a flat top break through 495. Look at that. Once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice. 4 times, 1105, going into 495. No closing prints, though. So we're really accumulating here on NUAI for what could be a big break through 495. And one must assume that we probably mosey on into $5, if not higher. So keep your eye on that as I watch the dot. Turn back here, Bovin. I need an explanation for why you didn't punch in 10,000, 5,500 shares and take this one to 35.50. But SDOT, guys, putting in a bit of an inverse hammer candle topping tail. Be careful with S dot. We're going to keep a close eye on this one, Joey, as we keep a close eye on BIYA as it continues to bleed down into that $6 area, $6.21 low. Here comes $6 on BIYA. The shorts are absolutely in control now. Now that 650 has been lost, you need to keep an eye on 6, though. That was a pre-market top early on in the pre-market, around 4 to the breakout there at 5. So $6 and focus on BIYA, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. This chart here isn't justifying what we're actually looking at, because I think it's a little bit more liquid than what's being displayed right now. As you can see here, now we take a little bit more off at 0.3s to see if we can rock and roll. Now I'm just sitting on a fraction of a percent. But other than that, man, we were fortunate enough to catch the bottom or the low of the day here on Meta, as it's probably one of the better performing names. See, I'm struggling to speak today, Sharif, as we can tell from earlier. But anyways, aside from that, here's the NVDA stuck within this range. Ozan, you know where I stand on this in particular? Like, at the end of the day, I do believe that we're in a little bit of overhead resistance time frame right now, because what we were seeing last week, okay, that's SpaceX. I'm like, what's going on here? So what we were seeing from last week is completely different this week, which is good. All right, so we'll take that. That's a step in the right direction. Now, are more of these shorts going to be lifted off? Excuse me, as we continue to appreciate? Last week, we were looking at 90,000 plus contracts through some of these strike prices. This is significantly less, which is positive for the name. Now we want to see where a base is potentially going to be formed. I mean, there is a lot through the 200s all the way down to 190 on the put side of things, but this is absorbable in my opinion. All right, so let's climb, man. I told you where, like, what number we hit, then I'm going to be moving to Dallas with you. So be prepared for that. Yeah. I told my price target on NBA.
You know what I just thought about the other day? I'm an idiot, right? So I'm like, remember what I said? Yeah, we're both stupid. All right. No, remember I was like, oh, I probably won't go back. There's really nothing to visit. Completely forgetting the fact that my Cowboys play there. Of course I'm going to go back, man. Now that
I never knew that you stated that you weren't planning on going back there.
Well, I was like, oh, it's great to, like, you know, live and raise a family, but there's not much in the way of sightseeing or anything to really to do.
Yeah,
right?
It's just flat. It's pretty flat, man.
It's pretty flat. I mean, I just don't mean like, you know, there's no beach or anything like that.
In the middle of everything.
But like, look, man, I'm ready to go, man. We'll catch the Dallas game there. All right, quick reminder, guys. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's mine daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. The big market stories, the key technical levels, the trade plans, how about the catalysts, and what we're actually watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, you get posts, you get custom emojis, and don't forget those loyalty badges. You get those as well. Hit the join below the video. Hit the join below the video to become a member now. Shout out to everybody who's joined up so far and everybody who's using it. Here it is, Tiff. This is the unadulterated version. This is the Word version, which you guys don't get. You guys get the PDF. Top story today, USO, as it's bouncing. How about Meta and their Tennessee trial? How about Starship launching, hopefully, on this Thursday? DRAM is actually up today because of Kimi. Everybody was thinking Kimi was going to put RAM down. Not so. Baba's on there with a Quen 3.8 punch. How about BA? And, of course, the Era show there in England. Jolly old England. We also have a couple of earnings names there with DPZ and some others. So make sure to get the morning note every day if you're not already subscribed. And by the way, as I mentioned earlier, the Katina Man and the Neil are now putting members-only videos behind that. So if you want to get those, you got to be a subscriber. Otherwise, sorry.
Yo, let me answer a question quick and go over a couple of things. So there it goes, new high of the day in Meta. But Don, why not use SQQ over the TQQ? I think it's more or less a psychological thing, right? Like they're the exact same thing as you mentioned. So I think the TQs is a little bit more liquid than the SQs, but again, if you're stating that, hey, it's the exact same thing, why not go long on a short day? I understand that. I used to use it quite a bit too, especially on stronger. I started in 2022 and it was a lot more bear sentiment during that time frame. And I was just more comfortable with going long. And if that's the case, if you believe the market's going to be short and you want to go long the SQ, by all means, continue to do so. But as you mentioned, it's the exact same thing. Other than that, guys, Google up to 356. That's a nice little bounce. I don't have anything else right now, Sharif. I just wanted to answer that question because Don asked this multiple times.
All right, man. I'm involved in a couple of trades. Let's get to the first and foremost. I got into ZYBT, and there it goes into 20. We're looking for more. We're looking for a move into the third of $1. So look, I'm out if it loses 2. All right. I get there's some technical levels just below 2, 195, this, that, and the other. But I'm looking for a little bit. I'm looking to do some damage control here in case this one really does turn around. We got a couple of prints so far as this one did spike up into the mid to low 20s, but we have no continuity so far to test the high of the day, which is at 27. So keeping an eye on that. I'm also doing all right here on NUAI. We took the flat top break that we talked about through 495. It is a 501 high. Next profit taker for me, 505. Let's see if this one can decisively clear that $5 area. The answer to that question right now is no. Continuing to watch ZYBT. I do have, here we go. There we go. There's a high day test again. And we took out every single print except the 27 print. And there goes 27. So now we're going to set up at 31 and it's going to halt up, Katina Man. 231 limit up. We need 10 seconds at this level. Let's see if we can limit up on ZYBT. It's got to be at this level for another few seconds over here. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're halted to the high side. ZYBT showing a top at 245, Mr. Options. So we're looking here for the $0.5 touch and drop or touch and rip, man. I wouldn't want to. Well, maybe we want it to touch and drop so we can add a little bit more onto ZYBT over here. But we're going to keep a close eye. I see you, Tisha.
Okay.
Get it, girl. All right, we're watching that. Tisha Perkins in the house. Now I can rest a little bit easier. Now I know somebody's going to be backstopping over here because she's got the big money over there, my boy. She punches in big position. Shout out to Tisha. NUAI, looking for that one. Shout out to my man James Thomas, 478. Texas is pretty boring. Yeah, I wouldn't call it boring, brother. I mean, it's not the typical holiday that I go on. I'm a beach guy, you know, excursion guy. That really wasn't the playbook in Texas. The playbook was to watch a World Cup, right? And mosey on down to Houston as well. So it was a little different for me. But I gotta tell you, the Metroplex, very impressed with that place. Great highways, great roads, great food too. Like everywhere you go, there's just barbecue.
But yeah,
there's just protein everywhere,
man. Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Well, if you want to call it that, I mean.
Well, what would you call it?
But it is. But at some extent, all the nutritional value is gone.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Someone said
it's not gone. It's just, you know, there's a little extra calories on there. Right? Like, there's a lot of sauce. And there goes NUAI options, man, into 504. It's another high a day. We're going to move up the beak wetter into 07s. We're looking for a decisive move above 5 and then maybe a move back down, I would say, into the maybe 4 mid-90s, maybe high 90s. I wouldn't say 5 because 5 wasn't the flat top break, right? It was 495. So I'm just looking for that key level of resistance to get tested again as support. If that's the case, I add into the position. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Shout out to my man, Adam. Adam, frickin' Duluth. There is a 75 to 85% chance I will be in London in less than a month, okay? Because I'm going to be at the Coventry versus Arsenal home opener at the Emirates. So I'd love to see if you're there, brother. If you've got time, we can hang out, maybe grab a bite. So I'll shoot you a text, Adam, but probably going to be in jolly old England.
Yeah, jolly old England. Yeah, Adam asking a question as well, too. And I've always been a fan of the leverage products, right? Like, why get 1% when you can get 2 or 3?
That's a very good point.
Right? So that's again, never mind the price tag. What you have to do is, if you're really looking to amplify your system, is you have to calculate how many shares of this would equal 1 share of Meta. So why would I take 1% in Meta when I can get 2% here in FPL, right? Especially if you're using the calculation from a share standpoint where it equals itself. So yeah, that's why I've been using. I mean, Katina Man uses the TQQ's 3x leverage. And then we also use NVDL, FBI. I would use METU if I could, AMDL, and so on and so forth. It's just to kind of, if you have a lower risk and you're really looking to amplify your capital, then by all means, this is what I'm using. But
yes, sir.
There's always a flip side to every coin. Like, look what's going on about look what's going on in South Korea. They're like, yeah, we're not making any more of these leverage products. Yeah. Look what happened with that Bitcoin craze when you have like 50x leverage. No, that's just getting carried away with what you got going on, right? So this is a little bit more tamed. And again, just the exact same reason what I was just telling you from before. All right, so I didn't take anything off at 27.14. That would be at the high of the day, a pre-market high almost correlating here with META. Looks like some volume starting to step in here, guys. A little bit shake and shimmy. Wow. Around this level. 650 is ideal. We were talking about that level this morning on the TQQs. Now let's head over to on Meta. Let's head over to our options chain and take a look at it again on this week's expiration cycle. What was I talking about? 650. What do we got going on here? I got to keep switching up my things here, Shreve. It is every bit Monday morning, but that's all right. We're not going to allow that to affect us too much. But 650, now 1,000 contracts open at that level. I completely think this can be absorbed without any form of questioning, and volume relatively light. So there is some topside movement, I believe. And you know what? If I could do that right now, I would switch my Google pick to Meta if I could, but I don't know if I can. I can? Yeah, I mean, exactly. So we could do that because it will just take Friday's price from that. I'll switch Google over to Meta.
days.
A lot of people telling me don't. Well, guess what? If you didn't notice who I am and what kind of individual I am, I go against the grain. All right?
Tell him, Joey. Tell him, Joey. I love when this guy, man, he gets lit up, bro. My guy. There goes ZYBT into another high of day. 250 on the dot, guys. We're looking for 69er now. Look, anything, Tiffany, below my entry at 218 ends the trade. We've got the, we're going to get out here. Oh, it's going to halt down. No options. Man, oh no. We added into the position. All right, good. We're going to take a little bit more over here. So let's see what we're going to do on this one. ZYBT bleeding its own blood. It is halted down. I only have a couple of more exits adding to this one. We'll see. We'll see if this one can hold up. Right now, the tap is not showing anything very positive. 218, but I want to see what this one has to offer. Also, looking at dip trading here into about 497 on NUAI, continues to defend 5. So we've wet the beak a couple of times into that 505 high. Let's see how that cookie crumbles, man. Just before we go to Sia, Adam says, I'm 100% going to LA at the end of September. It's booked. Great to know, brother. Maybe I'll visit my sister at the time as well. So shout out to my man Adam Toulouse. Joe, any thoughts on ICHR? He's asking us both. Random scene. We'll get to that random scene as soon as we get back from Sia and Juan Padilla. Joe, Sharif, take a look at RBLX. Absolutely, we will. Roblox and VC and Roblox and what? The other one? ICHR as soon as we get back from Sia.
Keep an eye out here, nothing major market moving, but just a couple news agencies reporting that U.S. President Donald Trump's AI security agent leader, who is Chris Fall, who's the director of the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, has resigned just 3 months after taking over the Federal AI Testing Institute. The Commerce Department has confirmed as of today.
Every time I look up, there's like a picture of Messi crying or something. Oh, my days. All right, ICHR. So I'll do ICHR for you. Joey will do RBLX. Shout out to Juan. Here's the deal, guys. I don't like ICHR. Very low volume on the day. What have we done? 239,000 shares on the day. It's not strictly a small cap gapper, right? It's about $2.9 billion market share. So I'm just going to start with the hourly on this one. Pardon me. That's the 4-hour. Let's see what this one's been doing. It's got a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here on the hourly. Left shoulder head, right shoulder. Watch for a neckline break through a decisive loss of $80 to 75. That could be in view there. Don't like the lower high trend. Not a big fan of the fact that we're towards the area lows here on ICHR. Does it have a catalyst from today? Unexpected surprise move, falling standard deviations. That's all technical. Yeah. I'm sorry, I hate to be so negative, but I'm not liking what I see here from ICHR, even though it's kind of flat on the day. Sorry to have, not have been helpful here. But NUAI, we got the dip trade, Joey. We're looking for a hold above 90. It loses 90, I'm out.
Yeah, okay, so again, I don't know too much about the game of Roblox, but what we can are the multiple games with it inside the ecosystem. I understand, and what I do kind of, what I was reading on it, I should say, from a while ago is I think what you have here is a game where the majority of its user base were between a certain age period, okay? But as those individuals get older, are you going to have that new influx of individuals step in and replace who was there before? Kind of like the boomers example, right? Now, for me personally, yeah, there's some form of something going on. I've seen class action lawsuit filed against Roblox for securities violations. I don't think that's going to help, and that came in at 10:30 or so about an hour.
What do they do? No. Securities violations?
Yeah, I didn't read into it anymore. I'm sure I can do that. Yeah, I can do that momentarily. But other than that, like, ask yourself, is a Roblox, like, okay, we're down X amount of % off of the all-time high, but is Roblox what you want to be putting your money in right now when you're going through like literally a like structural industrial change? I don't know. Down 64%, you might find some form of value, but for me, GTA 6, the competition isn't getting any smaller. I think that the age group, the people who are majority playing this, are probably going to move over and getting to that age where they're just like, hey, man, Take-Two Interactive, let's go over there and live in this free world of Grand Theft Auto. And I think that's going to hurt this stock from a user engagement standpoint.
All right, guys, take it easy with Roblox, PDF comments. We understand that. We know about the vigilantes. Right, the story about why the vigilantes were on there, completely understand. But just for our purposes, and leave that out.
No, and I get it. Like, there's some valid points. Is like you need to actually look at the platform. It's not just a game. It's a vibe coder's paradise. Absolutely, man. And that's what I was getting at. Like, it's a game, and there's games inside of the platform and everything. Something that I'm not familiar with. But is there extreme longevity in that is my question. As the majority of its users grow older year by year, and they're looking to probably do something different or not as game. I think, like, honestly, I'm not saying, I just believe my era was the pinnacle of gaming. I could totally be wrong. It could be my age, but I think people are doing different things now.
You're not wrong, bro. And you can't just assume that the newer generation is going to do the same thing as the older one.
Exactly.
I'm getting out here of, did I take it out? Yeah, good. Nice. Out there, man, on ZYBT. Very happy with that one. So it did pop up. We did take a couple of shekels there for some profit. It's going to halt down again. I really want to make the point, though, that even though it's going to halt down again, believe it or not, it's still holding generally. It's holding trend. Because the 10 EMA on the 5 is at 205. It's halting down at 210. And then you also got the flat top break at 2. So it's put in a topping tail candle now, which is not good. But for the moment, it's still holding trend. Let's see how this one resumes. Last but not least, we're adding here, we added to our NUAI position on the dip down into 95. Just as I said I would, I'm looking for a move back above 5. While I wait for that, you don't have to wait for the next segment. We're sending you up to Adara and Tawan with the Euro close.
It's time to talk about what happened in the European markets today, because that session just closed here about 2 minutes ago. So there's lots to get into. Here to unpack it is one.
Thank you, Adara. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. So European markets traded cautiously overnight. Escalating Middle East tensions, of course, driving an aggressive energy shock, overshadowing that of a tech stabilization. Let's take a look at some of the indexes here. Stocks 600. Down by 0.27. We saw a surge in, of course, energy producers in the region, but it did fail to counter that of the travel as well as industrial drawdown. But on the positive side, DAX, Germany and France doing quite well in the green towards the close. In Germany, we see a lot of rotation into defensive telecom blocks. There's also that news about Tesla planning to rapidly expand their production line in Berlin. That brought up the automotive stocks up, and that's probably why DAX or Germany were doing well overnight. And now in France, however, also a rotation into telecom providers. We saw Orange up by about 2.7%. That offset that of luxury trimmings in the region, and also the travel losses. We saw Airbus down by 1.5%. Over in the UK, we saw banking stocks. They were the main laggards. We got HSBC, Barclays, Standard Chartered. They were all down between 0.4 and 0.8%. But energy majors, Shell and BP, they brought the sector back up. Higher crude prices, of course, supporting that sector. So what's to look out for during this week? We understand that the tech sector brace for all those US big tech prints coming up. European tech, they edged up by about 0.4% today. And markets are still currently on the sidelines, especially ahead of Q2 reports from Alphabet and Tesla, especially after what happened in Asia, South Korea and Kospi, down by about 4.5% last night. So the sentiment is pretty cautious in Europe about tech. But we do have also the ECB coming up this week. So that's going to be on Thursday. They're going to have a meeting there for the ECB. And rates, they're expected to hold steady post-June hike. But markets are still pricing in 2 more increases by early 2027, with September potentially being a rate hike increase. So watch out for that.
The ECB meeting this week, Fed meeting next week. Lots of tech and economic data in focus here, both in the U.S. and Europe. You'll see one again to talk about the Asian markets, which have their own unique set of things you can be aware of. That'll be at 3:30 p.m. today. Back to you.
Thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. Guys, ADVB is starting to make a move again. Look, there's a lot of resistance at 850. And so I get if you're kind of, hesitant to want to get through this, because look at all the topping tails through that. Now 850, prior to that, it was 8 2/3, maybe 8 3/4. But it's above VWAP. It's putting in basically the same type of bottoming tail candles as it's putting in topping tail. So right now, what I see is an equilibrium between buyers and sellers between 8 to about 8.5. How this cookie crumbles, your guess as good as mine. Well, maybe my guess pretty good.
Oh,
right? But,
tell me, it's a little bit better.
Well, man, I mean, all I do is trade these small caps. I might as well be good at something, right?
Look at the X3 here, my guy.
This guy, bro, we're working, man. I love this guy, man. ADVB, Joey, just keep your eye on this, guys.
Yeah.
Can I talk about S. Gamecraft Nico? Of course I can, brother. Of course I can. I'm not liking the look of the Dodge jib right now. Fabian, this one seems to have support at 350. 3050, excuse me, but it does have a staunchy area of resistance at 34. Even when Bovin was screaming in the chat when this one was breaking out, and rightfully he should be because he was long and he was over $2 in the money, but it did reject $34, the same area it had been rejecting from the pre-market. So I'll submit to you guys 30 support, 34-ish resistance. So that's what I have to say about that, Gamecraft Nico. I would trade it as a range until it tells you through proof that it's no longer a range trade and that it's a breakout or breakdown trade. Trade it carefully, of course, my man, because this one is a little volatile. It can move dollars at a time. You don't want to be caught on the wrong side of this one. I saw Luis in the chat.
What do you say?
I saw him. And I know, Luis, tell me I'm wrong, buddy. You're looking at ZYBT right now, aren't you, Luis? I know it. Because he saw the topping tail candle, the high of the day, the loss of the 10 EMA, the loss of $2, and if it loses 170, ooh, mamma mia. This one could lose a lot more, all the way down maybe into 150. So tell me if I'm wrong, Luis Barbado. If you were in the chat, let me know if you were looking at ZYBT because it continues to bleed its own blood.
I seen him this morning, surprisingly so. I'd be like, man, take the day off. You guys just won. I'll tell you this for free. If the Toronto Maple Leafs ever won the Stanley Cup in my lifetime, then I will be taking a couple of days off. Brother.
Good, bro.
Yeah, exactly. You catch me at the parade and everything. Your whole country wins. You celebrate that to the fullest of effects. All right, speaking of that, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
There it goes on FBL,
Sing
there
it, Joey.
ADL. We take another little bit off there, guys. Now we're just sitting on a couple of shares here. So sitting pretty in Suntan City. We're fortunate enough to grab the lows on this today. Boom takes them off, and then it's just partial all the way to the high of the day. And Shrew's like, we're working. I'm like, I know, man, but I don't want to be like micromanaging this stuff. So it's best if my poor little brain is slightly distracted. Look, it's true, man. How is the X3 as expensive as the 4?
Bro, can I give you one piece of information that will answer that, but has nothing to do with your car? No.
Oh, I feel
All right.
like
My dad bought
Yeah.
an E300 in 2019, November 2019, going on to 2020, okay? He paid 70-something for it to go with tax. He bought a C-Class, not the E, C, a couple of years ago, more expensive.
Really? What the hell?
Well, it's just the way it is now, man.
The way it is, yeah,
Inflation's rinsed everybody,
It's
bro.
everybody, but-
MSRPs are like way higher. ADVB is ripping, guys. Here comes $9 on ADVB. We just called this out. Careful with this one, though. It had resistance at 9, Joey, but it is into that $0.75 area, and this is the same area we've rejected multiple times. Trade this carefully.
Good stuff. I have to disagree, man. I know you work there, but I like the look of the 4 better. But anyways, aside of that, back into these markets, we'll head over to our watch list here momentarily. I was looking for any form of indecision print off of the lows here on the TQQs, and I wasn't fortunate enough to find anything that said, hey, take this long. There was this base, there was this base being formed at $120, and now we've been on a pretty good recovery program here on SpaceX. But again, I didn't pull that trigger. We're just going to ride this wave right here, and that's the METEA wave. All right, now moving over to our watch list. I gotta pause this here. There's too much going on now. Let's head over to our watch list and see how some of the other names are performing on today's session. I mean, we're positive 1.3% on Friday. We were down about 3% at the lowest point. Google up 3% here today, so a nice recovery there. And then Google down 2% off of that high. Not bad whatsoever. SpaceX hitting all-time lows on today's intraday session. 225 all the way down to $120. Sharif, that's a 46% discount from that peak. Not too good of a look whatsoever. And I think a lot of people can agree that we might see $100 to $80 here in SpaceX within the next 12 months, depending on how this earning report comes out and how the street perceives that, all right? Now, as for ASML, I know that's your one there, Sharif. Still hovering around those highs, not too bad. SanDisk, Western Digital, and all of these memory names still trading at 30+% off of the all-time highs. Now, if you're looking to get involved, I don't think this is a horrible area. Like, here's DRAM, but don't forget, DRAM has a lot of American treasuries and bonds in it, all right? So that's something that you need to keep an eye out on. Down 40% off the highs from the peak to the local lows. Let's send things off to, actually, no, hold on. You got to hold your horses, as my great-grandmother would say. We're going to take a little bit more off here on FBL. See what do you have.
Job, Joey.
Yeah, NVIDIA sliding a bit towards the downside. Keep an eye out. Just this news coming from their newsroom just a couple minutes ago saying that NVIDIA Agent Toolkit now includes Omniverse libraries that will give AI agents tools and skills to help developers integrate physical AI capabilities into their existing 3D applications. This came out a couple minutes ago. It did react a little bit positively to it, but NVIDIA seems like it's pulling back a little bit at the moment.
All right. Yeah, so listen, I'm looking to put on something else here, right? So I got to be patient. All right, Joe, not looking for a definitive answer as isn't one, but what options plays you like for overall market trending, i.e. Q, SPY, NVIDIA, IWM, ETC? So I actually, Dave, I actually talked about this with Hangry Wife last week and over the past month or so. Now, if you're a credit-based trader, I think this is an ideal setup. Sideways price action, you credit base, in my opinion, right? Like, you just find the low, you go further dated and collect as much premium as possible. But this is a fantastic range to set yourself up for credit-based trades. And I don't know if, and let's pull up the daily and we can see, like, this is a little bit more choppy if you ask me. I would look at the overall market and look to establish some of those. Right now, my focus is on, I told you guys this last week, is just making the biggest position I've ever made in my life.
All right, there goes ADBV through $9. We got 3/4 on. We're not out of the woods. This thing could lose 3/4 in a heartbeat, and it's having a lot of trouble taking out 9. I'm not surprised, given how much trouble it had taking out $0.75. Like a psycho, I'm looking to add into this, right? And in fact, I did add. No, I didn't. I didn't get the fill. All right, so continuing to watch here, looking for a move above 9. This is where we rejected. Look at the 5-minute chart, 10:55:11. That is where we rejected prior. So I am worried that this does come down. Let's wet the beak up here, see if we can take out a little bit more while we're at these elevated levels, because you don't know whether this is going to lose the bid or not. Now, I do have a beak wetter there waiting at 9:15, right? And that would be, of course, a close move to the high of the day. 9:28 on the dot is the high of the day. And here it comes again. I stop out below 60. Watching a 70 buyer defending here quite well. Current bar low on the 5, 58. So give or take 60, right? Let's just go with 60. But right now, at least on the 5-second chart, the buyers are buying at 70. So remember how we always talk about the algorithms moving down their sell orders? Like, for example, if they were selling at 905, they'll sell at like 901 or 895. Well, it kind of works the same way with the longs. Let's just watch here if it loses 60. Because the longs, what they end up doing is they move up their buy orders. So if they were buying at 60, maybe now they're going to buy at 70. Anyway, this one continues to range, I submit to you guys, between 2/3 to the whole dollar. So 8 2/3 and then about 9, even though it has price spiked above 9. This is still a range. I don't see this as not being a range yet. And here comes the lower end of the range again. It's watching here. I don't necessarily want to add, right? I'm seeing a big buyer at 62. Let's see if this one can hold up. Big buyer at 62, continuing to hang. Let's put in a profit taker at 77s and then a little bit higher as well. Watching here, nothing for me to do quite yet either. Look for another move up into the 80s or 90s or stop out below 60. We got the majority of the position out so far. Here it is back into the low mid 70s. No continuation. Seller at 72 here. 75 moving up. There's 77. We're not taking, are we taking the profits there? No, it didn't cross, so we didn't get it. We'll just wet the beak there. There it goes through 79. Good cost basis now into 64. Now, why I like this is this puts me towards the lower end of the range. Prior to that, I was at the midpoint of the range. I had 3/4 in between kind of 2/3 in the hole. Now I've got below 2/3. So if I stop out now, it'll only be for a 4-penny loss, having added into the position at the area low. Looking for continuation on this, but not immediately seeing that come to fruition. I probably should put something in the 90s as well, should this one price spike up into that area. Now, I do want to move up my stop on this one, so we're going to go ahead. We're just going to give it a little bit of room, Joey. You know, like, whatever, bro. You know, don't come at me for that. So there we go. We're going to throw in that right there for the last remaining amount. And there we go, popping back up to 80. So watching ADVB, excuse me, continuing to range. How's my trade doing here on NUAI? Profitable. Good. Well, what the beak, having trouble with 9. You can see that, with 5. It is unable to ascend above 5 for the moment. So in 2 trades, both profitable, but, you know, who knows? There goes 88 on ADBV. We got a big seller here in the high 80s. They killed him, Joey, right up into the 90s. But then all of a sudden, you know, they gave him a second win there because all of a sudden we're back into the 90s now. Or the 80s, excuse me. So looking for a move above 9, man. ADBV is choppy as hell. This is, yeah, definitely not a clean trade and continues to be a range. So I've got nothing on this other than to trade it as a range until it breaks out. It loses 60, I'm out, Joey.
Yeah, Gaurav, I was just going to message you. Yeah, absolutely they do. Not as much as they did before, but you have to take into factor how much they've appreciated over time, right? Like these names gained a lot from a market cap standpoint over the past 3-4 months, right? So it just increases the weighting within the overall markets, and therefore it has more influence in it. So when the market goes down and these things are just getting absolutely lit up, it makes things a little bit more difficult. But as for everything else, yeah, NVDA, this thing is, man, I don't like micromanaging it anyways. It's going to take some time for it to truly find any form of appreciation, in my opinion, as the NASDAQ curls over and rejects the volume-weighted average price. So here's our watch list. We have SpaceX above VWAP here, printed this inverted hammer. Now, I think we...
Special delivery, my boy.
What'd you get?
Spaghetti and shrimp.
All right. So there it is, right? Like 123. What was that? All right, so like there's
Special
the
delivery.
breakdown.
Remember that G-Dep song?
What was that?
Special delivery.
No, what was that? Special delivery, please.
No.
What's going on with those guys up there?
Which guy? Oh, yeah, the Tates?
Yeah, what happened to them?
They're accusing England of making stuff up. We'll see.
Again, yeah, that's what they said last time.
That's what they
too.
said.
Yeah, that's
video
what they said
all
last time.
over the internet of them getting arrested.
Yeah,
live.
I've seen that. So aside from that, let's talk about some more positive things here in life, Sharif, and that's going to be, is it the staples? I don't know. We're going to have to look to find it, as Walmart is down about a percentage point here today. Really struggling to find its footing here, guys, rejecting this trend line, having the inability to sit on the backside of it. Now, as for Nike, we're not going to check this one off here, but just because it's still hovering around the lows. But is this a potential base for this name? I have no idea. I told you guys where I stand in the retail space. Here's Urban, one of the better performers in my opinion. I wouldn't throw Sharif's money at it, even though even though he technically did, and I technically did as well too, I wouldn't do that ever again. It would have to be something else. But here it is. TKO Holdings not performing that well either, with a high of 218 now down to 183. So we're $40 off of that high, and we're sitting around my average price right now, which is like, I'm really looking to condense my long-term portfolio and have a little bit more concentration risk. Obviously, with that being said, there is some issues with that, as people are like, oh man, you need to be diversified. Well, I mean, each their own, right? Like, you know what happens? Diversified, it makes it really more it makes it a little bit more difficult to have crazy appreciation. You're more balanced. You're protected against one thing and the other, and this is my humble opinion. As for me, concentration risk is when I've had the greatest success.
I love it. Yeah, and you're not on your own when you say that. Like, you know my buddy Alfred?
Yeah, one stock.
That's his thing. Like, his motto has been like, I don't want to be diversified. I want to have conviction, a couple of names, maybe a few, and go heavy on them. That's it's not for everybody, of course.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Right?
To each
But
their own.
That's his philosophy.
Yeah, to each their own, man. At the end of the day, what is Ben Affleck?
Sharif, eating carbs is a bullish indicator. Well, the market's about to hit all-time highs. I'll tell you why.
Which one?
Well, okay, I'll tell you something as soon as we get back from SIA.
Keep an eye out here. A couple sources reporting that XAI has introduced Grok add-in for Microsoft Excel. So XAI, Grok, now offering for Word and PowerPoint in addition also to Microsoft Excel. Keep an eye out. Also, this will be an add-in for Microsoft 365 users. Microsoft isn't moving a lot on this, but just something to watch out for.
Thank you very much, Sia. Yeah. So I was putting in my diet, because you know now, go ahead, Sia. So I'm putting in all my stuff into Claude, whether it's like the exercise stuff, whether it's supplementation, diet, and I have a different chat for each one, and I've labeled them like, you know, wellness specialist, diet specialist, blah, 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 right? So I was putting in my diet in there. Two problems with my diet. One, way too much front loading in the day with protein, having far too much of my protein earlier in the day as opposed to later when I need it for recovery. That was one problem. Two, not enough carbohydrates prior to my workout. You're going there, carb glycogen depletion is the term that it kept using. So what we've done now is we've added a couple of carb portions, not only to the breakfast, but to the lunch as well.
Okay,
so carbohydrates are no longer the enemy.
No longer the enemy. Okay, that's not too bad. So I seen you're eating the oatmeal. Is that going to be your primary source?
It is. That's the morning. Right? And then we're going to take whatever is given to us in the lunch, whether it's rice, pasta.
Oh, you're going to eat the rice now?
I'm going to eat the rice. And I'm eating the entire portion of rice, too, man.
Well, I can't have your rice anymore, then?
You never had.
I never had it.
What a guy, bro. But yeah, man, we gotta make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's when it comes to the diet. Guys, I want to bring your attention back to ZYBT because it's defended too, and here it is again. Back above the 10 EMA, back above $2, and the volume as well as the tape is starting to pick up again. Look, it's up 200% on the day. It's going to be on a lot of people's radars. But like I was trying to ask Luis Barbado in the chat, but I don't think he's there at the moment, whether he was looking short on this, right? Because it did come in double bottomed in and around 190. Now it's trying to reclaim 2 and hold above 2. So I'm keeping a close eye here on ZYBT. We currently have the high of the day, -1 pennies. And there it goes again. Is it above prior bar high? It's got a higher low. And now I believe it does have a higher high by 1 penny. But I want to see this thing move above 220. Get above 220, stay above 220. We're going to jump in here. There's Luis. Yeah, Luis, fantastic. Man. Luis, were you looking at ZYBT here? I want your honest opinion, Luis, because, you know, the more we talk, the more I get, you know, acquainted with your trading style. Was this the short setup you were looking for? You get an inverse hammer candle, topping tail in the 250. Subsequent bar loses the topping tail candle low, right? We bleed, we lose $2. Because to me, Luis, you probably would have been short, correct me if I'm wrong, 235, 240 with a stop right above 250. That's your style, right? You try to take very little risk when you come into the high of the day. So give me your opinion, Luis, if you can, just as briefly as possible, because I know you got to type this and you're busy trading. ZYBT, if that was in your purview there for short. I'm keeping my eye on it as well. I was long, he says, 170 to 180 consolidation. Now I like short, but I won't because holding VWAP, risk halt up. I love how he just explained that. in a way where, small cap trader is going to love exactly what it has to say there. Shout out to my man, Luis Barbado. And if you're wondering what Luis is trading or how he's looking at things, his name is in the chat right there. A-Day Trading. It's kind of impossible to forget, right?
It's really
He's
tough.
got a green logo. Shout out to my man, Luis. Luis, by the way, I will also be likely in Barcelona towards the end of my trip. I think I'm going to be 24 and 25.
Is this Euro trip?
So we're going to do London,
Yeah.
Paris, Barcelona, one-way tickets for
Party.
each, fly home from Barcelona to Toronto.
All right.
I'm pumped about
Okay,
this,
man.
dude.
It's a
Yeah.
Euro trip, man.
Not really, man. I'm just like, I'm going to go to the other side of the pond, watch one game, come back. Might as well hit a couple of spots. Right?
Yeah. But yeah. Shut up.
So I'd love to drop by the office, Luis, get a look at the Barcelona office, of course, of real
Yeah.
estate
Pull up.
trading.
Oh, I'll interview. Go to the A-Day trading office and we'll do our small cap segment.
Wouldn't that be sick if I
Yeah,
showed up there and then there
yeah.
was a segment and I'd be like, Joey?
Yeah. And I'm like, all right, man, get
Coming
this
at
guy
you,
off
bro.
the screen, man.
I will. Definitely, Luis, I'll shoot you a message. We'll organize, my man. I can't wait. I've been to Barcelona, but as a layover, like in 95, and I was with my parents. So I remember very little, but I can't wait to actually see the city properly, man. I got to show you where I'm staying and everything. Yes, Luis. Get it, my man. I'm pumped. All right, man. We're having a great time. It's 5 minutes to happening now, but we got to send you up to Sia with a news headline.
ASTS climbing a little bit here. Bluebirds 9 and 10, this is coming from their X post, are now successfully deployed in orbit. Two more of the world's, this is coming quote unquote, of the world's largest commercial communications areas have joined our growing constellation, which is another step closer to the future of cellular broadband from space. This coming in from AST Space Mobile that Bluebirds 9 and 10 are now successfully deployed in orbit.
Yeah, so she works for
Yeah.
teacher's pension. She's actually a trader.
Oh, yeah?
Not in our sense of a trader. Like they just
Yeah.
tell her, like, build a position like this and stuff. So she works remote. So she just decided to off from here and just lives, like, she's like a nomad, digital nomad.
Yeah, that's sick, man.
A lot more people are doing that, man.
Yeah, man. But I think it's a new thing. Well, I wouldn't say it's a new thing, but just with
Relatively new, I think.
I mean, in the past decade or so, as the internet gains more popularity, and you have the ability to generate
Probably a
revenue
lot
from
more
it.
as well after the pandemic when a lot of people were kind of like got
Yeah,
used to,
and people are like, what am I even doing here at this point? But yeah.
Zion frickin' Lala. Love this guy, man. Shout out to H-Town. Congrats, Luis, on Spain win. Great insights, ZYBT. Of course, he always does, man. Shout out to Luis Barbado, man. Spain absolutely deserves that win. It would have been criminal had the result been differently. 20 shots to 0 at the end of regulation, 20 shots to 2 at the end of the game with 12 to 0 on target. Gives you an idea of how lopsided the game was. Of course, the game is determined by goals, not possession or shots. But, I didn't really see Argentina doing anything until they went behind. But true to form, Argentina is an entirely different team when they play from behind relative to an even score, because it's just like all of a sudden they become insanely offensively focused. I know Neil astutely pointed that out this morning as well. Give us your take on the game yesterday, Sia.
I feel like I was watching, I'm not even going to stop myself from saying it, a rigged game yesterday. Like, I feel like the goal that was put first was not an offside, and it was clearly not an offside, but it was given an offside with the technology that they were using, which the commentators were talking about. I used to look up to Messi, and now I'm just glad that he's retired, because at this point, you cannot look at a game and tell me that it's not been set up. We saw it with Egypt. We saw it right now with this game. We've been seeing it. Not saying that these players aren't good at what they do, not saying that at all, but just, it's like karma hit them right in the face. Spain still won.
Hold on, Sia, don't go anywhere. Come back. Did you see where Trump and Infantino had their little press conference there?
God.
And then Trump
He
tells
tried
him,
to
he's like,
pull him out of the picture, and he still stayed there. Oh my God.
so hilarious, man.
So
Get it,
hilarious.
Sia. We love it, man. Go ahead, Joey.
Tiffany said facts as well, too.
Oh.
Saying facts.
Tiffany said facts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking facts.
Love Messi.
Yeah.
He's obviously, probably the most naturally gifted player to ever. Maybe Maradona and him go back and forth on that.
Yeah.
But yesterday, Did you see him try to rat out Cucurella?
Bro, those guys.
Did you see him try to rat him out?
That's
Cucurella's
so rad.
gesturing to say that somebody had big covering their mouth.
Listen.
He was gesturing. Messi, it's like, teacher, Cucurella covered his mouth. Like, what kind of rat culture is that?
The cultures between the sport that I grew up playing and watching this soccer is like two different universes. Like that's why it's really difficult for me to watch this stuff, because I've seen individuals take pucks off the face, missing teeth. I've played with missing teeth and torn ACL, and these guys get touched and they go down like they've been hit with a 12 gauge. It's like, man, what is even going on here? It's just completely different culture. It's just completely different cultures, and that's why it's really, really tough for me to watch.
Yeah, I got used to it. I got used to it. And by the way, if you watch the Prem,
like if you play it, by all means. Listen, I played 1 year of soccer in my life. Running at full speed and slide tackling, so it hurts.
Yeah,
it hurts. Like it's not, but it's not like.
But can I say something? When you watch, it's league specific.
Yeah.
If you watch the Prem, there's very little in the way of diving, because the culture is like they're gonna play it over and over and call you out for that diving. Right, and you will likely get.
But it's like getting more in like some of the other Euro leagues.
I didn't say that.
Like
yes.
Serie A is probably just riddled with that stuff.
That's the way it is. Anyway, that's the way it is. Call it. Oh, Ryan. Take it easy, Ryan. All right, guys. It is after.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Ryan O'Day. Tommy McMillan is going to be a superstar, man. That guy I was impressed from what he had, just from like a showboating standpoint. This UFC fighter coming up. Yeah. Nice. I was highly impressed. He threw 300 strikes in the fight.
Is that the guy that they're calling Tommy Gunn?
Tommy Gunn McMillan,
right.
Yeah, man.
Just before we send it to Sia, Luis is calling out ZYBT right now. ZYBT short now. Stop 220 to 225. Luis Barbados calling it. Second topping till candle on the 5-minute chart. Trade it carefully. Bovin is calling out PHOE. He says it's ripping up. Keep your eye on that. We're sending you to Sia and then happening now.
Oh. That's all right. The sound is back on here. The SPY currently up 0.38% on the day. The triple Qs are up 8% with the Dow down 0.25%, and you have the IWM down as well, 0.13%. Let's take a look at what I want to talk to you about right now. We're going to talk about iron here for a little bit. So it's soaring above 18% after it raised its year-end AI cloud annualized run rate revenue target to more than $4 billion from $3.7 billion following a receipt of $2.8 billion in new multi-year contracts. The company has also said that about 85% of its year-end AI cloud analyzed run rate revenue is now under contract. Also, IMAX and other movie theater stocks have been trading higher today. Also, AMC Entertainment posted upbeat second quarter results. We also have Cinemark moving higher. They have been trading higher today after a blockbuster opening for the movie Odyssey by Christopher Nolan. And as we do know it, it's already hit $264.1 million in worldwide ticket sales. With that, you have movie theater stocks trading a little bit higher in the day. Looks like they've made a bit of a reversal, but keep an eye out for that. Before we go back to the guys, let's send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. And wow, tell us what you really think about what was going on in that World Cup final. I mean, I'm not gonna go karma or that game was anything but total domination by Spain. I think that's just where the focus needs to be. But I will say this, because Sharif made a really good point about the whole snitching thing. I don't know what the heck dude is trying to do. Like Messi, I respect all Messi to the world. Like I think he's probably the greatest player of all time. Him, Pele, you can make an argument about 2 or 3, but like, what are you doing? Trying to get an absolute garbage red card called on somebody. Like there's a point of personal pride where like there's certain things, if you have to do that to win, it's just not worth it. If you have to do certain things to make yourself look good, you got first player syndrome. You got first player syndrome. And if you got to do that to win, then what's the point? Show some personal pride. Anyways, that being said, I want to get to something a little bit different because I want to talk about the level of patience that would have done me better if I only traded like one or two things this morning and waited for like the absolute best in one of the names that we like to the long side. I want to show you just how long sometimes you can have a bias in something. When we talk about Alibaba, look, new AI model, all the rage, that's the fundamental story. The 50-period hold would be a little bit part of it too. Like it's been bouncing. So overall, I look at that daily chart, I'm looking for continuation on this bad boy, right? Consolidation over the 50-period on the daily, already a bit of an uptrend, positive story. In the morning, it hasn't really had any opens and closes above the 50-period. So you're at a level where you could really start to jump off. I sat down this morning basically looking for dip into 117.5. Now, if you think about it, and of course, because I'm me, by the way, I did reverse this one at the top in typical Neil fashion because it got the resistance. But look at this consolidation. It's a 15-minute chart. When we talk about patience, 15-minute chart, pure chop, all while the market's moving around. Like you got the NASDAQ popping, reversing, hitting lows, all kinds of stocks that are going ham, left, right, and center. USO, by the way, breaking the low of the day as we speak, which is probably going to spark things a little bit higher as well for the NASDAQ. But it wasn't until 11 o'clock. Like we literally finished the morning show, and this finally broke out. The entirety of the morning for it to break out and then very promptly go all the way to make that channel high. Now, this is where a couple of things come into factor. Like usually I take more in the morning than I do in a lunchtime trade. So like this ends up not being an all-in trade for me. There's just a lot of things that went into it that turned like one of the best setups for me into a trade that A, I don't get until a little bit of a chase, and then B, we're not in it for the same size as we would like for an opening trade when the actual setup was perfect. And I think this is sort of the idea that you have to look at the difference between an A+ setup and say like a B. If you look at something that has everything that lines up for you, catalyst, relative volume, key price levels, distinct direction, and then even on top of that, it gives a technical setup that you love, which in this particular case, bounce in front of support, consolidation, break a bit of a trend, even broke a trend line. Like if I go to here on the 15-minute, that's higher lows into that breakout trade. That's everything that I'm usually looking for. So it ends up being one of those, at the time of day, I'm thinking to myself it's a B because it's 11 o'clock, but everything about it, down to being part of the node of the 4 stocks I wanted to be trading at the open, everything about it said A to A+. And I think that's something that you got to keep in mind. It doesn't matter how many things you have or haven't traded in the morning, or what types of setups you ended up into. Like I wasn't really looking at Lucid and then ended up in Lucid to the short side. None of that stuff makes a difference when an A+ setup does set up. And it doesn't really matter when this happens on Alibaba. In the afternoon, different story when the Chinese stocks go to sleep. But it was early enough. And the technical setup was pretty much exactly what I would look for. And when that's the case, you got to treat an A or an A+ or whatever grading you like to give it as such. And I think oftentimes like we'll get wrapped up in if you don't get your best trade early and give it all day to run, then you've missed out. That's not always true. A+ setups can still happen at 11 o'clock. They can happen closer to the close. You just have to be able to recognize when you see them. So I'll be the first to tell you, I did not get what I wanted to out of Alibaba, despite it was one of the 4 on the list. That has everything to do with the fact that the trade came after 11, an arbitrary endpoint where I'm done the morning show, I'm thinking get up, I'm thinking lunchtime. The market doesn't care that I want to eat. The market doesn't care that I'm getting up to take a break. It doesn't care. The setup is the setup. None of that's relevant. The market doesn't give a darn about any of those things. So you've got to be able to take your nonsense out of it and then just recognize when you have an A+ setup, you got an A+ setup, and you got to put A+ risk towards it, right? And that's your entire day because all I needed was Alibaba for the regular amount of shares, and then boom, that's it. I only needed one. That being said, I don't know if you guys said what lunch was. No. So lunch was for everybody else that isn't me and I think Sean as well, tilapia. But for me, that means I got salmon, and the salmon is absolutely fine. So salmon, potatoes, a little bit of veggies in there, and the salmon tastes pretty good, but everyone else around here is eating tilapia. So sorry, everybody, but it's Tilapia Monday, and I'm enjoying my salmon. We'll talk to you guys a little bit later at 2 o'clock. That was your lesson of the day. Throw it back over to Sharif and Joe.
Cool, man. You got to understand. These are the only two apps that I look at on my phone. Is this one and that one.
Auto Trader
Sharif
and
asked me-
Realtor?
Yeah, that's it. Because that's my...
We're pretty much the same.
That's all. Dude, you got to understand. All right, so Sharif's like, all right, man,
Okay.
are we going to tell the story?
Of course we're going to tell the story, bro.
Okay, so let's tell the story. Okay, so Sharif's messaging me over the weekend. He's like, all right, bro, we go into this investors conference. I'm like, all right, let me check out the lineup. Did I look at the lineup? No, full disclosure, I didn't. Okay, I didn't. And he's like, all right, man, we're going to book these things. I'm like, all right, I'm thinking about it because I think it'd be a great idea to go. But where my mindset is at right now is everything is calculated in shares. So he's like, man, bro, it's $70. But I'm like, yeah, but brother, that's a third of an NVDA share right there.
Can I shed some light, bro?
Yeah, shed it.
I mean, yes, fantastic for you for going gung ho on the investment. More in agreement with you, I couldn't be.
Yeah.
However, there are other ways to sort of finagle success, and a part of that is by growing your network, and you know how that kind of stuff is, right?
It's not about what you know.
Exactly. Well, I ideally like to think it is, but of course it's about who you know. So there's going to be a lot of good speakers there. There's going to be a lot of good investors. Blossom, I don't know if you guys have heard of it.
Did you buy your ticket?
I did. Me and my buddy bought it yesterday, so we're gonna be going on Saturday, and then that's Tame Impala as well. So I got Tame Impala at the Scotiabank Center, and then I got this Blossom concert or conference thing at the Dome at the Rogers Center. So they're right beside each other. So we're gonna do it live. All right, absolutely, Assassino, I am ready. You instruct, I am ready to go. Guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to everybody there at VinFast. Adam, did you see England's win versus France with that lineup? What was happening? I was telling Joey, I was telling Juan off camera, I'm like, they should have switched that game from the third place game to the actual championship game, because 10 goals, that would have been a scene, man, if that was a championship game. Isn't it funny how people play a little bit more relaxed football when not everything is on the line, right? That's kind of what I felt from the Brits. And I love the fact that Saka ended up netting 3, because, at least my eyebrows were raised when he didn't even make it onto the pitch, and he decided to put Ivan Toney and Rashford. I get, but Toney, yeah, he had a great year in Saudi, but Saka just won the Premier League, man. Put the man on. And then, when he got his chance, look what he did. He netted 3. So shout out to the man there.
Saka was one of the best players, too, when I was watching him play. I thought he was great on the wing.
We call him Starboy. Arsenal fans call him Starboy. So, I don't know. I didn't understand that in any event. All right, guys. We're still in NUAI here, man. And I got to tell you, I hate to keep using this term, but the pickings are slim, man. Right? We got ZYBT, where we know that's still putting in a bit of a downtrend. Yes, I know it's halted up this time, but it was just halted down. And the trend is still down generally on ZYBT with that area high, lower low, lower low. We could be headed here to 170. We'll see. Let's look at the top. Let's figure out what the top is showing so far, and then we can kind of get an idea. 208. So it is basically the top is the same price as the halt. It hasn't changed neither up nor down. So ZYBT in focus. ADB or VB, pardon me, continues to range. And if you were astute enough to pick this up at 6, but you did give it 8, and you did give it enough room, you've been rewarded. We were involved in this one earlier. I was looking for the breakout trade through 9. We ended up getting a couple of prints above 9, but there was no continuation into that 928 high of day as it continues to put in a bull flag pattern. Most notably, though, of course, above the volume-weighted average price. This is what it looks like on the 15. So I see possibly here a cup and handle pattern, but I don't want to say cup and handle in this case because we don't have all the right ingredients, right? The cup and handle pattern is a reversal pattern. That means it has to be preceded by a downtrend. That was not the case. In fact, this one was all sorts of strong Friday afternoon when like nobody was trading. So ADVB continues to be in focus. How about SLNH? You guys have been astutely calling this one out all day, and I've had very little to say about it because the volume has been okay. But hey, the price action speaks volumes here. Into 142, I guess maybe we're looking at 150 possible resistance here. SLNH has been quite respectful of that green line. That is always going to be the 10 moving average on my 5-minute charts. And then IRE, this is an IREN ETF. Of course, this one continues to rip. Couple of bull flags here on IREN. IRE, pardon me, initially broke out at 7 when the news headline came out, and then another big move at 9:30. And here we are taking out that area high, 1150, now looking at 1171. IRE could be moving into 12. Keep your eye, though, of course, on the actual name IREN to see exactly what the technical levels are. S-dot it's all over for the dot. The dot is bleeding its own blood, Joey. Last time we looked at the dot, it was at $33. It is now at 26, having made a day low there of 24.19 on the dot. I didn't mean that, but that's exactly where it is right now. So a lot of weakness coming in here during the midday in small cap gapper world. So Timothy, GMM looks like an extended stair step pattern. It doesn't look ready for another move up currently. Do you see another move another move upwards? Let's look at GMM for the OG Timothy. Just 1 second. See ya. We're going to look at GMM or double M. Yeah, look, this is really good. So it's not good in the initial sense that we reversed the entire 820 move, but once this one caught a bit of a bid, it was able to stair step up. So you're absolutely accurate in that it holds prior area resistance as support, talking about that 305 level resistance support. How about 325 resistance now support? Look, though, for the breach of prior bar high to get you in. So you're getting a bottoming tail kind of hammer candle now, but you've got 2 of those in a row. So try not to, bottom pick here, even though 3.25 is support. Wait till it pops up, regains trend by putting in higher lows and higher highs. But GMM, you've already convinced me, my man. We're going to take off NVVE here, and we're going to put GMM as a possible trade there on the side chart. And we're going to send you up to SIA now for the small cap segment.
The IWM continuing to slide a little bit towards the downside. It's down 1.3% at the moment. We're going to take a look at 3 individual tickers right now. You have ZYBT up almost 200% on the day. Unknown reason, just some rally going on with that stock right now. ADVB up 65% on the day after they terminated their stock purchase agreement over the weekend. And GOAI finally down 6.5% after the company's defense branch intends to accelerate development across strategic initiatives following the completion of a proposed 51% acquisition interest of Airbeam Wireless Technologies. Just repeating, ZYBT up almost 200% on the day, ADVB up 65%, and finally you have GOAI down 6.5%.
Yeah, I was just reading this. I was looking at the crypto space move a little bit higher here today, guys. BMNR up 6%, Ethereum 3%. You have MSTR up 4 and about 7/10, and then Bitcoin up 2%. But I found this really interesting. This is Tom Lee's average price.
What is it, bro? How much?
$1,800 per token. 5.7 million Ethereum at $1,800. He's looking to hold about, that's around current price right now.
So he's smashing the buy button all the way down.
He's smashing the buy button. He's also smashing the buy button on buying back some Bitmine immersion stock as well too.
Better.
So he bought another 5.5 million shares there. Good. So these guys are looking to hold about 5% of the supply. Now, in a world where people are like, what are we even doing with crypto? What are we doing? Like, have we lost our way? I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but the popularity within the space, I feel over the past almost year now, because it's been in a bearish downtrend, hasn't been the best. All right, so is this a time to be looking at some of these names like the Bitmine immersions and the MSTRs? And I told you, if I was going to be grabbing any more of the cryptocurrencies, it would be via the treasury play because they're acting as a leverage system. All right, I wouldn't even buy IBIT. I wouldn't even buy ETHA. I would definitely head into the BMNR and the MSTRs of the world for that leverage aspect because they're hit extremely heavy. Like you have to take into factor that like I have to continue to zoom out until we find where the high of this was. This is disastrous from an investor standpoint. 88%. Tom Lee took over somewhere in this neck of the woods and then boom, it went on like this absolute parabolic run and then hasn't done anything since. All right. Now with Ethereum peaking out of around 5,000, they have a pretty good average price, all right? So, I mean, less than half of what the high is. So for me personally, 90% off of that. I know it's a little bit more difficult to kind of gauge it.
I'm going to put this to you.
Yeah.
Who makes all-time highs first?
First?
Bitcoin or Ethereum?
That's easy. I think that's
I like your confidence there, bro.
I think that's easy because I don't know if one moves without the other. And the one that I'm saying leads the way is Bitcoin.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Right. So I don't think, and I think there's been a little bit more volatility within the Ethereum landscape than there has been within like, I mean, they're both insane, right? But like one took a little bit longer to put in all-time highs than the other. Mm-hmm. So I would have to go with Bitcoin first. I just don't see the meme coins, any other form of cryptocurrency really working out unless Bitcoin does. Because which one holds more purpose than all, like, I mean, supposed to anyways. I think there's more use cases for Solana and Ethereum.
Well, that's what people are saying, yeah.
There's more use cases within Solana and Ethereum, but with Bitcoin, it's like you're the godfather. Like you're supposed to be the store of value, the thing that you at one point you're going to use as some form of digital currency. If that doesn't work out, then none of them do.
None of them. Joby.
For now, anyways.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick Dubb. We're going to look at Path in a second. Shout out to my man, Mike D. Ryder. Black holes are the key to understanding the universe. M87 is massive. How about Sagittarius A-star? You don't think I know about that one, huh? Of course I do. It's at the center of our Milky Way universe. Shout out to the super massive black hole that is now said to be at the center of almost every galaxy, and there's trillions. So black holes are a real thing. Calm down. Let's look at Path. Here it is. This is a really good look right now. Path absolutely ripping. 1251. It is above Friday's high. I like this look. This is really good. 10 EMA on the 5 to me means, you buy. This is a really good entry here. It's defended the 10 EMA on a couple of occasions. Doesn't mean it's going to do it on the 3rd, but that's what I'll be looking for it to hold structure. If it doesn't hold the 10 EMA, I'd be looking for that 230 level if it gets a bit of a deeper retracement. So you can look at the 15 as well. And so the 15 is pointing to exactly what I'm looking at, which is that 2.25, 230 area as support if the 5 EMA does not hold up, which is showing me right now 240. So PATH, Path, looking pretty good over here. Shout out to Nick W. and thank you for the super chat, Nick. Awesome of you as always. Thanks for that, Nick. Let me just move up. Can you look at Path, target 1330? The target 1330. Let's put the 4-hour for that. 1330. So I'm assuming what you're looking for there is the high, but that doesn't quite go to 1330, Nick. I think it's like 1320 something. So I'd say probably, I'd be wetting the beak at 13 because, the whole dollar level tends to be a bit of a pooper on everybody's party as resistance. But I'd be looking at 13, Nick, and then, hold a piece for that 1320 dream, maybe even hold higher, baby. But I do like your thinking here to test prior area high. Now, we did get into that high. Should let everybody know on the 1st of June. So it's been a hot minute, month and change, month and a half. Thank you for that. Black hole, sun, won't you come?
Our boy Blicky.
And wash away the rain. Yeah, I know you like that song. I know you're about that life, man.
Yeah, man. I'm actually listening to some Alexis on Fire as we speak.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, pull that super chat back up. We're going to take a little bit more here. Assassino, screen and super chat, brother. I know that's demanding of me. I apologize, man.
He doesn't ask for much around here, Assassino, as he's made many times before. We love you, Blicky.
Yeah, we love Blicky. All right, Bash Bros, what's up, everyone? Yeah, man, we're here today, man. It's been a great Monday. It's been a pretty good summer. All the smoke is gone. That was a couple-day hiatus that we had to go through, man. Would they say keep your day job? Yeah, I know. Yeah, trust me. You're telling me, man. My grandma loves it when you sing.
Yeah.
I told you that.
Oh,
right?
man. Oh, man.
You know
That's embarrassing.
You know what she said?
What'd she say?
She's like, man, I know I can't sing.
I know I can't say.
And my grandma, she's like, but Sharif can't say that.
Goodness, you're a traitor, he says there. All right, man, all right.
No, it's all good, man. It's all fun and games, man. What else would you be? I'm the last person you want to see at karaoke, that's for sure. Especially after a couple of wobblies, then it's just...
A couple of wobblies? That's
game over.
fantastic terminology there, man.
I've been telling folks forever, it says everything that richest mini on the planet, 27,000 of BTC, and Warren Buffett owns 0, and his target is 0. Yeah, that's fair enough, man. I just wouldn't say never, because you don't know what tomorrow brings, right? You never know. You honestly don't know. But the way Saylor had everything going on, I'm not the biggest fan of either. I understand that, but I just wouldn't eliminate the factor of saying that this thing is never going to go to all-time highs again. That's it. Like, listen, to each their own, and that's a fair take. Just being a Bitcoin bull, I would kind of have to disagree. Yeah, when team building, yeah, exactly.
Yes,
that's what we need.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, man. And a team building event at the karaoke machine, just belt a couple of numbers off.
What's your go-to track?
Can I tell you the honest truth?
Yeah, you don't have one?
I've never done karaoke.
What?
Yeah, that's the truth.
Bro, you live in karaoke town, too.
I know. Yeah. In Little Korea.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
exactly.
Every other
well
store
said.
is like karaoke.
Literally is, bro. I've never smashed a karaoke session. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't mind trying. Right?
You know what
you get a couple of wobblies in.
Yeah, then it's just
I'll belt off a couple of
Mine was Music by Madonna.
Oh.
Yeah, music.
Makes the people go together, something.
Right? That was my go-to.
It was she was the opening act in the halftime show yesterday.
Yeah.
It was by video. Shout out to
by
JT.
Video.
Yeah.
JT.
JT did well. BTS did well. I thought Shakira.
JB, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, my
JT,
bad.
I was like,
Justin Bieber, my bad. Yeah, not JT. God, no. I thought Shakira was pretty good. Burna Boy was pretty good as well,
I like
man.
Burna
Everybody
Boy.
was good yesterday. I didn't dislike that halftime show at all, right? Juan, what did you think about the halftime show? I know that's not very, World Cup-ish. It's more Super Bowl-ish. But what were your thoughts there? No? Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was thinking there as well. There goes ZYBT. ZYBT is going to halt up at 230. I punched in like a psycho into the area high. We're looking for a little bit. We're going to build a position now on ZYBT. It just halted up, top showing 233. We're looking for a big move here, possibly into that 250. That is the topping tail candle, but it's held to 20 quite well. We'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. I ended up taking out NUAI. I'm gone with that. Lost the 10, so I'm gone Zeno. Jackie says AMC's ripping. Okay. Looking at quickly here.
As well,
AMC just ripped up, Joey, into a high a day of 244. We could see 250 sooner rather than later. Good look here on AMC as it rips through that 230 area. There was a lot of resistance there. Shout out to my man Jackie, TT Mask, talking AMC as well.
Yeah.
So is Athlon Stan. Are you looking at Archer? I was just covering that for somebody. I even got it up over here, ACHR. So I just covered ACHR for Nick W in the chat. It's losing the 10, but I'd be looking for a hold up at 5.10 to 5, right? The 15, I think, is showing the 10 EMA right around 5.07, but I'm seeing a really good breakout level at 5, right? VWAP a little bit lower into 497. So I'd be looking, over here, 5.05 to about 5.15. Wait for the signal, right? You're looking for higher lows, higher highs on a smaller time frame. Thank you for that. Rudy will do well in a karaoke bar. I don't think so, bro. I think they're going to kick me out, and I'm probably going to get banned.
That's the thing. You can't get kicked out, man.
Can't get kicked out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. You can be as bad as you want then, right?
That's what it's all about, man. You can't go there. Like, if you're good, you're good. But I think that karaoke is for the individuals like myself who are not very good.
All right.
All right, we're gonna go over to Adara here momentarily as we continue to take some out. I don't know why this chart is not doing any. It's not justifying like what we got going on here. There's much more liquidity. We're still rocking and rolling as Meta's starting to turn positive. Yeah, we're gonna get some news, Sharif. Oh boy, there. I don't know if anybody watched that Ryan Cohen interview on Bloomberg. Oh my God.
Let go of it and then do it again.
Yeah, I know.
Let go of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Let's send it over to the desk.
Not seeing anything on Meta here yet, but just be aware, guys. Keep an eye on you. So keep an eye on the market. Seeing more comments here over the last couple of minutes from Iran's press TV. So again, Iranian state media, be aware. They're reporting that an industrial facility in central Iran area, specifically Khomeini City, was attacked by the U.S. Here is a look at META. I know Joe just mentioned this one. If I do see anything on this, I'll keep you guys posted. But this furiously breaking not only today's prior day high, but also, not only today's intraday highs, but also prior day highs.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as we kind of sort out our own little technical difficulties here, Meta's really starting to move, ladies and gentlemen. So picking up momentum and volume. Actually, no, sorry, I take that back. Volume not really stepping in as we break out, but also we have to take in the factors. Just look what happened on Friday session. You sell off all the way down to 627, and then now we're starting to form a rebound. Gorb, I was looking at this across the board, and that's why I liked Google and NVDA for potential longs today, but this name not doing its thing, and we don't love these pre-market rallies. I'm not a big fan of it. I want to see us hovering right below the volume-weighted average price, and then off to the races we go. But yeah, META starting to pick up a little steam and momentum. We want to see that volume really pick up and step into the actual underlying asset. Then we can classify it as a genuine move. As of right now, I'm not necessarily going to call that right now, nor am I going to get too giddy on the situation. Man, it's an absolute disaster over here when it comes to this charting. But hey, we've figured things out, and that's it. It's only a minor speed bump. We're not going to freak out or anything along those lines. Now, as for our watch list, Sharif, these Mag 7 names, here it goes. Applied Materials up a little bit here today. So, about to give some back, but a strong gap up there. And Robinhood, a name that had the inability to break this 114 marker, this 120, selling off to $100. We were talking about that not too long ago. We're going to have to crack through this level in order for us to construct a new high. Was it Steve Talman who said that he thinks that Robinhood is a $400 name? If that's the case, sign me up, because I'm going to remain a shareholder of this. This is a name I will not be letting go of anytime soon. There's a couple others that I would like to reduce my exposure in, and then grab some more goggles and NVDA, which we've been doing in our swing account and in our long-term account.
All right, man, we're waiting for the resumption here on ZYBT. We're looking for resumption time, I believe, at around 26. It should be in about 10 seconds or so. Yeah, less than 10 seconds. So the top is showing 47s now, 49. Let's see if it opens up 48. Looking for a nice move up here. Let's see if it's going to be 10 or 5. Top is showing 48. I haven't quite seen it at 50 yet. What time do you have there on the time and sales? On like immediately time and sales?
On ZYBT?
Yeah, so it's, no. Just any time and sales. What do you have? 33. Okay, so we're going to be a 10-minute halt. Oh, boy. ZYBT looks like it's going to be 10 minutes. It was supposed to open up at 32.26. It did not, having halted at 27.26. So we're going to keep that one in focus over here. ZYBT halted to the upside. Now, I did work into GMM. Shout out to my man there in the chat who pointed that, hey, man, GMM's still doing it live. We got 30s on here. It's showing me 28, so we're out of the money. If this loses 15, I haven't given it much in the way of room. I'm gonzino on this one. So we're going to see how this cookie crumbles. Shout out to my man, The Rock. ZYBT, my TP is 332. It's an A+ setup. All right, man, that's what I want to hear. I like that. I like that kind of call there. And you know what, quite frankly, The Rock, we had a good amount here accumulating on the top. We're showing 47s, having halted, of course, at 30. So I feel that that is bullish. My biggest concern, I should say, with these multiple halting names is when they do get into that 10-minute halt, I don't know. I just get a little worried that, the sell orders, the sell on open orders could start coming in. But we're going to be able to monitor what the imbalance is during the halt. This is not an IZ or an MX name, so we will be able to know what the theoretical auction price, of course, is. 247 is what it's showing right now. We're going to send you up to Sia for some news.
The SPY is currently up 0.42% to be precise at the moment. Let's take a look at what's going on with the sector. So you have electric tech right off the bat, NVIDIA up 8%, but Apple down very close to 3% on the day here. AVGO is up 3%, followed by AMD, INTC, MU, all above 3%. Whereas MU leading the pack up 5%, and SNDK looking like a good day here, up 6% on the day. It's been having a bit of a tough week in the past week with MU. All these chip stocks lagging behind seem to be doing a good day today. Dell is down 1%, however, GE and KLAC down also 8%, and KLAC close to 1%. You have technology services, Google up 2.3%. So Frozen V2, that is a new server chip that Google is currently working on to make its Gemini models run more efficiently, was news that came out this morning. We'll be discussing more of that in the news segment, so don't go anywhere. Stay right here with that. You have Microsoft up 2% and Meta up close to 1%. Oracle, however, sliding towards the downside. It's down close to 3% on the day. Palantir's up 2.3% with PANW flat on the day, Netflix down more than 8%, and IBM up 1%. You have finance, mixed sentiment across the board on this sector here. You have IBKR up 2.2%, but MS is down 1.7% on the day, but BRKB, JPM, MasterCard, GS, all trading flat at the moment, with Visa being one of the only big names that's up in the green. That's also relatively flat, but closer to 8% on the day. But BAC down closer to 8%, and WFC also down 0.7% at the moment. AXP also flat on the day. Robinhood up very close to 1.5%. Moving on to retail trade, we have Amazon up 2%, Walmart down 1.4%, but Costco trading flat with Home Depot down 1.5%. TJX is also flat at the moment. You have producer manufacturing across, I think, producer manufacturing, utilities, process industries, as well as consumer non-durables. There's a lot of mixed sentiment across these sectors. Lots of bears, lots of bulls, but we have producer manufacturing, AMET, that's trying to inch up closer to 0.70%. CAT down 1.2%. LRCX basically flat on the day, but almost down 0.80%, 88%. GEV down up 1%. Health tech, you have a bit of bearishness across the start of the sector. You have Lilly and J&J. J&J is down closing to 1%, and Lilly is down over 1%. ABBV also inching closer to 1% mark, lagging on the day. MRK down 1.7%. Energy, the one sector that you don't really want to see strong, is one of the strongest sectors, you could say, on the day, with XOM up 0.81% and CVX up over 8%. Consumer durables, you have Tesla down 1.6%. Consumer services, you have a mixed sentiment again with Disney down 0.80%. And McDonald's trading flat. You have transportation looking a little bit choppy over here, I could say. You have UNP, UPS, both down. UPS is sliding further down than 3%, but Dash is up over 3.5%. FedEx also down 1.7%, but Uber is up 1%. So there's a bit of a mixture over here with stocks that are doing okay and not doing okay. UAL also up very close to 2%. And with that, you have health services. Finally, UNH is down 1.3%. ELV is up 2.9%. Other sectors, like I just mentioned, commercial, industrial, utilities, consumer non-durables, it looks like all the pack is having a bit of a undecided day about what's going on with these stocks.
You know what isn't undecided, though,
What is
Sia?
it?
The higher day on ZYBT. We got everything out right at the high of the day. Took the breakout like a psycho as this was halting the first time, Joey. And there it goes again. Halted Mr. Options into $2.64. Joseph, I made a mistake. You want to know why?
Why?
You know what the tap is showing now?
What is it?
$3.50.
Oh, snap.
It is almost a dollar.
What did you get out at? Would you? Oh, a dollar
64.
higher than what?
It is.
Than what,
Yeah, bro. It is a dollar higher, man. 348, 345. You guys, what I'm saying, 80 pennies higher. But a lot of strength right now in ZYBT. Shout out to Bovin. Shout out to Zion. Shout out to The Rock. He says, look at The Rock astutely pointing out.
What's The Rock
to
saying?
332. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even seen the Rock, but he's turning into a good small cap trader.
I didn't even. Has he been a regular or not?
I don't remember his name that often. The Rock, man. Have you been with us for a while, brother? Or
What's up, Ramin?
are me and Joey just forgetting there? See that look? Just like a look of indifference.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah, you're alive. I don't care.
It's like, yeah,
right?
whatever.
Like, it's
What are you
fantastic.
even? It's like,
Get it,
what are you
Ram.
even doing here?
Yeah,
Like, don't even
don't
speak
talk
to
to me.
Yeah,
Like,
do
you're
not
not on my
speak
level.
to thy.
Do not speak to thy. That was fantastic.
What in the?
Shout out. Don't you think you would look good with Neil's hairstyle? Yeah, I would, but I don't want to.
What kind of?
Right?
Who said that?
Something Stan06.
What
Shout out to my man
Stan, what are you getting
there.
out here, Stan?
Joey.
Yeah.
Have you looked at NUAI?
No, I was looking at SpaceX.
There goes GMM into a high of the day. Give me my money, man. Into the high of the day, 348. We got 330s on this monster. Shout out to the individual who was pointing this one out to me. Joey, you often hear me say, yo, we're going to put a liquidity tester at certain levels to see if we can get through the sellers. And here comes 48 again, accumulating on the ask. No print, though, above 48 as we continue to trend below that 3.5. Nothing surprising me about that. We've often talked about whole and half dollars acting as key areas of support and resistance. So I'm putting a liquidity tester there just south of it, and there it goes, Mr. Options, into another high day into 350. Looking for a little bit more now. Let's see if we can get a print above the half dollar. We got one right at the half dollar. Now, let me tell you something.
Oh.
This one loses 3.25. I'm out. So we're going to risk 5 pennies on the last remaining amount. Aw, look at Ram. You saw that?
Yeah.
She can't say it with words, but she
typed.
can do it with letters.
You know
on
how
a keyboard, right?
painful that probably was too.
Yeah. That she probably just like, you know.
Just like, do I said it? Yeah. Ben, like, listen. Whoa! What happened to the market here? Something's
going
stepping
on.
in. Yeah, big time stepping in. As the Nasdaq, Tank City, NVDA to the downside. Meta, everybody's running to their desk. Get it together, folks. Here it is, man. A big. Adara just flew back. Yeah, Adara. Don't no. I'm not taking it personally. Don't take it personal. Holy smokes, man! It's quick. It's okay. It's only news. But anyways, aside from that, no. In all seriousness, a big time volatility spike. I wouldn't be surprised if it has to do something with oil.
Yeah,
as oil
Joey,
takes a big time uptick. Man, here it is, right? $125. But the Nasdaq, this could be the liquidity needing to be absorbed in order for us to climb a little bit higher. I like what we got going on here. It's definitely regards to that. Donald Trump, I like this so far, guys. We'll wait for price action to turn around, and then we'll look to take advantage of that. There we go. Now we're going to send it off to Adara.
We have comments here from President Trump. President Trump saying, and I quote, "Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over." So again, you're saying quotes from President Trump. This might be untruth. I wasn't able to load truth here. Once again, having some technical issues on that platform. But President Trump saying, quote, "Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over." So more tensions here, unfortunately, with the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
Yep, not surprised about that at all. You know, I got to tell you, Joey, I think we're going to be kind of like in this state of on again, off again for a while. We'll have periods of relative calm, followed by other periods of belligerencies like we've been seeing. I don't think this resolves that easily. Did you see what happened in Iran, though?
Over the weekend?
And not just over the weekend, but the factionalization within the the Islamic ruling party there.
Yeah.
Listen to this, man. The people who struck the memorandum of understanding with President Trump are being looked at as traitors from within their party. So they were at the funeral for the late Ali Khamenei, right? Ayatollah Khomeini or whatever his name
the
was.
former
Supreme leader.
Yeah.
They were doing a funeral for him. And then some of the people who were part of the kind of the branch of the party there that struck the MOU with President Trump, they were getting pelted with rocks and being called traitors. So, you know, as I predicted, I knew that this was going to be a factionalized thing, that they were not going to have.
Like,
they were not going to see eye to
That's
eye.
what happens, dude. Look what happened after the United States left Iraq as well, too, right? You have ISIS being formed. You have these factions. When you unfortunately do these things, this is what happens. You think it's going to make them like you more?
No, I don't. No, but like, dude,
but
I mean,
understand,
within
like,
their own party, they are becoming.
Yeah, because exactly. But again, like you just become so filled with hate that it doesn't matter if you try to make a deal for your country. People are going to look at it in the opposite light, like you're betraying us.
Yeah, great.
Bending the knee to the United States.
Go ahead, Sia.
It's so funny. Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social about the World Cup turning out to be a spectacular success. And all I can think of is the one scene in my head where he would not get
I don't want to get off the stage. I see ya, but yeah, they had to Photoshop him out.
What do you mean?
Sia, he did the exact same thing last year.
Chelsea.
Okay, do you remember? Chelsea!
Yeah,
you
with
remember
Chelsea,
exactly
yeah.
what I'm talking about, the Club
Yeah.
World Cup. He's like, I'm going to stay on. Right? I want to stay on and take pictures. Shout out to my man, President Trump, man. All right. We're having a good laugh, of course. We don't mean any disrespect, but we're just joking around, guys. So I don't want anyone to think that we're taking shots at the president. We're having a good time. We make fun of our own leaders as well, and I think it's a sign of a healthy discussion to be able to poke fun at your leaders, right? And that's kind of the difference between us and autocracies, right? And authoritarian states, right? You can't poke fun at the leader; you get clipped. Just ask Egypt. In any event, no, I probably shouldn't have said that. Now I won't be able to.
You're done. You can't even go there now.
Oh boy, here we go. All right, here we go, guys. I'm watching here GMM.
Whoa.
And it's coming back down into about 350. Now I'm trying to make a decision of whether I should be adding at 340 or let this one bleed. 363 is the high. I had my out at 369. It's not coming out quite yet. Adam, James abroad. Can't let y'all have tilapia on a Monday. So pizza olive delivery on the way to the studio door. Someone head to the door in 5 minutes.
Ram.
I love this guy, bro. Enjoy lunch to hell with tilapia. Adam James abroad doing it again, man. Shout out to Adam, man. We appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Everything that you do around here, man. Shout out to the dude. He's in Vancouver. He's having a hell of a time. He's in Vancouver Island.
Yeah,
we
the
wanted
island.
to make that very clear.
Yeah.
He's not in Van City.
I know. I've been over
to
to that neck of the woods, man. Horseshoe Bay. Man, you know what they were doing in bars way before it even happened here? Is like you could go to a bar in Vancouver and like buy a 6-pack and then leave. Not like it matters. Like I just felt like
you can still do that here.
No, you can't.
You can buy wine from a restaurant
and leave, but not like actual like 6 beers and then
No,
like,
you
and
can't
then
do
and
that.
then
Your
and
boy
then leave.
Big Dougie did it during the pandemic.
Well, during the
remember?
demi, that's what we were doing. Everything over Uber Eats.
Yeah.
This is like LC closed. Everything over there. Crazy. Good
Got
times.
it.
Anyways, aside from that, guys, we've seen the news coming in here today.
Opa.
Now, as for Facebook, like we're still holding on to this 26.21 was our entry. We're fortunate enough to catch the low here, and then it's just been riding this wave, this meta train here all day. Now, this is a lot more liquid. Volume is pretty light on this today. I'm sure METU has significantly more volume. Guys, let me know what it's been putting up. I guess I can figure that out right now. I'll just type it in here and see how many shares METU has traded on the day. 1.6 million.
Ooh.
So yeah, almost triple, I guess, than what we got going on here. But nonetheless, we're like bubbing today, Sharif. Just really working, posting up at levels, working the liquidity right now. And I mean, gives you $1 in this name. And I talked about Adam DeLuce and I were talking about this earlier today, just how to utilize these things, right? And that's what we're trying to do. Just leverage your system. Let me insert another row here and just got what we got going on. And bang, there it is. So yeah, I mean, Nonetheless, I'm not going to complain. I think this is going to be a good opportunity with that volatility spike stepping in for us to find a potential long on the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ and NVDA were my primary targets. It's just that Meta set up. And I'm not seeing anything from a signal standpoint that will tell me, hey, Joe, get in this long. And you know what? I believe it's been a more quiet Monday for some of these large cap names. We're right in the dead middle of summer. So the majority of Wall Street probably over there in the Hamptons, relaxing and some light volumes, which can give us some opportunities to appreciate in price, but nothing substantial. And Ozan, I know that Tesla, Ozan and Gaurav, we're talking a little Tesla here today. Watch out for this shelf that's being formed. All right, we don't love shelves because they tend to have liquidity grabs south of them and then continue to climb higher. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily the case here, but if I had to make a bet right now to say, hey, Joe, do you believe that Meta is going to head to 558 before it does to 400? I would say 58 before 400, all right? Damn. And that's just my opinion. I could be totally wrong. Shreve, I could be so wrong. But also what I want us to take into factor is that look what we're trading at from a timeline standpoint in Tesla. We're back to November of 2021. Now, SpaceX. Yep. This is a big time conversation to be had. What we remain forward looking because of what Tesla has in the pipeline. I think we're going to be in the exact same narrative here with SpaceX, even though we have EWS and XAI. I think those are two totally major segments within this company. But as for the space exploration standpoint, it may take a little bit longer than what we're expecting and a broader horizon. And you need to be patient because Los Polios was saying his friends end at 210. Everybody here, the majority of us on the floor are in SpaceX in between 160 and 170. And we're like, uh-oh, what's going on here? That's why you don't buy everything at once. But your timeline has to be a lot more broader with this name.
There goes GMM into another high of day. We had 330s on there, just took out everything at 69er. That was a mistake. It's on the move. Here comes $4, 379 high. There's a seller at 79, 78, in and around that area, but GMM is on the move, Bovin. There it goes into 81, 82, 85. The breakout is on right now on GMM. $4 incoming, volume picking up aggressively. It's an 87 penny high. As we speak on this one, 50% in the Ville of Green, showing some resistance here in the mid to high 80s. But I'd be looking for a move down, if I were you, for 360-ish area. Look at that top that we put in for a number, I want to say about 5-10 minutes. There was a seller here at around 60, keeping an eye on this one. My man Bovin's in NUAI. Bovin, I made a mistake on that, Bovin. I flattened it out. Where the hell is it? I took it, I removed it off the chart there, Bovin. Hold on one second. We're going to go to Sia and Money Talks in a minute there, but I just want to know what I did with my NUA. Well, who cares? Just put it back on, bro. NUAI. So what I did, Bovin, it lost 5. I was like, oh, this sucks. I'm out. And then, boom, it ripped up. So NUAI in focus. It's at the high of the day. Good call out by you, Bovin. 513 high. Look for that move. 102 pizza arrival time. We're going to send Ram to pick it up. Get it, Ram. So that's what we're looking at right there. Watching GMM continue to hang out in the high 70s. I wouldn't mind this one coming back into 60, though, guys. I don't know how you feel about this one. It's either going to go to 4 or come back down into 60 or 50. That's kind of my bias there. So I'll watch that. Not much else for me to talk about other than ZYBT. So this is going to be a long halt here, man. It's likely going to be 20 minutes, I'd say. Oh, it's open. It's open. Here we go. Perfect. Watching. Halt down 306. Limit down 307. Excuse me. Limit down 307. It's up 340%. This is a limit down perimeter now. We need a few more seconds at this level. This was about a 15-minute halt on ZYBT. We are halted down. $3.07. Halt time 12:53:01. Earliest open 12:58:01. Previous halt 15 minutes. Prior halts were all 5. Tap showing 297, 10 pennies lower than the high. There goes GMM, man. It's ripping 396. Here comes 4 on GMM. Got out of this one too early. Crap. But it's all good. I didn't even get the opportunity to add into 360. It didn't even give me that. Like, it just went in a straight line. So 396 Could be that $4 touch we were pontificating about. So watch out for this one. Let me flip the 5 on that. Let me flip to the 5 on GMM here, 5-second chart, so I can kind of spot areas of support and resistance, because I don't mind working my way back in. Holding above 90. There is a buyer here, guys, at 3/4, right around 77. There's been a good buyer there. 77, 78, something to be alive to. If it fails that level, it's likely going to 60 or 50. So my bias here is it goes to 4 or it comes back down, maybe to test that 77, 80 level. Let's see what GMM is, but all sorts of strong. And here we're showing 96s again on the ask. That is the high of the day. Bovin says RXT is moving up as well. You got a lot to choose from, man. You got NUAI, you got GMM, you got ZYBT, and now Bovin says RXT is moving. RXT is a former convict, a name that we know a lot about. And there goes GMM through 4, into 403. Good strength, 408. The breakout's on now, guys. This could be a reversal, though, into a more technically sound level. I'm still looking at 3/4 to 2/3, but the bid is on now, and it is a 407 high with a lot of strength here. There it goes again, 415 high a day. Limit up is still far away. 459 limit up. Wow, GMM, man. Come on, dude. Yeah, the rip is on, Joey. The rip is on. It didn't give me an opportunity to get back in, man. 467 limit up now on GMM. Bovin's celebrating. Bovin's probably celebrating about RXT. Let's look at RXT. Where the hell is it? Yeah, there it goes. RXT just got into a high a day. Shout out to my man Bovin. He's doing it live on this. RXT just took out 440 for a 441 high. Great trade, Bovin. I'm going to keep my eye here on GMM as it's continuing to hang out here at highs. Just before we go to Sia, the Pepe billionaire with 2 Canadians super chat. HGRAF. Good look. Looking good, I mean. Let's look quickly. HGRAF. This will be delayed, sadly, because I do not have permissions for that on my Black platforms, but let's see what the tape is looking. Yeah, big gap down there. What was that, man, on the 22nd? What the hell? Why was this halted for like 3 weeks? Dude, this thing halted on the 22nd of June and opened up on July 15th. It halted like at 490 and it opened up a few days ago at 362. What is this company? HGRAF? Hydrograph Clean Power, $1.25 billion market cap. Of course, it trades on the OTC Pinks. Canada-based company. That's why my man is asking about it. Principally engaged research, development, marketing, commercialization of patented technology to produce pristine graphene derivatives and services. Ah, okay, very interesting. Thank you for that one. I'll keep my eye on that as more of an investment play, but that's your channel initial. Shout out to my man, Green Money Momentum, with a $2 super chat. Funny hearing GMM, he says. That's my channel initials. I hope your channel's doing well, and we're going to send it up to see it.
We have the, we have the Mexican peso and the USD pair currently down 0.62% at the moment. So Mexico's economy will be growing rather slowly this year. Next than the previously forecast. Concerns are over certain trade rules with the United States to continue to erode investment. This is coming as per a Reuters source. We also have analysts saying that industrial production set to remain weak despite rather solid performance that is coming in from Mexican reports, exports also, and at the implementation of the government measures to make up for dwindling private capital spending. So with that, you have the USD MXN, that's the USD Mexican peso pair, down 0.65% on the day. And moving on to the Indian rupee, let's take a look what's going on over here. The Indian rupee pair with the USD, currently US dollar, up 0.7% at 1.17% at the moment. It has declined, however, to its weakest level since the past 2 months after oil prices swayed near $90 per barrel amidst this conflict that is going on. So the Indian rupee currently and USD pair trading around 96.41 region. Let's also take a look at finally what the dollar is doing at the moment. You have the DXY currently up 0.23%. I would say that the dollar is rising today a little bit. Investors have eyed some developments in the Iran war. Pound, however, has fallen from earlier highs as markets are preparing for a new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
Seems like a very different prime minister to the one they had with Keir Starmer. You know, his kind of acceptance speech, so to speak, was, hey, I'm going to be a very business-friendly leader of the Labour Party. You already hear them talking about the North Sea and the oil reserves that still exist in the North Sea. They're saying something like about 125 years left worth of energy there. He's going to open that up again. I think the previous Labour government had kind of put the kibosh on that, but it's going to be interesting to see. I think, I think England could be run. You know what he reminds me of a little bit? A little bit of a Carney. He is Labour, which is the Canadian version of Liberal, and he's more pro-business than his predecessor, which is exactly what Carney kind of is. So I'd like to see exactly how this whole cookie crumbles, but very interested to see. Anyway, I'm back in GMM here. I'm looking for a move above the $0.25. I stop out below 98. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Are we sending it up?
Yeah, we're going to send it over there.
Keep an eye on WBD and PSKY. A little bit of volatility in both of these, seeing reports that Paramount's attempt to acquire Warner Brothers has just been temporarily paused by a federal judge. So again, a federal judge temporarily halting Paramount Skydance's attempt to acquire WBD. Keep an eye on both these names as we send it back to the guys.
Ramin's here. She might have it. Yeah, that's not good whatsoever because we've had this conversation on multiple occasions. Just the fact that every day that this deal is not done, Paramount actually has to pay its shareholders an X amount per share. And it can go up to as high as a quarter for every day that this deal isn't complete. So, yeah, the longer and the more prolonged this is, we talked about the premium that was paid for Warner Brothers Discovery. That's only going to increase. So I'm not in love with what's going on. I think the merger is going to get done at some point. It's just a matter of when, okay? The regulators, I know some don't love it, but aside from that, they're just going to push back, give them a hard time, and then eventually you'll see the two companies combined. Now, as for Facebook, guys, we're still hovering around the highs, and I'm waiting for some prints around the lows on NVDA. Gorb, I was looking to tag you on this one. We're sitting on, I have like 2.5% left here of this, so I'll take my last out, and then we'll take it from there. But if this bull flag actually forms, then I think we can head up into 655. Now, no, Loon, I know you were talking about NVDA, and you still have some around 205. Well, I'm going to be swinging this for quite some time now. I mean, I have a couple years that I'm willing to just continuously build, and I do believe that I can build an average to around $170. Joe, what are you even talking about? That's another, 170 is another 16% drop from here. Now, what I'm afraid of happening is this being a potential bull trap. Where did we see this before? And to compare the two companies, I understand, but let's look at it from a technical standpoint. Never mind anything else, this is what we got going on. This was a bull trap. And this is the exact same thing that I believe is starting to form on NVDA. Can it continue to climb a little bit higher? Absolutely. But identical price action. So you have this downtrend, you pull up, and then bang, to the downside. NVDA, let's do the exact same thing. Pizza review time.
See that? Just comes, just to hurt you.
You know
who walks away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anyways, aside from that, she don't even mess around. We care because I'm pretty sure Ramin owns NVDA, don't you? Yeah. So you should care.
Get it, Ram.
Yo.
She doesn't care if she makes money.
Yeah. Yeah. So don't you want to buy more?
All right. What do we got here, Joey? So this is from Pizza Olive.
Yeah, this is our go-to, man.
Pizza and pasta, a fresh taste in every bite, according to
That's a good one. Which one you got under the hood
We're going to find out here, Joey.
Oh, look at this
cheese
roni.
pizza, baby.
Look at
we got
this roni.
Cheese, pepperoni on one. What's the last one there, Joe?
Is it 2 cheese?
It's 2 cheese?
Yeah.
All right.
Man, all right. Pizza review time.
Hold on. We're sure it's all cheese?
Yeah, brother. I looked at that one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
It's pizza review time.
Go, Joey. You're going to do it live?
Yeah, we're going to do it live, man. We're going to do pizza review live here. One bite, everybody knows the rules. Man, you know.
Portnoy talks too much about sports he doesn't understand.
Like what?
He's talking too much soccer, bro. Stick to your North American sports. What do we got there, Joey?
What was this?
y'all see that? What the hell was that?
That's how you know it's good.
You were weak in the legs there.
Yeah,
It was
weak,
good.
man. Yeah, nice fluff on the crust. Cheese is immaculate. Nice crisp on the pepperoni. We're going 8-4.
8-4.
Yeah.
That's a statement there.
Thanks. So you like that one, Casino Mac?
Shout out to Adam James abroad.
Thanks,
Thank you
brother.
so much, Adam, for
Bring it
that.
over
Here
there,
you go,
man.
Ram. We know you want to control the pizza. You don't want this one? You don't want to take that with you? Thank you,
For
Ram.
everybody.
Wow, she grabbed that. Pretty hard, bro. No, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you, Ram. And thank you, of
stuff.
course, Adam James abroad for that. Ozan's pumped. He got to see Ram on camera. Okay.
Yeah.
See,
But it doesn't matter. She doesn't care about the NVDA.
No pineapple, says Rudy. We don't want to upset Neil. You know, Neil is the big kahuna, right? Like, he's one of the big kahunas. Here, GMM, guys. GMM into the high of the day again. It just touched 430 again, or 428, something like that. But it's accumulating for a high day break. The volume's picking up aggressively. And there it goes, Joseph, into another high of day at 433. GMM is on its horse, on its cart, whatever the hell it's driving, whatever conveyance of any form, it's on it right now. And it seems to be putting in a good trend to higher lows, higher highs, even though there is a little bit of a resistance at this 4.25 level. But good luck liking this one. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, nothing, man. Just talking some more. Yeah, that was some good good pizza for sure. The cheese, that's the thing with the pizza stuff, Sharif, you got to just avoid it at all.
Tell him what you were doing on the weekend, bro. Tell him about that walk from east to west. Like, this guy's like Lewis and Clark or something.
Yeah, Heel Toe Express, man. No, I enjoy doing that stuff, man. Like, I think one of the funnest activities on the planet is people watching. I don't know if you ever.
I do. I like observing.
You know what I mean? Just sitting there watching. So I'll do that on my walks. And Selena's always like, yeah, you just like to walk aimlessly. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I like to just head it. I think of a destination in my head. I'll walk there, and then I just walk back.
Destination unknown. Dun, dun, dun,
I don't know
dun,
that
dun.
song.
Okay, but actually, there was a good walk. You went to to the east
so
side.
the Liberty Village in Toronto, all the way to the Distillery District,
yeah, so that
where
is
they
what
actually had a viewing of the game. Yeah, it was obviously packed past Kensington Market, or not Kensington, St. Lawrence Market. What are they saying? What are they saying?
YB 7584, bro. I unblocked that.
Dude,
that's funny, bro.
I've always, since I was a kid, I've always eaten my crust first.
Yeah, eh?
Always.
Hold on, was that stuffed crust though?
No, that wasn't stuffed crust. No, you can go back to my previous pizza reviews, crust first.
I respect that.
Yeah, I've always had it. Save the best. Neil, that's Juan, sorry. But no, in all seriousness, guys, I do believe we're going to be able to get much better prices here in this name. This is a bull trap 101. If it continues to appreciate, then by all means, this earning support is going to be key. But what I've been kind of correlating this name with is Microsoft. With its previous lengthy consolidation, right? And it's like, Joe, what are you even talking about? Like, these are completely different names, but look at it from a technical standpoint, right? Like, the movement of money can be somewhat identical. Now, you have this consolidation from 2024 all the way to 2025. Yeah, I know you're looking at the hazard, the OSHA thing.
No, people are like asking about like Fabian and the stats.
They're
like,
really going on about that.
Is there some sort of certification that you need to be on a ladder? Because people like keep asking about like the certification.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we'll probably stop talking about it.
Yeah, but let's not put a light on it, even though it's too late now. But in all seriousness, you have these breakouts and then you just fail. I hope to the trading gods themselves that doesn't happen here in this name, but day by day it's kind of looking like that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about in the near future this around 185, even 170.
All right, Joseph.
It's either going to be $300 or it's going to be around that level.
The OG Bovin's been calling out SkyQ. So we're going to have to put some respect on SkyQ's name here because, well, number one, Bovin called it out. Number two, it's just reclaimed, I think for the first time in a while, since about 10:30. It's back above the volume weighted average price. SKYU is the ticker. This is a former convict as well, and by that I jokingly say that it's been on our watch list before because it's run before, and so not like I have an understanding of how this one moves at all times, but I like to trade ones that are on people's purviews and have had a tendency to run up. And this one has. So right now it's looking decent, but Bovin, I don't know how you feel about this, Bovin, but yeah, 497 high. But I want to point out the 475 resistance that I see here. And on the 5-minute chart, there are no closing prints. Very few, actually, just one that actually breached 475. So I'm a little bit worried that we encounter some aggressive selling at $0.75. I'm going to keep a close eye on this one, but it's doing everything it needs to do at the moment, namely reclaim the volume weighted average price. That's first order of business. So we'll keep tabs on that. Bovin says, SkyQ, I want a $5 break and then hold and squeeze. Understood. I like that. I also want to bring your attention to ZYBT. It's finding support at 3/4. So this one is kind of losing trend a little bit here with a 337 high showing 289 now, but it's trying to recover after those two down halts and is trying to make a move back into 3. Funny enough, guys, the current bar low of this 5-minute candle, the 105 bar, it's going to halt up now. It's going to halt up at 293 here if we stay a little bit more. So the current bar low is right at the 10 EMA. So it holds the 10 EMA like a glove, and 3, 2, 1, we're halted on ZYBT yet again, and then GMM bleeding its own blood right down into that 3 3/4 area. Sorry to jump between the two guys, but you know how these small caps move. They wait for nobody, myself included. Prior bar low now is 375, current bar low 382. It's holding the $0.75, but I gotta be honest with you guys, other than the 10 EMA on the 5, there's not a whole lot of support at 375. I was looking more for 360. Now, it may not give me 360 because people punch in a little bit ahead of the level, right, to secure they got shares. But I'm going to keep a close eye here on GMM. I have no problem trying to trade this one too. And then I also want to shout out the astute traders in the chat that were pointing out Archer Aviation. You know, I'm obviously involved in Joby, so Archer is my ultimate enemy. And I kid, of course, I don't care about that much. But ACHR having a day here. In fact, the day's looking better and better for ACHR as it goes on, as we're now up 19.82%. What's that hot garbage Joby doing? It's up 2%. No, that's wrong. My bad. Wrong one here. It's up 3 1/3%. So clearly, this is an Archer Aviation related story. What is this? What is the headline here? Oh, here it is. Dual use autonomous aircraft program. What are they using it for? Takeoff and landing designed for both commercial and defense. That's what I've been saying, man. I mean, I don't understand. And they're tying with Anduril. Well, Joby, why couldn't you tie the knot with Anduril, man? We've been talking about, you know, the military applications of these eVTOLs. The only constraint that I saw was weight, right? With weaponry being pretty heavy. But, I mean, I would have been all over that. I have no idea why Joby's not doing that. But in any event.
Anduril is making the warfare game unfair. You see that stuff?
Bro, as soon as that thing lists for an IPO,
man.
I'm buying, right? Like, I like that.
The fact that you can see individuals on the opposite side of solid structures, it's game. Like, but how do you like it? It's not like any form of close to close or like urban warfare. It's
shoot through walls.
Yeah, it's over. It's
shoot
over.
Through walls.
Like, it's like,
clip people.
It's not even that you see the movement of individuals through
the purpose of which is to get them, no?
Yeah, exactly. You want me to give you another slice? No, I'm okay right now. I think we'll, as peckish as I am, we'll hold off until lunch. We'll eat the salmon. We also got to go outside, hit the gym too. You know what I mean, Sharif? So we don't want to.
I want to cover Lele's thing.
Go ahead,
if you
man.
don't mind, man. ZYBT says, Lele, if it's halted, why do I see movement on my level 2? I took a leap on ZYBT. What out? Yeah, sometimes I see that too, Lele. Like, it's just, you know, I think that's a manifestation of the program rather than the exchange, right? See, mine's moving as well. And you can see that. Look at that NSB gateway, Lele. This one right here that I have my cursor on. Look at the size. You'll see size coming in. See that? NSB, just more size came in. I'm assuming those are market on open, right? Or limit on open orders that are coming onto the exchange there. But the most important thing, Lele, is the time and sales. Because you can bamboozle the level 2. You can't bamboozle the time and sales. Why do I say that? Because you can have an iceberg order on the level 2, which, you know, astute traders will be able to point it out because there'll be nothing posted on the gateway, yet it's not rising. But the time and sales, every single order, dark pool, whatever, or otherwise, comes on there. So right now you're not seeing the time and sales move. So I would say don't worry too much about the level 2, as you know the limit on open and the market on open orders are coming in. Shout out to Lele. Great question there by you. Bovin says TIM is moving. Bovin, I'm still watching SkyQ, man. Because SkyQ, I think it might have a shot here, Bovin. Who are we going to take off? We're going to take off STIM. Even though STIM has been a good trade, I've done nothing on it. So we're going to look at SkyQ. But Bovin is saying TIM. Let's look at that. STIM. Oh, he's saying STIM. Yeah, I just saw that, Bovin. It's breaking out. Good call. But it's just, it's a little bit light on vol. STIM. Yeah, I had that on my side chart, Bovin. I just took it out there for SkyQ. Lele says, thanks. I got the time and sales. Yeah, perfect. Mr. Nanny, Sharif, could you please look at KUST? Absolutely. Here we go. Oh, okay. Look, it doesn't have a lot of volume. The volume today is about 495,000 shares. It's $1.29. It's a sub $1 million market cap, $805,000 million market cap. Again, 495,000 shares, but the chart pattern is quite good. It's up a respectable 12% on the day. I'd say be careful with this one, though, because the liquidity is a little bit sus. Guys, we're open on ZYBT. Get it, Lele. I hope you're printing on that, girl. Here comes that 310 level. Let's see what we got here. So prior candle high, and I don't mean prior candle like the one that we just closed out there, but the topping tail candle was 320. So I'd be looking for a 320 break and take before I get involved. It's going to halt down again. It's going to halt down again at 283. It's done 124 million shares, up 305%. Even though it halts down, you want to know the truth? It's still generally holding trend. So we're halted down again on ZYBT. I hope everybody is trading safely today because there's been a lot of halting names and, getting caught on the wrong side of these could be a bit of trouble here. But it's a quarter after. Should we start?
I want to talk about something first before we do. Now, there's some interesting conversations that I was listening to over the weekend.
Okay.
And I'm trying to find the individual because he's not your average analyst who comes on to the Bloombergs or the CNBCs. But anyways, what he was highlighting, and I believe it was on CNBC, and for some reason I can't find it, but that's all right. I'll just break down the conversation. He's like, I'm in search for that $10 trillion company. Because he believes that it's inevitable that that's going to happen. It's just a matter of who's going to be the first one to get there. Now, with that being said, it was a conversation that Sharif and I were having not too long ago, and the fact that how do we feel about the Anthropics, the OpenAIs, and the SpaceX styled companies coming to market at such maturity. And what do I mean by maturity is that this is the first that we've ever seen some private companies become public with over $1 trillion valuations. Now, is that fair? And the conversation led to, is that fair for the retail investor? Is it fair to the individuals who don't have access to the private markets? And those were questions that my eyebrows were raising as well, too. Like, why is it that OpenAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX are coming to market at such insane valuations? And it's like the conversation led to because they didn't need to raise capital. But then a question that I was asking myself is, then why do they need to right now? And if you have a little bit more different structure in the private markets, why become public? And if you're Sam Altman, is that your best move right now, considering sentiment over the name in your company, over his name specifically in the company, isn't at its brightest spot? So I think it's very intriguing and interesting to see those three big names come to market and how it can affect the average retail investors. Because if you were buying SpaceX right out of the gate, you're officially out of the money. I think the majority of the people are underwater. Right? Like, unless you bought somehow today at $120, which I highly doubt a lot of people did, and even if you did, congratulations, you're still struggling a little bit. So I really enjoyed that conversation, and for me personally, that's just what I want to to be able to find, because I even said that to Sharif. I think that Apple is definitely in contention to be one of the first $10 trillion names. I don't think that it's a question of if companies do, it's when. And then if you look at it from a bigger picture, a $10 trillion company, it works out to be about like 5% of global GDP, which is totally attainable.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
A lot of people echo your sentiment, by the way, about Anthropic. A lot of people are saying that.
Why are they coming to market at such maturity?
No, but their valuation, what you were saying, respecting their valuation. We're expecting, guys, rumors I was reading on the weekend, October-ish for Anthropic. So that should be quite interesting. And I think probably for them, I don't know, the sooner the better. They have all the hype right now. Do they want to wait like OpenAI and have their kind of moment in the sun fade a little bit? Because that's what's happening in OpenAI right now as they delay their IPO. And I submit to you guys, this IPO specifically, Apple's targeting this IPO. I think Apple, as I made very clear on Friday, I think Apple's out to fundamentally disrupt OpenAI. How they do it, I just haven't seen Apple be this litigious, this aggressively. Like they often file suits, IP suits, I get that, but it's never on this scale with this much detail this early on. So something seems to me a little bit different this time around. We're gonna find out. Discovery will bring out everything. Discovery in the civil process is amazing. And I think everybody who had anything to do with this, if it was illicit, I think we're going to know about it. So it should be different.
I mean, also with them becoming public, just now, all the numbers are now publicly available, right? So it's just like whatever you thought you were hiding from maybe an accounting standpoint, we'll
find out.
Yeah, exactly. There's actually, what was the point before we got into news I wanted to make? It's now slipped my mind.
What's up?
Yeah, no, I can't remember it now, which kind of sucks because I thought it was valid. But anyways, aside from that, let's get right into the news.
Yeah, let's send it to Sia.
Let's take a look and start with our first story for the news segment. AMD, so we're talking about Helios. Now, AMD is preparing to ship its first rack scale system for our AI, which is also called Helios, to Microsoft. Now, AMD will begin shipping to customers, including Microsoft, not now, later this year. Details about financial terms or any amount of compute capacity has not yet been disclosed with this deal as of yet. And Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella has written in a press release that they are expanding the Azure infrastructure portfolio with AMD Helios to give customers the performance, scale, and choice they need to build and run the next generation of AI applications. You have the new Helios system, which will power frontier model inference for Microsoft, its AI customers, and support Azure AI services. Now, Adara, as you do know it, Microsoft will also be adding 2 new computing instances to run on AMD's latest quote-unquote Venice, VENICE central processing units, or also called CPUs, one for agentic AI and also data pipelines, and another altogether for semiconductor designs.
Yes, this Microsoft story is cool to me, but I think it's just a smaller part of a much larger thing for AMD this week. AMD is having its Advancing AI event. It's kicking off on July 22nd with a keynote by CEO Dr. Lisa Su, which will take place at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. It's a 2-day event. The second day here is July 23rd. Here's a look really of just any public companies that are going to be speaking or taking part in presentation on the first day of this event. I do have these infographics ready. I'm not going to post them until Wednesday, so stay tuned. But yeah, I mean, guys, like just off the top here, you've got Google that's going to be present, Celestica, Synopsys, Dell, Supermicro, Arista, Rivian, Marvell, HPE, Broadcom. Like there's going to be a ton of companies, big and small. You've also got Nutanix and RXT, so some smaller caps as well. I think that if you're looking A, to play AMD, but B, to play any of these other, tertiary peripheral names here, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities. Stay tuned for these infographics. Again, right before these presentations begin, so you guys can get a sense of who to keep an eye on at this event. But I guess we'll see you guys, Lisa, soon when this event happens here on July 22nd and 23rd. Don't miss that keynote. It'll happen during the midday on Wednesday, and we'll be there to cover it for you.
Yeah, it should be a big event. All right, so I like the partnership with Azure. I like the fact that it's a multi-product deal. We're not just talking about the MI series. We're not just talking about the Epic. We're talking about everything, GPUs, CPUs, networking, hardware, optics involved in that. I like the gauntlet. Keep them reliant on the full stack, as much of the stack as you're able to kind of take. We're also talking about them with the Helios rack scale solution. So why is this important? Because Helios is specifically made for inference, and inference now is basically everything. The agentic AI is really the next phase. So I want to see everything hardware related focused on that. We're also talking about CPUs that are expanding beyond the use that they're typically used for. Now we're talking about DPUs as well to boost them up. And I guess, according to this report, the Helios rack is supposed to start shipping the second half of this year, which we're currently in. So maybe Q4 or late Q3, but I'm waiting just to wake up in the morning or come into work and see that headline that it might be coming out. So good look for AMD. By the way, they're up 138% year to date. So they've had a big move already. Let's send it to Adair. She's got news.
Alibaba actually climbing here. I want to mention we have reports here from Sophia Kai, who is a political reporter. She's here on X, and she's saying that contrary to some reports here that people are sharing, there are actually not, as of right now, any considerations from the Commerce Department to ban Chinese AI models at this time. I guess there was some stuff swirling around on social media suggesting that after the success of Kimi 3 from Moonshot, there was going to be a move to ban some of these Chinese AI models. Again, Sophia Kai of Politico saying that, according to her sources, the Commerce Department is not moving forward on this Chinese model ban at this time, despite, quote, a brief discussion about this recently. Back to you.
I don't see the security reason for the banning of Chinese models, specifically because they're mostly open source and open weight. If there's going to be a ban, it would have to be on grounds of competition. Why am I saying that? Because the open source shows you it can be audited by anybody. So if there's a security loophole in there, run it through Mythos or let some, security analysts look at it. The point is, you're able to know exactly what's behind the wall with these open models, right? And that's the point of having the open models, that you can build your own software application layer on it. So if there is going to be a ban, I think it would just definitely be from competition rather than from security. But I also wanted to point out that a lot of companies now who are complaining about the cost of tokens are taking to these Chinese models. Do you know how many people are running? They basically downloaded the Chinese models. They're running it locally, okay, so that they're not actually sending it to the cloud, and they're putting their own application layer on top of it. And they're basically, the cost per token is just exorbitantly lower than what it would be for a Mythos or anything like that. So I don't necessarily want to see them close the door on that, because by doing that, by closing the door on the open source models, what they're doing is they're effectively handing control to the closed source frontier models. And you know what they're going to do then? Jack up prices and show them.
There it is. But see, Sharif, I think there also has to come, there's obviously a quality within what you're paying for, obviously, when it comes to token base. If it's free, obviously it's going to be on the lower end of things. And when you run into the Claude models where you're really getting to the higher end, it depends what your use case is for that specific model, which I believe is really important, because you're not going to get the exact same thing from Kimi K3 that you're going to get from Claude Fable.
Hence, some people are saying it's as good, Joey. I'm not saying it is. I haven't used Fable all that much. I'm just saying.
If that's the case, then there's no reason for the existence of these Claude, Opus, and everything along those lines.
There is, though, in the fear of using Chinese products, like somebody was pointing out.
Well, I agree with you on that point. But if it's true that you're going to get the exact same thing, okay, I'm paying 94 cents a barrel here, opposed to paying $2.75. There has to be some right. You know what I mean? Yeah. There has to be some form of discrepancy, or you hope that there is, to the tune where you can actually charge that. Right? Because if that's not the case, if it's equally as good, then you're going to have almost no value, because you're going to be beat out of competition. It's that simple.
Let me put this to you.
Yeah.
Do the Chinese open models force the American frontier models to drop their cost per token?
They're going to have to. We talked about this, right? And is it going to get to some point where the regulators here in the States ban any form of China model just due to the fact that they can outcompete them from a price standpoint?
think
what else are you gonna do?
But I'd be hesitant to ban that, because then you're really kind of throwing all the weight and all the leverage onto the frontier models. They don't. I get, they're
America
American,
would
you've got a
want that,
champion,
right?
But then you want them to be stronger than you. Like, they're running everything now. Like, the information that comes off their model, they control. And so that's always a concern, right? You control the narrative, you control the information. Like,
I think from an American standpoint, you might want that, right? Because there it is. That might be your next $10 trillion company.
You're not wrong.
You know what I mean?
But
it's funny to look at this specific picture here and say, hey, Gemini 3.5 is actually the cheapest out of all of them. Kimi being in that second spot from a price standpoint, but then everything else is almost significantly more expensive.
I was hearing Grok 4.5 was like $1.50, a quarter, something like that.
And Muse Spark running around it. So I think Grok's going at $1, and then Muse Spark and whatever Zuck's got going at $1.50. But
so
there also has
pretty close.
But like, I was thinking in my head too, Sharif, is like, you could buy a $40,000 car, but then you can also buy a $250,000 car, right? Like, they both get you to point A to point B, but in what style and what fashion.
Yeah. That's fair. All right, let's talk about the next story, Sia.
For sure. I just want to take a moment to take a look at this on my screen. Something just cool that I want to share. So this is a new AI startup called Sunday Robotics that's already valued at $1.15 billion. The CEO of the company, who's Tony Zhao, is a former Stanford PhD computer. This is not an ad, but he was a researcher at Google, DeepMind, and Tesla as well. So this is something really cute that I was talking to Ardera off camera that I just wanted to show while we're on the topic of AI. So home robot startup Sunday Robotics has said that its new model folded laundry autonomously with a 99.1% success rate. I think the model is really cute. I personally have always been against, as you do know it, robots and AI. I don't stand for that. And Sharif is giving me the look. I don't care. But I think this is really cute. Anyways. With your permission, I will move over to the next story. DPZ is what we're talking about. Thank you for bearing with me right now. Domino's Pizza has reported adjusted diluted earnings per share of $4.07 for the quarter, below analyst consensus estimate of $4.19, according to figures that have been provided. Now, revenue has increased 4.3% year over year to $1.19 billion, which is slightly ahead of expectations of $1.18 billion. Global retail sales that exclude foreign currency impacts has risen 3% from a year earlier. And in the transcript of an earnings call, the company had said that they expect their U.S. and international comp to be up low single digits, inclusive of the benefit of the World Cup soccer tournament that, quote unquote, just concluded. And with that, U.S. same-store sales have increased 0.1%, while international same-store sales, excluding foreign currency effects, have declined 0.1%. Domino's has also added net 209 stores during the quarter, including 26 in the United States and 183 stores internationally, bringing total global count to 22,531 stores. Now, income from operations has increased 3.1% to $232 million. Net income, however, has climbed 3.6% to $135.8 million. Diluted earnings per share have increased 6.8% from $3.81 a year earlier, which is also aided by share repurchases, also reduced weighted average share count. And Domino's CEO Russell Weiner has said that the company has delivered meaningful order count growth despite growing pressure on consumer demand across the U.S. quick service restaurant industry. With that, you have DPZ currently up over 1.5%.
We got Adrian Boner.
Oh,
right?
we
have another one
Broner,
right now.
man.
So shout out to all.
Man.
The statements. All right, let's talk about this. Let's get serious. I don't like this mix here. Listen to this. So corporate-owned stores in the United States that are owned by Domino's corporate saw a healthy 2.1% growth year over year. How about the franchise-owned, which are the majority of the stores, 0.0. To me, that means, probably to nobody's surprise, the corporate segment is hoarding all the best locations for itself. or giving itself some sort of advantage here, right? 2.1% growth for corporate-owned stores, 0.0% growth for franchisees. And it's also not a glowing endorsement for the franchise model. Why the hell would I want to throw my hat into that ring if we're not growing, right? So that's number one. Number two, a significant contributor to the earnings miss was this kind of worldwide rally convention that they held in the quarter. It cost them about $115.5 million that they had to eat there. And then the supply chain pricing cushion. Supply chain price. The company saw a 4.3% revenue beat, right? Sia made that very clear. But listen to this. It was insulated by the mandatory internal wholesale business, not actually pizza sales to end customers. So the organic part of the business, the main part of the business is not growing. It's a sort of subsidiary wholesale business that they have running behind the scenes, which kept things afloat. So I don't think, despite the beat, and I think maybe this is why we sold off, there's a lot not to like about this report. That's just my 2 cents. Not an industry or a sector I know too well.
Yeah. I mean, Sharif, you and I talk about this quite often. Right now, what we're seeing here in North America is where you're getting the slower end of growth. Internationally is where the stronger end of things, to the tune of 4.1% sales increase. Internationally, we're opposed to only 2%. And then the majority of the new storefronts being opened up are not in the States. Only 26 in the United States compared to 183 internationally. All right. Now, one big issue and something that I'm always keeping my eye on, I'm not going to call the space crazy crowded, but there is a lot of competition within it. And with that being said, you do have to give discounts. The margins were affected this quarter.
Ooh.
All right, to the tune of 30 basis points.
Not the margin.
Yeah, not the margins, Sharif. I hate it when the margins get hit, to be honest with you. But to the tune of 30 basis points, I don't think that's anything to write home about. You shore up a couple of costs and you can fix that up. But you don't want to see that compression within margins, right? You want to see the expansion, which I think is extremely important. But other than that, Domino's Pizza, you're going to get the nod from me, up 7% here today. And you are building a lot of stores. I was surprised to find Domino's Pizza in Jamaica as well, too, to be honest with you, Sharif. So, yeah, it is growing internationally. See you.
Our next story talks about Google. So Google has been on the rise today after reports have come in, as I mentioned in Sector Watch, that we'll dive a bit deeper into this, that the company is developing a new server chip that is internally dubbed Frozen V2, which is designed to run Gemini models a bit more efficiently. The chip will permanently embed parts of Gemini's architecture directly into the silicon, reducing the number of calculations and amount of data movement that is required to answer queries. Now, Google's engineers projected can serve between 6 to 10 or 6 and 10 times more tokens per unit of power than the company's newest AI chips called TPUs, that is tensor processing units. This is coming from the source, The Information. And Frozen V2, or Frozen, will become a more specialized branch of Google's custom chip portfolio rather than just replace general purpose TPUs. With that, you have Google still holding strength above 1.5%.
So I like this. I like it a lot. Frozen version 2 could be 10 times more powerful and or more efficient as well than the existing TPUs, which, as Sia pointed out, it's not designed to replace. It's actually intended to be complementary to and run in parallel with the TPUs. So you got to like that. I like this design feature of it. Listen to this, guys. So unlike, the general purpose AI chips that we talk a lot about, and as well as Google's TPUs, which are ASICs, the Frozen version 2 is actually going to permanently embed or kind of hardwire parts of Gemini's core neural network right into the physical silicon circuitry. So it's going to be a lot faster and a lot more efficient, which is why they're pounding the table on that. I like it. What I don't like, though, is this 2028 sort of release date. That's 2 years plus into the future. There could be, obsolescence by the time this chip does make it out. So usually what we're seeing is 1-year design cycles, right? You see it from NVIDIA, you see it from AMD, you're seeing it from some of the hyperscalers that are doing their own custom ASICs with Broadcom and Marvell. So I kind of don't understand why we have a 2028 runway here when typically we're talking about 27. But hey, man, what do I know? Google's him.
It's going to continue to do those things. And like it was gonna. I remember what I was thinking about earlier, but I want to just kind of transition from what we're talking about here, Sharif. So I think this is absolutely fantastic here, right? For Google, these guys are gonna remain at the forefront. You're gonna start seeing them recognizing sales via their custom chips as well too. But I think what we have going on here, and it's the same scenario when. In regards to Elon Musk's Tesla just holding the majority of the market share, that's what NVDA did for quite some time during this boom, right? Like they're at the top. They were the big dog at the top.
Okay.
And what you have here is a broadening and more competition stepping in. So it may look bad on the stock because when you hold the majority of the total addressable market, there's only one way you can really go. And that's where you're seeing the Amazons and the Googles really start to step in.
Sure.
So what I'm getting at here is, who is going to be that next individual next to AMD and NVDA who is going to grab as much total market share as possible?
Chip-wise?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be Google.
You don't like Intel at all here, huh?
I like Intel, but I think Google has more power.
Can I just throw something your way?
Absolutely, you can throw something my way.
The foundry business.
Yeah.
Do you put any weight behind reshoring and homeshoring? Let's call it that. The semis. And the semi-production, not design. Like, to me,
these guys are designing them.
It's to me, it's just a major problem having the 2 nanometer and all the advanced nodes come from Taiwan.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw some of the reports. Do you see what China's doing there? They're building entire U.S. fleets in their desert, and they're practice bombing them.
Are they?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There's plenty of that.
So you think
around.
they're going to go after Taiwan?
My suspicion is within the next 5 years. Okay? And there was all sorts of talk. President Xi's got to be ready by 27 or 28, whatever the year that everybody was saying was. But what I'm seeing is actual practice runs. I'm not saying there's going to be a war between the United States directly and China. But I think China will somehow make a move for Taiwan, and whether the U.S. gets involved or not, that's beyond my understanding. But the Chinese obviously think that they are going to get involved. Well, otherwise, they wouldn't be planning this.
That's totally fair. So what we're seeing from Taiwan's TSM is almost $200 billion in American investment to build that Arizona fab. Do we see more of an investment and more of these fabrication plants being built in the United States in preparation, just in case that happens?
Look, dude, if this Ohio plant that's delayed now for Intel, that would have been built already if they weren't screwing up their yields. It was always the two problems, the yield and the anchor client. They've got two under control now. As I spoke about this morning, yields, Joey, on the 18A are up from 65% to 85%. I think a lot of people can jump behind that, man.
Yeah, a lot of people can definitely jump behind that. So with that being said, do we think that so we know who holds the majority of TSM's capacity. Do we see NVDA themselves invest into actual onshoring so they avoid that whole conflict? To avoid that whole conflict, right? Because if it's this far in the horizon, these guys are too smart to allow something like TSM to hold that much power, and then the chances of them getting overtaken, and it's like you're stuck within your head in between your legs.
Exactly.
You're like, what do we do here?
I can definitely get behind that, especially NVIDIA throws money around a lot. And so why wouldn't they throw it towards the fab?
Why wouldn't they at that point, right?
All right, man. Lose too much? No, Benjamin. I'm 100% accuracy today, brother. I don't have one losing trade. It's just usually when we're doing the news segment,
we chill out.
we take it easy a little bit. So shout out to my man Benjamin.
And you know what's funny? So on Friday we were hanging. Jose actually brought up the same point that you did as well,
What'd he say?
And had the same horizon. He's like, so I told him the exact same thing I told you, right? And he's like, what do you think about the China and the Taiwan semi situation?
It's a problem.
So a lot of people are starting to fall into that area of like, hey man, there might be a
Can I show you what I'm talking about here? Sierra, just allow us a minute here. I just want to show China, U.S. naval fleet bombing practice. I just want to show you guys what some of this looks like here. There we go, 5 days ago. Let me see if, here it is, guys. So China's newest target practice ships look exactly like a U.S. destroyer. They're putting this in the desert, and there's some of these that are actually getting bombed out. Here's an example on, I guess this was the Telegraph or something like that.
That one's just been.
Yeah, so you see, they're just showing.
From the satellite views.
Yeah, they're showing you the similarity between what they're building in the desert and what the actual one looks like IRL. That's a real one right there in the actual sea. So it's, it doesn't make me feel all that great about it, to be quite honest with you, but it's kind of the situation there. All right. All good comments, by the way, in the chat, guys. So thanks for commenting. Headline there, Adair put that on. U.S. preparing next phase of military campaign against Iran in the coming days. Being reported by I-24 News. I-24 News citing Israeli security sources. So we shall keep tabs on that. While we keep tabs on this, he's going to tell you about that.
Our next story is Coinbase, just something that prediction markets are doing. Now, traders on the prediction market platform Kalshi are thinking that Coinbase's trading volumes have suffered yet again. Coinbase is expected to post a third consecutive quarterly decline of trading volumes, and speculators are also feeling that confident. The total trading volume will now slip below $200 billion for the first time since the third quarter of the year 2024. Traders have now given it a 41% chance that trading volume is above $160 billion and just a 25% chance that it's above $170 billion. Now, according to FactSet, this compares to analysts' expectations consensus estimates for $168.5 billion. Speculators are also more certain that volume will be above $150 billion, but this only gives it a 99% chance of that happening.
So interesting comments from Brian Armstrong today. I'll take a bit of a different angle here. Sia, he was Brian Armstrong, of course, the CEO of Coinbase, responding to Chamath Palihapitiya's statement that money is funneling out of Bitcoin into the AI/semiconductors, things that we have all heard and spoken about here. He says, Chamath Palihapitiya is arguing that there is marginal liquidity that is now chasing prediction and equity markets over cryptocurrency. So Armstrong responded to that. He pushed back. He's like, look, he's like, it's an interesting point. This is what he wrote on X. Interesting point. The first one feels temporary. The second one more durable, but hash power or energy going to Bitcoin mining doesn't determine its price. The network difficulty adjusts if miners go offline to keep the same pace of block mining. Long-term price, though, Bitcoin is ... and then it cuts off. So I think this reignites the whole theory here that we've been talking about. There's no fundamental change in the theory or the bullish case of Bitcoin, but the money doesn't seem to be flowing in because it seems to be going into other avenues. Are you an advocate of that theory?
Yeah, I completely agree with it, right? Like, we talk about things being in vogue all the time, and the cyclical nature of the market is that at one point you can be the hottest thing. Like when iBit first came to market, it was hot, it was that new toy, but then it finds something else. My issue here with Coinbase is that I feel it's a one-trick pony.
Okay.
All right? Well, let me tell you why, Sharif, because think about it. You head into another brokerage like our own in the United States, you have access to everything, right? The prediction markets, equities, and cryptocurrency.
You don't have that with Coinbase.
You don't have that with Coinbase, right? And then also with the Kalshis and the poly markets of the world, it's almost like a credit-based trade, the way that I'm looking at this, is that you don't need to predict a specific direction. You can have a yes or no answer and put your money in, place your bet that way.
Which is exactly it.
Right?
Yeah.
So which makes things a little bit more easier. It's like, hey, because we've seen in the Kalshi markets, is like by June, or say by August something, will Bitcoin be at 75,000? It's as simple as yes or no. Right? You see the volume and you place your bet that way, opposed to being involved with the actual underlying asset. It may be a psychological thing, but I think it makes it a lot more easier. And that's why we see Meta also getting involved with the prediction markets. So I think it's really interesting to see where the cryptocurrency space, our friend Dan Baca is saying he doesn't believe that crypto will go to all-time highs again. I think Katina Man's in the same camp as well too, saying like, hey man, we don't know how long it is until we see all-time highs in Ethereum and Bitcoin. And if you ask me, Coinbase and these other crypto-based exchanges stand no chance if that's the case.
All right. Joey, I want to mention Gamecraft Nico pointing this one out as well. ZYBT halted again to the upside. $3.30. The high of the day is $3.37. The current 5-minute candle, the halt level, this is the highest close we have had on the day. The halt time, 13:44:44. That is about 3 minutes ago. So the resumption time at the earliest will be 3:49:44, and the current tap is $3.50, having halted at 3:30. So we're about 20 pennies. If we were to open at 350, that would be an intraday high. This is a very strong name. It's up 372%. It's all gas, no brakes. Trade it carefully, but be looking out here for 5, okay? And if it doesn't get to 5 during regular market hours and you have the time, stick around after 4 when the whole volatility parameters get turned off. This one could see 5. Keep your eye on ZYBT. Send it up to see you.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
One more thing here. I am Chennai, very valid point. I didn't know this, right? Because I'm not on it. There's actually a couple good ones. Jack says Coinbase fees are ridiculous. Absolutely. When you're on crypto exchanges, like Coinsquare, really expensive, really,
and that's why nobody pays or transfers Bitcoin. You do other things.
Exactly. But they're saying that Coinbase does tokenized stock as well too.
Oh.
So I personally didn't know that. That could be a game changer. I don't know how things change from a regulation standpoint, but I think there's just alternative resources that people are looking at. The more all-in-one bundle compared to what you're getting on Coinbase.
Well, exactly. I mean, I don't want a fragmented investment portfolio where I gotta hoard my crypto here and
then over
my
there.
equities there.
No, people like seeing their money in one place. I think. Yeah,
I completely agree with that. Just like for peace of mind. All right, Sia, let's talk a little.
Let's talk a little Boeing. CEO of Boeing, Kelly Ortberg, has said today that Boeing will need, quote unquote, a couple more years to prepare its finances before launching a new commercial jet, signaling that the company is focused more on stabilizing its existing business rather than just rushing to develop a successor to its, quote unquote, best-selling 737 MAX. Ortberg has also told CNBC today that Boeing must clear 3 hurdles before committing to a new aircraft program, one of which he's mentioned. First of all, quote unquote, we have to be ready, and part of that is getting our financial house in order, and we're working on that. Quote unquote, it's going to take a couple more years to get where we want to be. Currently, BA is down on the day, very close to 2%.
I haven't seen this kind of divergence between technology at Airbus and at Boeing in a really long time. Apparently, the reports are that Airbus, ZYBT's opened, it popped up into 350. Watch out here, it's in the 40s, but it's a 350 high here on ZYBT. It's going to hold down now into 325. So 325 limit down, watch out ZYBT. So technological divergence between Boeing and Airbus. Listen to this, Joey. Airbus is actively testing out what they're calling a radical open rotor engine configuration for that 2030 narrow body replacement. So it's a smaller aircraft. Boeing, they've quietly confirmed that they're just going to remain with the current engines as they are. So there's going to be design divergence now, where Boeing is betting on an existing technology, and Airbus is throwing their hat into the ring with respect to new technology. So there's that, and then there's also, of course, that they can't really pivot here because their design teams are just like locked up. Right? A lot of Boeing's engineers are trying to get the 737 MAX 7 and MAX 10 and the 777X wide body right. So they have a lot of already existing design portfolios that they've allotted their engineering teams to. So you can't really guess for a new engine technology. So they're a little bit behind there. But there's also, the delay of new models aligns perfectly with kind of that expansive domestic manufacturing hedge that we've been hearing a lot about, where Boeing kind of officially opened up brand new, replicated, they're calling 736 MAX assembly lines in Washington and Everett. They're also launching a new program which could cannibalize some of their other ones. So I think they have their hands full here in terms of, but what I wanted to see, really I really wanted to see from Kelly Ortberg and company, number one, tell me that we're going to get certification. Which is a big deal. On the morning show with Adara, I pointed out a very important point. So let me just backtrack here for a second. So the All In podcast this week, the boys were talking about an FAA-like regulatory body that vets frontier models, your Fables, your Mythos, your all those, before they go to market. Okay? And the juxtaposition was FAA, what's it called? FDA.
Okay.
Similar kind of development runways.
Yep.
The problem is the FAA, from design inception of a new aircraft design to actually putting a prototype, 3 to 5 years. So I get maybe it makes sense in the aircraft world, right, where there's a lot of souls at stake, right?
Absolutely.
So I kind of get that, but the point remains the same. The regulator kind of puts the kibosh in any quick developmental, cycle.
I see, you led right into my point, and therefore I'll be relatively quick, and then we'll send it off to Adara. Shreve, just to add to what you had going on there, so they had this air show this weekend, but Bloomberg stating that Boeing reported that the Federal Aviation Administration will allow Boeing to certify the 737-787, which I believe is huge for production.
It is.
Right? It's absolutely, that's a game changer.
I like that.
And this is what we've been waiting for ever since 2019. It was modified. It was changed to not work in Boeing's favor, and it prolonged the completion of the actual aircraft itself, right? Well, when you're doing funky stuff like that, it's really important. So what does that mean for them? Is that going to help them chew into the backlog of roughly around like 28,000 planes? You know what I mean? That's quite a bit.
Outstanding demand
between Airbus and Boeing themselves.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's an insane amount of aircraft that need to be built.
Way.
This is a step. So they got the approval for increase in production. I believe, I forget what actual commercial airplane it was, but they're not allowed to make like 10 more a year or something along those lines.
737.
Or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Now they have the FAA working in their favor alongside Boeing, allowing them to certify and really start to chew into that backlog. But I think that was really important and really key for structural change within Boeing.
All right, let's go to Adara because she has comments about Boeing.
I love my man Kelly Ortberg, and I think, like as you guys said, there's still some regulatory and structural things to get through. But here's the thing, and again, I don't know if this is the cleanest comparison, but it's what I'll use. We've had Kelly for almost 2 years now. He started, I believe, on August 8th of 2024. So we're going on 2 full years. Now, other CEOs that started around the same time at different companies, including, Brian Niccol at Starbucks, who started in September of 24. You have Elliot Hill over at Nike, who started in October of 2024. They've done very little, at least that we can see here, with companies that have way less regulatory overhang. So the fact that Kelly Ortberg is able to do a demonstrable amount of change at a company that has so many regulatory concerns, once again, I have to tip my hat over to Kelly. Now, the other thing here too that I don't know if was mentioned, but I want to highlight here as well, Deputy FAA Administrator Chris Rocheleau telling Reuters during this Farnborough Air Show event, which is going to be happening all week, as we're aware, he's telling Reuters that approval for the smaller model here, so the 737 MAX 7 model, could be around the corner. So approval could be coming a little bit sooner than we think. I just wanted to mention that here for BA, a company that you guys, I think, at this point are well aware. I follow quite closely. Once again, shout out to Kelly Ortberg. I think we're going to head into the next story.
Let's indeed jump into the next story now. Jeff Bezos has invested in Cusp AI, which is a British startup which has, as of today, unveiled a partnership with NVIDIA and also a number of other industry leaders. So it's a $450 million fundraise, which will value Cusp AI at $2.6 billion, has been led by Kleiner Perkins and NEA, with significant participation from Jeff Bezos Expeditions. Now, additional new investors do include Gladbrook Capital Partners, Lux Capital, AMD, and UK's sovereign AI venture fund. Cusp AI uses AI, that is artificial intelligence, to simulate the performance of novel materials, narrowing the huge number of possibilities also for laboratory testing. Sorry for the chart here, it does not make sense with the story.
I don't have much to comment about this. Not a company that I know too much about, Cusp AI, so I'm gonna skip this one. But I'm gonna look at Nick's super chat. Thank you very much, Nick, for the $5 super chat. He asked, can I look at UMAC? So let's have a look at UMAC, Fabian, if we can. UMAC. What does this one look like? Okay. Seems like a nice swing entry. So you're thinking swing. So let's go to the 4 hour. Let's start with the 4 hour, Nick. Okay. Excellent analysis by you. We're at key areas of technical support. Let's just zoom out a little bit more to see if this support area or perceived support area is a real deal. I like it, Nick. 16 is a repeat offender area as resistance. Now, it has had areas above that where it's moseyed on up, but you can see it loses it. The area that seems to come in a lot is the $16 to kind of $18 level. I don't mind this, Nick, but I would say that if it was to lose this area low, I'm talking about, of course, the April 29th to May 21st area. I'm talking about $13 though, Nick. If it was to lose, if you were to punch in, say 16, you give yourself $3. I wouldn't want to see this lose the trend because that's a big move up to be giving from $34 down into 13. Nick, that would mean a 63% loss off top. So I see what you're saying there. Key area of technical support, especially when you zoom in a little bit, there's that $16 area multiple times, 16 to 17 again. I want to say it's a bit of a range, right? So yeah, good luck with it. UMAC, for those who don't know, and if you are kind of a newer trader, Unusual Machines, they are in the drone industry. They do a lot of different drone manufacturing stuff. They are sub $1 billion market cap, 843 million, give or take. And just for the fundamentalists out there, I don't mean bad way, the PE, they're a negative 49.1, just to give you an idea. And it's the industry standard is about 24 positive. So something to think about there. All right, Joey, do you want to comment about AI?
I mean, at least we're starting to see something come out of the, I guess we can't call it the EU anymore.
Oh, we have
out
that
of
nice
Brexit. Yeah. Out of the eastern side of the world. Is there any big AI tools out of Canada?
Canada?
Yeah. Well, we'll continue. We'll move.
We have a data center coming up in
I told you in Kitchen.
And you know what I was thinking about
The one in Alberta.
In Alberta, yeah.
But we got one
gonna be a
coming
big
up
one,
in
Meta.
it's going to be a small one in Kitchener, Waterloo area.
Big up.
Hive Digital.
Well, it makes sense to put it there because of Waterloo engineering.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of the top engineers in the country.
Exactly.
That's
what it's known for.
Shout out to Neil.
So no AI tools out of Canada.
No, well, not that I know. I don't want to speak for Canada, but not that I don't think we have very
if
many.
Anybody knows Assassino? Do you know of any?
Assassino's not here, my boy. That's
Tiffany.
Fabian
Do you know?
on the ones
Yeah,
and
it's
twos.
Tiffany actually. Do you know of any Canadian LLMs or AI tools or anything like that? No,
She does not.
Maybe Adair Arcia would. But anyways, yeah, want to get
No idea.
No
Never
idea.
heard of one.
So there we go. We're just building up on to the old point.
Let's get
there.
to this super
get it
before
there,
we
man.
end the show here with the Katina men
Yeah, man.
locked in. Cheese and a chair.
Yeah.
He dropped 10 nice ones in the chat. We're going to thank him for that, Joey. It's theorized that China's mock U.S. ship program is for drones, not missiles. Interesting. Okay. The aim is to ID the silhouettes independently without guidance. Because of jamming, I'm assuming. The mock-ups are for assessing munitions requirements. Thank you for that very, very astute
detailed.
point there, man. I'm not, vouching for the veracity of the statement, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I just find it to be a little bit scary, for lack of a better term, man. It's not something that, I want to see come to fruition.
Yeah.
Put it that way, right?
Yeah.
I think it's going to get real ugly. These are two monsters. And I think, if we, it makes it a confrontation a little bit less likely if we can reshore the chip production and, be less reliant on the chips coming from Taiwan. It makes a standoff a little bit more less.
I think that would be ignorant of the United States to not acknowledge that. Maybe it's somewhere in the back of Donald Trump's mind of why TSM's investing so much money in some of the southern states, Arizona fabs and everything along those lines. What he's got going on with Intel and all the onshoring. So just to reduce your global
exposure. He's been doing that.
Yeah.
Been doing that.
Oh, so I just want to end my point like this, Sharif. I don't know, and it's kind of not really what we're talking about. We talk about it every day. We were having the conversation just before, obviously, in regards to trips. I'll tell you why I'm forever a bull in technology. Will there be periods?
Forever what?
A bull in technology, period. Forever.
You and I both.
It would say like we're at the most advanced part of human civilization. I would have to disagree. I think it's going to continue to advance way past our lifetime, and I don't think there's going to ever be a halt to it. So
you want to show them the chart?
Well, we can show them the chart. We can show them the chart, but you could also just go back and look in history to the point of the first vehicle ever made and everything along those lines. That's why I'll remain forever bullish. There will be probably some blackout periods where the advancement is drastically slowed down. But in the long term, I think that's what we're here for, is just to continuously technologically advance.
Technologia.
Technology.
All right, guys, this is a chart of the triple Qs. Anybody who is nervous about throwing their hat into the equity ring in terms of long-term investment, I just want to bring to your attention that this is from 2007 onwards, and there's many years that are not included in this. This is a part of the triple Qs.
What were you doing in 2007?
I was in Leicester.
You're in university there. Right on. I think I was just entering high school. I was like a year in high school.
You have family there, Neil, right?
Tiffany was 3. Sia was 3. So, I mean, so like, what were you guys weren't buying like Bitcoin or stocks or anything at that time? Unfortunately,
she was punching in when she was 3, bro.
Right away, man.
She was going in heavy.
That's what I'm going to be doing.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's what the Trump accounts are for, are they not?
Am I just get immediate exposure, which I think is yeah. Well, I mean, is it that way? Or is it straight to the financial freedom jail?
Whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever.
All I know is that we got 3 in the bag.
All right.
Let's send it over to the big kahunas, Neil and Sean. They're going to take you into the afternoon hour, guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. Joey and I will be back tomorrow. Take care.
Later.
Yes, sir. University of Leicester.
Yeah, what's up? Shout out to university and to getting edumacated up.
You got to get your edumacation.
Yeah, you got to get some edumacation and SMRT.
It's important.
I don't know. We're SPCX right now. I'm short SpaceX right into 123. I mean, waiting to see if that breaks. You know, we've hit it there. Didn't take it out there. We should have taken it out a little. Well, whatever. I was waiting for a little lower than that, like this 122.20 area. We just missed that by 10 cents. Now we're short again into SpaceX. So decent position sizing here ahead of VWAP, and I'm trying to actually bid some at 50s. Just takes quickly 20 cents because, again, like, you know, the break of 123 is a little bit of a warning shot there. So we'll see if SpaceX wants to come back in. It would help us out if the market fell back down again one more time. But welcome everybody back to lovely Toronto, where the temperature right now is 24 degrees. So not bad.
Not too hot.
Not too hot. Beautiful day outside there as my kids are away at sleepaway camp. So that's nice. We've already booked a date for tonight, man. We're going to go see Obsession at the VIP, so we're going to do that. Give some more money to the industry, you know what I mean? I need to buy, should have just bought some AMC shares, I guess, on Friday.
Or
have a completely free ride.
What about IMAX shares?
Or IMAX shares, yeah.
Why not? Because apparently the Odyssey and IMAX is the way to go.
The
other thing that we got going on, everybody, are some updates out of Origenics. Believe it or not, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American has activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the last year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, and resolving liabilities. They're also restoring exchange compliance. The focus is shifting to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Want to shout out and thank Origenics for sponsoring this next hour of the show. OGEN. You can find them on, like I said, the NYSE market. A couple of things I'm looking at. One, Lucid's breaking out.
Again? What the hell?
Oh, well, breaking out above VWAP.
Okay.
So before I tell you that it's making some fresh highs, because I will short this one a few times underneath the volume weighted average price, it just busted VWAP. So I'm not reloading this next time. I'm actually going to look to reverse this one into the long if we can bounce and hold off of VWAP. Robinhood, we'll look to buy the dip. Guess where? I mean, if I say VWAP again, it's like, what the heck? But yeah, pretty much that. So this pulls back into the 100.5 again. I want to look for a reload on that bad boy. And remember this morning, we were talking about all the big names that we're going to report this week and needed to show something, show signs of life, show whatever it might be. One of those caught a bid. IBM caught a little bit of a bid. That's the good news. The bad news is, well, it's still in the bottom end of the range. But don't look now, but that's looking more and more. Here, I'll go to the 15 minutes. Looking more and more like IBM has held the low. 2 days in a row, it's now held 210 after that little liquidity grab. 220 breakout, I think, going to be in play for international business machines, which not a lot of people actually call them international business machines. Ooh, Lucid's starting to accelerate. All right, maybe it doesn't pull into VWAP. Maybe we grab some 40s on the way. But above VWAP, this is now turning into a bit of a breakaway squeeze trade, because I can't think of any other reason Lucid is going up other than shorts getting squoze.
Yeah, I know. Same way. I was trying to see what was Obi trading today. Oh, he's with you, Warner Brothers, some Amazon, some Microsoft. Yeah, I haven't traded many symbols today, man. I've only traded 4. We're still in IBIT though. So this one we absolutely like. I don't know. Sometimes we're just lucky, like well, not lucky, but lucky to get filled, I guess. We wrote down 36.25 down here on IBIT. That's where we're long. That's on our sticky note, and that just goes up there, up into 37 and change, and taking some out as we drip below, not even VWAP there, the 50 period and the 25 period. Then we just had a nice little move higher there in IBIT. So you can see we're long IBIT and short SpaceX. SpaceX, I don't know, man. I just took some more out at 50. You know, this may not, like right there's 42s. I'm actually bidding 30s. So if we can come into 30, like get into this level, we'll get a little bit more out there. But we're going to try a little bit of SpaceX now and $1 in there on IBIT. And we'll just wait, man. We wrote down on SpaceX that we actually wanted, earlier we wanted 123 long. So now we're short 123. So little up and down. Oh, earlier. So SpaceX was good, and then it wasn't. So, you know, it broke through the 200 period moving average there. We got stopped out. And of course, as soon as we did that, it crashed right back in again. So that's 123.50 out, goes all the way back down $1 to right where we were in, and then takes off of VWAP. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, is trying to watch out, because we didn't basically get VWAP until the very open. And that's when, you know, we crashed in, and then right into there, it seemed to be pretty key as we break it, bounced back off of it again, and we started to hold. So that move higher. And then I was just sort of thinking now that we're underneath it again, it doesn't hold there and kept on holding. So that was a good take for sure. And then we just kind of like reloaded the position. So we could still get busted out on this one, but giving it, you know, VWAP is right here at 80s. I don't want to stop out there. So we're going to wait to 123 and a little bit higher than that, to get stopped out of SpaceX. It was, Neil and I, of course, had salmon today, and it was tilapia. There. Yo, what's up, Lele?
Adam, for getting us pizza. We had no idea.
No,
like, I came back from my walk.
Pizzas over there.
And we got sent pizza because it was tilapia day.
Yeah.
I've already had lunch. I'm kind of full. Might have a slice in the afternoon, for sure. I want to address a question, because I'm having the same question, Grunfeld, about ZYBT, and Shreve is already gone. It's halted again. This is up 388%. It's a small capper. It's now halting. It seems like it opens up and then halts rather quickly. The only thing I can surmise about the halt bands here, now clearly, like one of these halts, it moved from $3.20 to $3.05. That's like 5%. My guess is what's happening is the bands are broken because it was a penny stock before, and there's just something amiss. It shouldn't really be halting for those types of small moves. Regularly, a $3 stock would have to move more than that, but you got to observe what's happening here. Every 20 or so cents, the stock is halting. So you have to, you just got to recognize that's the truth and trade it as such. So, I would say that makes it incredibly weird to trade, because even a small and reasonable, like you can't put a regular stop order that would make sense, because you're going to be inside of the halt. You're going to be outside of the halt bands the way they are priced. So yeah, I'd be very, very careful trading this stock if I were you. It doesn't really make any sense at all. Another name I'm going to be on watch here is SMCI is trying to break out. Look at how clean this was off VWAP. I shorted a trend break and stopped out at the prior bar as usual as it bounced off to volume weighted average price. Now this looks like it's going to try to make a bit of a jaunt. If it turns here, I'd probably just short it to the high. But if it breaks 50, that is worth a shot for a bit of a look as well. So let us know what you guys are watching. I see Klarna, NVIDIA as well are going to be in there. Yeah. Let us know what symbols are interesting.
Trying to find something that's trying to
for you guys. And I think the market overall is not
already
really.
Got IBIT on.
It's not flying too much. Like we're at VWAP on the Qs.
Yeah.
And nothing really standing out. Oh, wait a minute. No. Never mind. My charts, I'm looking at my NQ chart. I'm like, yeah, we're at VWAP on
just
the
a bit
NQ.
below VWAP.
But we're just a bit below it on the triple Qs. Not much.
All right. What's up, Bovin and everybody else out there? Oh, yeah, GMM is trying to go now. Good call out right there. Bovin there, one of Shreve's best friends. GMM, 67% to the upside and breaking right now. Yeah, look, I mean, this is great. Like, build up, make a move down. Build up, make a move down, build up, make a move down, and all just to get more energy to get back to the upside. So there's the build up back into the 50 period, holding VWAP right there. So yeah, GMM, again, another one of these like perennial, I guess, or perennial, I guess means kind of yearly, but looks like it's daily mover. So right into there, breaking through $4, gives it that juice to go today is GMM. So yeah, good call out there. And we'll wait to see if it has enough firepower to break through some of these levels. It's already done it actually, $4 right there. So yeah, good level. We'll see what happens to GMM here today, getting upside. We can have a quick look on, we just got back to flat on SpaceX actually, went against us there. Now it's trying to, SpaceX may break higher. I don't know. We're just looking for something to do. Oh, there it is. SpaceX just went higher. So there it goes. We just got out of it, breaking through 123. Just quickly here, GMM, percent shortfall 3%, float of 1.8 million shares. Probably done much more than that today. Yeah, 170 million shares there on the day. Yeah, there it goes, right through 123. So, okay, well, we gave it a shot there at the end of it all, and this does not work out right there through the 200 period moving average now, SpaceX, as the futures are trying to get through VWAP. I don't know if there's just enough going on here to go long in it. It's pretty back and forth. I feel like we might just want to leave SpaceX alone and go back over to SK Hynix, where again, we wrote down 154 today as the potential low of the day on this sticky note. That hits perfectly at 11 o'clock and then rips $3. And that doesn't look like it really wants to do a whole bunch of anything right now. Maybe we go short on SK Hynix at some point there. And then the one that I took earlier was SkyQ, and that was good for a little bit until it wasn't, and then it ripped back up, and then it made another move down, and so right now SkyQ holding $4 and trying to do something there. So yeah, man, just SpaceX, just got stopped out of that one, looking for some more trades to happen. TQQ's also, you know, we were running it early on the short until it wasn't. I think we already showed this one. But right now, trying to think about what it wants to do as well, back to the upside. I still think about being bearish, but maybe it's a bullish kind of day ahead of Intel and Google and all that coming on Wednesday. So a couple of days until we get some big reports coming through. But yeah, like we already said, man, maybe we could put up the visualizer just to see what the top sort of stocks are today. We do know that
we should reset.
Intel's been going on. All right, AMC. We haven't really looked at AMC yet.
That's at ZYBT.
Yes.
It's halting every 2 seconds.
SpaceX going higher.
IRAN 21%.
I just say Iris.
What?
Okay, Iris.
Yeah, 21%.
Wow. Okay.
I want to say booyah for this stock, booyah, whatever. But 21% in the other direction. The SPY in there, Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla down 2 points.
Wow, that
today.
Apple short. Geez.
Yuck. Intel up 4 points, Alphabet's up 1.7, and then ADVB, that's that small capper, for 43% up. I guess IRAN, that really stands out. Great day for IRAN. That you would have found them on the watch list this morning. So shout out to, actually, no one picked them this time. That was a pick last.
That was one of Brendan's picks a long time ago.
Correct. It was Brendan's last year, but I was gonna say shout out for the pick on IRAN, but that was last year one of Brendan's pick. I don't think anyone would have had.
He picked in December. It's down 75%.
Did he pick it agagan?
No, he picked it. I picked it in January. Like he picked it when you picked. Okay. Like we picked Lily and all those stuff.
$41 here for IRAN. That's a trend break. Look at that bottoming tail. Boom. Almost like a clean breakout through here at $38. Clean break, support at 38. If you slap the old, even if it were to dip tomorrow, that could hold $38 and be absolutely fantastic. I really like G Vernova. I want to see what that's doing here today. Gimme. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see over 11 hundo. There's the 50 period, like the stock holding the 50. Now you just got to get back to the highs. They got a report this week, though, on G Vernova. Wednesday's a big day, but G Vernova you actually get in the pre-market to sort of set up everything that's happening on Wednesday. Just quickly before we get to that headline, giving this one about 10 pennies. We got out. We want to jump back in under VWAP. 728 to stop on Lucid. What's the story here? Oh, power station in Bahrain has been attacked. Mm-hmm. Iran claims that they're, I mean, unless you go over, like we always talk about, unless you see like a wild spike happening here in USO, you know that a lot of these headlines, they can happen, but they're not really doing much of anything. And USO didn't even do much with that 125 break. So took out Friday's high multiple times on volume and has done absolutely nothing with it. So a lot of sideways action here for oil futures. It's not a bad thing. I mean, not breaking out higher, I suppose, would be a good thing.
I'm going to go, if I can clear my throat, I'm going to try to go short AMC. I mean, honestly, I'm going to see if we can pay for some popcorn tonight. Like, I'm just going to see if we can get some shares. It looks like it may have topped out right here. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard to maybe get some shares because of just the way this is actually trading. And if I punch maybe the short, you can, well, can you? Oh yeah, you can. Of course, you can punch a short. Trying to get filled over here instead of over here. So we'll have to wait at 40. I mean, the problem is I saw this trade up here at like 43, and I've just been sort of chasing it this whole way down. So damn it, a little miss there on AMC. Maybe okay, there it goes. We get some 40s there now. So we'll wait for some 41s, get an average position here, give it to 44, 45, see if we want to break the day's high. Put our stop in right now at $2 and let's go like 47 just for now, and then we'll have to have a look. I mean, I don't really want it if it rips back above this price, but I am thinking that maybe psychological level or so of 247. That's what I put in, but maybe 250 like a key price. We can have a look there, hearing that Meta just signed a deal or something with another data center, but that doesn't look like it's doing much right into here for Meta. So yeah, so far so good here today as we just kind of chill out into the afternoon and got stopped out at SpaceX, but here we are, man. We're into AMC. All right, she was at the desk. Now she's at the window and the wall. It's Adara.
Hello, guys. I'll take a look at Meta for you guys in a second, but let's really quickly get into today's session here, or episode or installment of To the Window, To the Wall, where I pull up a chart infographic window here and we look at it on this wall. Now, I had a couple options I was going to look at today. I was going to look at Domino's in the first half of 2026. I was going to look at AMC. Then I was like, which name are you guys looking at today? And which do I think is the most interesting from a data perspective? That is this IREN visual. Now, I know today's story with IREN only was tangentially related to earnings. They didn't report, and all they really did was kind of expand their ARR guidance for AI cloud. So they basically raised that guidance for fiscal 26. So with that in mind, I wanted to look at how is IREN performing so far this year and a couple key metrics in fiscal 2026. They only have one quarter left to go. They've already reported Q1 through Q3 of 2026. Now, what I noticed, which is really interesting, that I think is very evident here, if you look at it, is they've actually had sequential declines in both revenue and adjusted EBITDA every quarter so far this year. So you start here in Q1 of 2026 with $240 million in revenue. Then you get to $145 million in revenue, quite a substantial decline here by Q3 26. Same for adjusted EBITDA, $92 million here in Q1, all the way down to $59.5 million in Q3. Now, Adara, you may say, sequential declines or moves don't really matter that much. They do matter when that's how you report it. And IREN actually has in their earnings reports the sequential changes, which is why I think this is significant. We'll have to see if Q4 sees some kind of uptick here, if we get some kind of, sequential improvement here on Q4 for both EBITDA or adjusted EBITDA and revenue. We'll have to wait and find out. But either way, I thought this was interesting. Sure, they can raise this fiscal 2026 ARR and, have more contracts, but it's not quite showing up in their actual reported numbers as of yet. Back to you.
Okay, there you go.
You understand a little bit more about IREN and that huge day that they're having.
Monster day.
IREN.
There wasn't that much movement in Meta, obviously, on that. Yeah, so just letting Adara know that Meta wasn't really doing much of anything on that story. I tried to get rid of that wick and it's still there. We'll zoom in so you can see a bit better. Meta, very, very quiet. Stronger than the overall market, but not a heck of a lot more than that. Just saw Netflix is looking pretty weak. Just want to jump into this. This has been holding trend all the way, holding trend from the open. So I'm going to short this one to VWAP, which is also the trend line. We're going right back to Adara at the desk.
So this Meta story did move a name, but it wasn't Meta. Story here, Wall Street Journal reporting that BlackRock is leading this $12 billion financing for new Meta data centers in Texas. Again, Wall Street Journal reporting this. I want to mention here, BlackRock is not a name that I've ever seen anyone but myself day trade. There's not a lot of volume on this, so be very careful. This thing is very, very spready and over $1,000, but we did get a little bit of an uptick here in BlackRock, again, in this Wall Street Journal report, suggesting that BlackRock will be leading a $12 billion financing round for new Meta data centers in the state of Texas.
Texas.
I mean,
shocking.
I was going to say, BlackRock also not really doing anything. I mean, that's a good look on that move. It bumps higher, but it bumped $3 on $1,000 stock. So I say let's just wait to see if there is any news there as we talk more about some data centers. All right, like I did re-engage again with SpaceX. We just went short roughly you can see 123 flats there. I mean, we've been sitting here and seen SpaceX, make moves. I mean, even on Friday, this move was false. Like that was the story of, them selling some compute to the Pentagon. And then, I don't know, for some reason, it just came right back in. Like, I thought that was a good story there. We lost our way on trying to go long there, but it was going to the downside, before all of that. It did try to tick a bit higher. Someone knew about it, boom, and they whacked it into the close there for SpaceX. And, even the day before, that's the same day, this was it bleeding into the close again. So let's just wait to see if SpaceX wants to do that. And we'll take a couple more profit points right now. Like, we just went short again right there on that break back below the 200 period moving average. Our first out is like 90s, and then our second out there is 70s. So 71s and 90s right there. We'll see if SpaceX does make a move lower. I don't know if it's going to absolutely collapse, but why not? Why can't we get this into 123 quarters, something like that? I'm going to put a bid at 122 quarters. I'll put a bid here at 60 just because, and then we'll put a bid a little lower down there at 122. 35, something like that. We'll try to take 10% out on the way down on that one. We did take another advantage of that IBIT trade. We're going to get out if it breaks through 37 on the downside of that, and that's, again, sticky no play. So, pretty happy with the way that one is. Just wish we always would have put on more shares whenever they work out, of course. So 30C, I don't want to put 37.98 because, we'll get triggered. 36 right here, 36.94, okay? A break back down below the 200 period and this level. We'll see if it breaks lower than that right now. I was going to say, did Shreve clean up his dirty dishes? Yes, he did.
Dirty dishes.
He left a couple there, and I just was noticing. I was going to remove it, but I see that he did. So that's a good one. All right, here we go, man. While we had this short, the lowest we got, we're gonna mess around with AMC. I did have to pay for shorts. A couple thousand shares. It was like 50 cents. So, it's nothing. We'll wait there for 244. See if we get one more fill up into that spot. We have many, many units on this. Like, I'm trading this with thousands of shares, not the same way that I would trade SpaceX or anything. But although I wish I had a couple thousand shares on this SpaceX move, because here it goes right now. We did get stopped out of a bigger position, but we're back in right now on SPCX and see if it can make a move just a little bit lower. I'm actually going to take advantage of this and take another 50 there. So we punched out twice right here at that level. Once it ran over us right there at 60s, and I just punched a 50 right there as well. So, all right, we'll see if we can come back in, man. My bid on SpaceX is 122.30s. Hopefully that'll fill, and then we'll go from there, right? And hopefully we can break that 122 flat. We'll put another bid there and see how that's going. But, most of my concern would be on something like an AMC right now to hopefully it can come back in. What are we short here? We're short 42s, okay? So even if we could take a 38 now, I don't think that's the end of the world. So we'll see what happens with AMC here into the close.
Yeah, the market is starting to come right back into the downside. So it did lose VWAP. Well, okay, never mind. It was underneath VWAP to begin with. Correction, because I know I pulled this one up last time, but we are starting to lose a little bit. We just got into that Netflix, which looks weak to me. Remember, these guys, they didn't have the best reaction to earnings on Netflix, and still it bounced on Friday, but then, couldn't really get to $70, held 69.5, and has been trending down. So I think the post-earnings move is still looking more or less on the weak side. Oh, I guess it's halted again. For those that I just saw in the chat.
It's UIBT?
Yeah, I'm not pronouncing
it's only open and halted every time.
This stock, I don't know what's going on with the halt bands, but suffice to say they are just a little bit weird. So it's halting with moves that are actually tiny. It looks like I'm going to guess about 5%. So it's moving 5%, then it's halting. The actual real one is that BIYA, B-I-Y-A, is this one is actually trading, halted down, and then reopened at the lows. This might be one of those capitulation bottoms. Like, see that, the halt down, the hold of the low, this gave it all up. This was almost at $10 this morning. That was up 200 and something percent. I think it was like almost 250%, and now into the red. This could be an interesting dead cat bounce. A couple of greens after a down halt. Just want to see where this got to. Here, let's go. Yeah, wow. Underneath Friday's low at $3. Okay, this gets a little bit spicy. Oh, I know what's going on. Sorry. Don't want that on every single page. Did that because my chart had crashed. But yeah, BIYA, this one looks a little bit spicy. if it can hold this 3/4 level, much more interesting if it's not going to halt every 2 seconds. Try to get it in and give it to the prior bar, like 3. You give it to the low, that's about 295. That's not too bad either for BIYA. Just want to double check what the short float is on this thing.
BIYA, oh, who knows? Probably not very much float.
I think it's the float more than the short.
Short or not. Nano
only
tabs
2.7.
there, people talking about that.
Only 2.7.
Cub? No, that didn't do much. I mean, this was a halt. Again, we have this halt scanner. We've sort of showed it a couple times here on the show. ATHR. No, not much going on there. Yeah, see all these ZYBTs. ACHX. No. That's not one that's going anywhere there. And that's about it, right? I mean, since the afternoon. Yeah, just these two going back and forth right now. ZYBT. Halted with current tap at 3 1/4. So it looks like it'll go down at 330. I know Neil's just doing this, but I'm just trying to show you guys. 336 was the close. It looks like right now you're tapping 3 1/4. So for anybody interested in some of those trades, there it is. Opens back up. There it is. So I'm not even sure where. I mean, does it show the last open? No. Maybe it did open at 3 1/4 there. I'm not sure. But there it is. So tap now 3 1/4 opened and trying to go back to the upside right now. ZY good. Oh, it's going to halt again. You see, this is the problem. Like, it's such a small, and that's the halt bands that it looks like that. Now there has 10 seconds to take that level out, or if it can't, then it will halt again. So it looks like it's going to halt right now. Oh, wow. That worked. So yeah, halted now there on ZYBT, and it's just, this is not tradable unless you are, almost like a maniac, I would say, and pardon all the maniacs out there, but you got to be careful with the amount of shares that you're using. Like, this name just opened up and it just kind of just floated around in the mid-20s, then it ripped into the mid-30s. Now it's going to halt again at 40. And the reason why I say you got to be careful, it's like now it's at 50. It's like if you just took a short, like I don't know how many shares you're trading with it, but you got to watch out for this to blow it off to the upside. So it's like, boom, right there, taking out these highs, always something to watch out for. And I just worry that like you put your stop in, you get stopped out, and then it kind of flushes on you. So those of you that have a little more experience trading in the halt games would know all about ZYBT. So you got to be a little careful with that. Oh, I'm finally seeing something. Is maybe Robinhood? No, see 101. Okay. Was hoping that would have been, it's just getting a note that we're sort of approaching VWAP right there for Robinhood. Robinhood in the SPY, Affirm. Just saw back-to-back Robinhoods there. So, waiting to see what that winds up doing here. Trying to fall back in. Not really much. 101.50, good high there. If that comes back in for Robinhood. Interesting levels there. We talked about taking crypto long, which we did, and that's going to be my biggest trade of the day. But it's nice to see Bitcoin holding fort at 65 in change. Thank you, Mr. P. the Rider, because that is a fact, Jack.
So I missed this. I gotta get to. We actually got sent this from one of our viewers here. It's Daniel Westermeyer, longtime viewer of the show, was on a family trip to Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay.
So that is the Oracle of Omaha's place. Obviously, that's Warren Buffett's. I mean, he's telling me that. I mean, I don't
believe it. Why not?
I believe you. And then he's watching. I'm gonna zoom in and say that was us. Straight TV Live. I didn't know if it was us or it was Street.
Okay.
It might have been the midday show, but shout out to you, Daniel. Hey, enjoy. I've never been out there, and I wonder if a lot of people visit Dude's house, because one of the stories for Warren Buffett is that like he just lived in that same home, didn't have some like ridiculous mansion, I believe is the idea with Mr. Buffett. But yeah, thank you. Whether or not that's a cottage, someone just said his little cottage. I'm sure he's got something nicer somewhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's a little too rich not to have a little something.
I agree with that.
Like, he probably has that house, but like the mansion somewhere.
That's a mansion. That was a mansion.
Well,
trust me.
Compared to what like Zuck or Bezos.
I don't know what Zuckerberg has.
Like he's not living like those guys. I don't think.
Who knows, man? These secret guys, man. You never
the story
know
behind him is that
he probably
people
has
have
multiple spots.
that he's pretty frugal, right? I believe that's the reputation.
Okay.
But let's be real.
Thing about buying a big house is it's actually a great investment.
Oh, it's not like
like all these people that win these lotteries. I think part of the best thing they could do is actually buy a house. Housing prices. I mean, we're lucky around here. Our housing prices, like, mine. I mean, I bought mine.
It depends on how much you win in the lottery.
No. But I'm saying any investment into a house.
Well,
you get to live there, right? So that's the first thing. You're not paying rent. You're not doing anything like that. I mean, yeah, I'm talking about a lottery.
You got to be able to get, because you got to be able,
$1
you got to be able to like carry it in maintenance and like in property. Like if you,
Oh, I'm
like,
not talking about buying like a mansion.
like if somebody that has basically like no income and wins like $1 million and puts it all into a house.
Then you're house poor. I mean,
yeah, then you become like house poor. But I don't want Jack. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Well, it's just like if you had won, if I'd won a lottery, you know, when I bought my house, let's just say I paid under $500,000 for it. Let's just say now it's worth over $1 million. Let's just give that as an example. If I had more money back then and I would have bought a $5 million house, it probably would be worth like $10 million right now. And that's just a nice appreciation. But property taxes, yeah, there's lots of different things. But, you know, I don't know. My largest, and I actually wanted to do this, I think once we get a little more viewers, I'm going to put up a poll. And I'm going to ask how much money everybody's managing in their trading accounts. You don't have to, it's going to be a rough estimate. You know, are the portfolios that you're looking at for your Roth or your IRA, or I think just total investment money, how much money do you actually have actively working in the market? Is it greater than, I think $1 million, we could go like $1 million, and then maybe greater than 2 million. Underneath, you know, $500,000, something like that, because I think a lot of people's biggest holdings is probably their house. You know, I mean, I love people, at least around, I mean, I would say probably 90% or so of anyone that owns a house is probably most of their equity is in the house.
I would be willing to, yeah, in Canada,
at least.
In Canada, I'm almost certain like that's probably true. You could look that, maybe.
I mean, I think the average RRSP in Canada is probably under a couple $100,000. Meanwhile, the average housing price in Canada is probably, I don't know, 300,000 or 400,000. I mean, I don't know. I know there's all different spots, so I don't know what things are like up north or whatever. Like that. I mean, I was just up in North Bay. There's like it's like population of 50 or 60,000 people. It's very indigenous and so on and so forth. And even houses up there are like $500,000-$600,000. So I don't know, man. We're a little bit different maybe here in the GTA and in GTA. Southern Ontario. Yeah. Very, very expensive there. So.
What's Jay Linus? Thank you for the super chat, Jay. I just passed in Connecticut a Berkshire real estate sign on a bunch of empty property. Don't worry, he's dipping his toes in the desert sink.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing.
Tough. Yeah, there's a lot of properties probably that are a little underwater right now. But yeah, I think you got to take advantage of those. And
it's different in the States than here because you guys have like you keep these really low rates.
We can write off
with
your mortgage,
the house. You can write off your mortgage. Here resets basically every 3 years, and so everyone has constant adjusting rates. Yeah, and I think it's just a bit of a different ball game. Like the ability for people to just sit on these great, fantastic mortgages and write off interest is huge advantage in the U.S. We're gonna go to Sia. It is time for Happening Now.
Ooh.
Indeed, it is time for Happening Now. Good afternoon. The SPY currently trading flat but tilting towards the green at the moment. The triple Qs are up a little shy of 8%. We have the Dow currently down 0.44% and the IWM down 0.21%. Now, let's just talk about this one ticker here and send it right off to the guys. Archer Aviation shares soaring currently above 20% mark, ACHR. So it is said that it's planning to have air taxis certified and flying in time for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. So now, the company CEO Adam Goldstein has shared the news as of today. He's saying that it's an quote unquote, it's still an ambitious goal, but we're certainly going to try our hardest to get there. The company has also released its series hybrid electric VTOL, VTOL platform as of today with the military technology company Anduril, and the platform would both quote unquote, serve both defense and commercial applications. This is coming according to the press release. You have ACHR up 20.27% on the day.
Okay, sounds good.
There's a nice one.
Thank you, David, over here. And I just commented to you here. Thank you so much for that, the $10 there on the locate fee. And I just actually put in here, yeah, I appreciate that. But if AMC breaks through this high, I'm losing way more than this $10. But here we go, man. 6% fee, management fee there. We're going to try to figure out what winds up happening there, 1.25 billion. This is going to be hard to squeeze anywhere, but I feel like AMC probably is squeezing a little bit today. I'm just taking the trade just so everybody knows, like, right. And thank you, David, for that, for the $10 there. All the money that gets donated just kind of goes into a pool here. So, but we'll wait, and then, pays for Fabian's ladder that he keeps climbing up and down all the time. It's not bouncing at all right now. It's kind of doing nothing. So we're going to have to wait for this. We were waiting at 44. The best we got to was 43 by 44. That never spiked us into a short there more. We're trying to average it in. Hopefully we can spike down. I did now put a bid because we've made a little bit of money now on this SpaceX trade. I don't really want to give too much back here with AMC, but, still trying to catch a bid. And if we can get something down here at 39, 38, we'll, see, like it just tried to go again and someone bought that thing back up, like 154 million shares. Who's buying this thing right now? So I'm hoping that we can get a downside push here for AMC. Definitely when you're looking at the size of this, which doesn't matter, right? That's what she said. You have 42 here and 43. It's just a matter of trying to get out of the way here. That's not big enough. Like there's nothing here that's going to prevent this stock from going up. Algos will wipe this out. They'll cancel their offer. Like whoever's sitting here with 50,000 shares, the minute they get filled for like 10,000, they'll just put an auto cancel and get rid of it, the rest of it. Like they're not going to sit there and take all those most likely. So don't be influenced by the size there. It should dissipate. If it wants to go higher, there'll be nothing stopping it. So just watching out for that trade to come in again. Still long on IBIT. We started to clear out a lot of this. Remember where our stop is, breaking through 37.90 or so. So if that happens on this little dip down, and again, something that we wrote down on our sticky note earlier was 36.25. So that was a boom shakalaka trade as that goes a little bit higher there. Just waiting for SpaceX to fall down a bit. Like my next bid is at 120. I'll tell you exactly there. Oh no, I didn't. Did I get filled down there? I don't have a bid now. All right, so I got to put another bid down here. 120. I must have not put it. 122.05, something like that, right in front of 122. Let's just put a bid down there, and then we'll get it going in a couple minutes. And then we'll hold about a third left. So if we do get that 122.15 fill, we'll hold a third left, and we'll figure out what's going on. And the AMC shares is what we're waiting for now, as hopefully a move lower.
I'm going to thank Mike for the super chat, but we're not going to get into it.
Yo, Fabian,
I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing so hopefully safely.
My guess.
What?
Lights, cameras, action. Yeah, we don't have enough cameras on us there.
We can't possibly need more cameras.
Come on, man. Got the bald spot camera going on.
Cameras to the left of them, cameras to the right of them.
I see what you're doing, Fabian. Like, come on, man. What's up with the bald cam?
Got to get more shine on my head.
Yeah, exactly.
What you need to do is put a big spotlight so we can blind the viewers.
Whoa, Fabian. Take it easy over there. Let's see what live. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's trying to get it so it's live so that when he falls, there's no insurance problems. Like, it's clearly been. Yeah,
joke's on you. We don't even have we ain't got no HR.
Well, I'm HR, but we definitely. I don't know who's working the workers' comp.
I literally told him right now, if you drop something on my head, I'm suing you.
Well, suing is I don't know if you can get away with suing him, but you could definitely get that.
I thought she said swinging. I'm like,
swinging you could do.
Yeah,
suing,
go right ahead. No, he drops go right ahead. I would take a swing too if he's gonna do that to you.
I did everything right.
Yeah. Suing's a problem.
Don't let that happen.
So there it is, man. We get it right there. We have some diamond hands. See if we could do it, man, on SpaceX. But you got Baya off?
Well, it won't break out. So it's done the halt down, made the bottom, but it won't break out this 370 level. So Nick was like, well, do you like the long or the short? Well, if it breaks out this 370, yeah, it looks like a risk to reward would at least favor the long, at least up and until like right around here, like 450, like 420 and 450. But it's just not breaking that. It's not breaking that level yet. So that's one worth watching. It's got good volume, despite the fact that it's getting its absolute butt kicked. Could do 100 million shares today. Netflix still in the same area. So we grab the breakdown through the stop here at the half and just looking for it to flush down. And I'm taking bids in front of 67 tens, and then we're looking for LOD as these guys, continue to look, I want to say relatively weak. The daily chart is just god-awful on Netflix. But yeah, unless I see something, Netflix.
Nice.
It's not good. Yes, you've got that reversal candle, but overall, it just feels like they're still on the downward swing here for Netflix. Not a big fan of theirs. It looks like IBM's got a better chance to break or to hold a bid of the ones that got Huadunk last week. But then their problem is for IBM is that they actually still have to report. Another name, though, someone asked in the chat, and my response to them was, I'm not a huge fan of swinging right before earnings. Not my cup of tea. I'd rather make plays after earnings when you get a couple of days worth of price action that can give you a better hint as to where things are going to go. What do we think of Intel's earnings? I'd like to believe that they have fallen far enough. Like this stock is 40-something% off of the highs. So, but it couldn't hold that $100 level that we wanted to see it hold today. So for myself, I was looking for 100. If it could have held that and broken out here, this would have been a long setup today. Instead, more rejection of the hundo levels. I don't like that at all. I don't like the fact that it lost that hundo. I wanted to see a nice potential little breakout for us. Oh, Baya is going to lose the bid.
No.
Oh, looks like that one is not. I just saw someone pull a couple of orders that for size. I guess they were faking it above 350. Too much fake size on this stock. It looked like it was about to break higher, and then someone just pulled their bids.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like these are tough ones, especially when they're just halting back and forth.
It's got to break it. It's got to break 70s.
That ZYBT halted again. So it hasn't stayed open. Oh, it stayed open for 2 minutes right there somehow, but it hasn't otherwise. So remember we were just talking about this at 340, then it tapped higher, and I was like, well, if it breaks at 380, you got to watch out. Here's a break right now of 380. It's broke 375 was the halt price. Now it's coming 390. So those of you looking at that one, 390 is a look there. I did take another one out, so we'll go Sires again. We took an 05 there. It's not like it's rocket science here, just trying to get out before we break down lower. If it does come back up, great. But it's not looking like the market, which is really sad because we did have the TQQs on earlier, but there it is, right breaking into the lows of the day one more time. And here's what my TQQ trading looked like today. You know, we were short, right? What was that? Oh, yeah, that was right off the open. Yeah. We were short right there once we built it into the VWAP, which worked out quite well, man. We actually even added to it downside there, then added, down, and then our last one is where it finally gets stopped out. It rips back into 70 there, pretty clean into some of these pre-market levels. And now the rest is history with the market as we go down. Right now to the market, and down goes SpaceX. And finally, some amazing money being made right now, jokes aside. 2.5 cents, well, we're short at 41s. 2.5 cents there on AMC as we get, 2 cents at 39. I'm actually bidding 38s was the bigger fill, so we need to wait for that. We take some 39s there finally on the downside and just playing around. We'll see if it comes back in. I took out 10% there, another 10% at 38, and then we'll hopefully get a downside push. I mean, breaking the 200 would be nice. That's only 37s, so we'll get out a little bit ahead of that, and then hopefully break lower. But you know, we have thousands of shares here, so it's not. It's fine. You know, if we could take it just a couple pennies, and like I said, man, pay for that date night or lose it all coming up very, very soon. But yeah, SpaceX $1. We took it at 122. Waiting for lower now. We'll see if we can get that fill. DRAM, SK, Hynix maybe. Is that back where it needs to be? Oh, long cost. Okay.
This isn't cost.
155. Okay.
This is it's Cosmos Energy.
Yeah.
I saw KOS. I did.
It's a double S.
I did the same thing too. I immediately pulled up cost, which is a stock I actually know. We don't. I shouldn't say we, but I'm not familiar with these guys. What I can tell you is it's got a pretty decent, like almost 600 million float. So it's not like it's a super tiny float, 5% short. There's no volume on it. It's like 8 million, which is okay, but nothing special today. So like, why would it be a long if it's not doing extra volume today? Which means you have to be thinking about the longer term. Maybe you are. Again, I don't know anything about this company. It's holding the 200. It's now got an upward sloping 200 period moving average. It did do, like, since it broke, like the golden cross. So technically, which is a good sign of like reversing, it's held the 200 period moving average. So at least it's got that going for it. And again, it's upward sloping. But what's the catalyst here for KOS specifically? Because it's not doing any volume. Like, I don't see, you wouldn't probably day trade this either. Yeah, just curious as to why you were looking at that particular name. Because I'm not really seeing anything on KOS. If it was costs, that was only good during meme stock days when we were all big fans. Oh, it didn't get filled. No way, Baya. Baya did not get filled when it just broke 70s. Why? Because it already went up into a halt. So I just jumped on the bid and end up with like 90s. But we wanted this breakout here at 370, but it just flashed up. Now it's halted to the upside. I'll just put a stop underneath here at 345. Maybe it gives me a chance to jump and add shares after the reopen, but just looking to see if this one will close the gap. So that's a BIYA, just another halt. It's halted about 5 or 6 times, but not as many times as that ZYBT. So up halt, which it hasn't done since 10:30 in the morning. on BIYA.
Yeah, hopefully that's start of a move higher right now. Oh yeah, that's right. I got to get that poll going. How many of us are trading full time? Yeah, that would be another great poll we could get in there. Hopefully not many of us trading full time. Neil and I, of course, none of us are trading full time here. We just, we're trading during the show. And we've talked about this. Some of our revenue obviously derived from the show and some from trading. So full-time traders, of course, I would assume that primarily your income is derived from trading. And I think that's a great question to ask. I would maybe say 10% of you maybe are full-time traders, but I don't know. That's a great one to ask, actually. I got to get that poll going immediately on both things. If you have, I don't even have the poll thing.
Hold on a second.
Right here. I thought I did have it. I was waiting for Fabian to send me the poll.
No. I have it bookmarked.
Oh yeah, maybe I have it bookmarked.
I do.
We could do. I think that's good. I think that's actually a good question. How many traders are trading full time on the stream? I think that's reasonable to ask, and it'd be interesting to see how many of you are doing that. Let's go spend some money. Oh, I did want to check, and for those of you that are trading full time, I will check on the money that's made here at Real Trading. Neil and I, of course, trading on a prop floor, so you got to be careful with that. Anybody that's trading prop, different rules, different risk parameters, all of that, right? So Neil and I not trading our own money, trading prop money. And we do have the compare your profits. So this is, again, trader information portal. This is live here right now. You can check out, economic calendar, some research, different trader alerts that happen here at Real Trading. And then we can also see, I click on show your profits, compare your, oh yeah, it's the same. So we didn't, I guess maybe this is right. This is how much money traders here at Real Trading. There's about 2,500. I can get the exact number soon. How many traders are here live trading? That we have some that are only have a $50 shutdown, some that have much more, so on and so forth. Like I said about a prop floor, but 47,000. That's like in monster days. So these should be Friday's numbers, I guess. Generally it's a day after. I just thought we already seen this. I thought I remember seeing Turkey in this area before. But anyway, it doesn't matter whether or not this is Thursdays or Fridays. Some of the numbers that have been put up. So if you say we have over 2,000 traders worldwide, which we do, and number 10 is 6,000. So, we don't have the downside of it, but I guarantee you, the downside on this day is probably not as bad as this, but, there's probably traders that lost, in the multiple thousands as well. So that happens all the time. So this is who's making the top 10 traders here at Real Trading on, I'll just say Friday, assuming this is all accurate.
Okay, what did you want for the poll? I got
No, just what the super chat was. Just basically how many traders, or how many of you viewers or traders, I don't know, are trading full time?
Oh, well, just are you trading full time?
Are you trading full time?
Not how many, because we don't want people guessing. We want people telling whether they are.
Put in brackets like primary income.
Trading.
I think that's.
Oh, okay, I'll just put that. Is
trading your primary source of income? Yeah. I think that's it.
That's
a worker.
So when I get this done, don't vote yet. Yes is going to be 1 and 2.
There we go. Yeah, you don't want people just hitting random buttons.
Usually there we go. Yes is going to be 1 and no is going to be 2, but I haven't started it yet. We don't need to put that all caps because all caps will just make people more likely to vote it. So we'll start the voting.
Full-time bag holder. That's a good one.
I didn't put a question mark, but don't at me. It is what it is. Is trading your primary income just 1?
At Neil.
First of all, if you're not in the chat, then you can't vote. So if you would like to vote, then jump into the chat. It's a subs-only chat. Hit that subscribe button right about now if you're not already a sub.
It's always the first little jump that is pretty accurate. So it's almost 50-50 right here.
I find it stays like that first little jump, and then it doesn't really waver all that much.
No,
the early sample is pretty good. 50-50 of the current viewers in the chat, or the those that are voting. But let's be real for a second. We have the selection bias going on here.
Is there?
Right? Because how many view? Well, I would think so. How many viewers do we have? Uh-oh. Why does I just hit full screen and yeah, thank you to YouTube.
What are you trying to find? YouTube?
No, I was trying to go here and thank you. 4,300 watching, and this is way behind. So it's live. 4,300 watching, but we only got about 100. We had about 100 votes on that so far. Now 150. So it's not representative of all of the viewers. It's a very small fraction.
Of course.
But that's what I'm getting about selection bias.
It's like voting.
You're much more likely, and we get this all the time, you're much more likely if it's a question like this to give like the positive affirmative if you are doing it full time, than someone who's passive is much less likely to even answer whatsoever. It's like anything else there. I think the truest polls we get are like, what's your opinion on like a stock that's widely held or widely traded? Those are the most pure, because you can get a ton of votes, and pretty much everyone has thoughts on Google.
Well, someone super chatted, so we asked it right there.
Oh, absolutely. I have nothing wrong with the question. I just think there's a little selection bias that goes on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we are watching a show here, and you guys are. I'm really surprised, because we do know that it's like 95 to 100% of people that try to trade for an income fail. So hopefully you guys. So I'm just really surprised with that. That's great though. Hopefully we have traders that have some longevity and that have seen some success in their trading. So that is amazing. We want to say thank you for that, and I think that's a testament to hopefully what we're trying to show you guys here as day traders. I've only traded 4 names today, trying to be very, very specific. And a lot of us have done many different styles. And that's the best part about it, is figure out your style and rock with it. That is for sure. And hopefully you guys can make money. That's a bit I'm very surprised. 50-50. Okay, so we'll get back to that right there. Thank you so much, Alan. He makes profit most days because of us. Well, okay. That'd be nice. Maybe you should be sitting here, I think, because I don't know if I make profit most days or not. But here we come. SpaceX trying to bid out now. We did get 121.80s there. So I have less than half of this position on, but I do want to try to hold. It's only 253 right now. We still have an hour and change to go. But, I just have obviously way too many outs on the way down. They're all just very, very partial amounts of shares, taking it out to the downside. I don't really just go, one in, one out, but I do have to. I've been saying this forever, have to work on that. All right, so we're probably going to get more shares here at 244. So it looks like we only got out at 10% there. We told you. Actually, I could check. It might have been 15%. But we're waiting now for more shares at 44, I believe. If we can get some of that, that would be good. And then we'll go from there on our last position, on our last little sort of, offer. And then we'll see if we can get some bids. But right now you can see, okay, there it is. We get the 44s now short. So now we do have our full position here on the market on this particular trade. And now we'll wait to see if we do get a push down. Now we're short at 242. So just averaged into it. 242, if we lose 5 cents, that's about where it will be. It won't be a nice hit, but it'll be a hit if that does break the high of the day on AMC. And I don't like hitting the trend like this. I'm just surprised it's up this much, and saw a little bit of a bar coding happening here. So thought for a potential downside push, but it looks like the long, David and everybody else in the chat, was right. The long there off of 240 would have given me 4 cents, and I'd just be lucky enough to get 4 cents, I feel like, on this move lower. So hopefully it does come back into the downside. So far, not really that good on this one, and so far so good on the reload here for SpaceX. And the NASDAQ bouncing off exactly, again, like those lows of the day. The word exact is not appropriate, but into that range of 28.8, bouncing off of those levels one more time. There is the market. So we got to go over to SIA, but I mean, we could talk about BIYA. That opened back up again, it looks like.
Yeah, it's back open. Looks like it's trying to hold 350. Well, at 347 specifically, that's where the out is going to be. It's the prior bar from the halt price. So as long as it holds on to 350, we wanted 370 on a break. So unless this holds a couple of candles here showing me that it's not going to go in and out, I don't want to add to it. But I'm looking for the gap fill to 450. So I'm not taking it out unless it breaks $4 and gets at least 40 to 50 cents in the money. Like, that's where the first take profit is going to be. Like, if the risk in this is like 40 pennies, then I want to make sure that's what it gets me. And if we do add to it, then I might tighten up the stop and then maybe scalp it if it breaks that 4 even. The volume's okay, but I don't know. Considering it just did the up halt, you would usually like to see the volume pick up after that. Like, I want the volume pick up here and then not immediately be decreasing. So ideally, you're going to have more volume on the second 3-minute candle and show that there's actually something going on with this bad boy. We're going to see and it's oddly enough, the small cap recap.
It's small cap recap indeed. IWM currently down 0.20% at the moment. I have 2 individual tickers for you. So QMLS is down 33.3% at the moment. Announced the purchase of 1,632 NVIDIA Blackwell B300 GPUs to meet accelerating customer demand for high-performance AI compute. Stock does not seem to like that. It's down 33.3% at the moment. SG, Sweet Greens, is down close to 7% on the day. So the stock had soared initially on Friday when Taco Bell had announced the linked outbreak. But today, shares seem to have plunged very close to 7%. So you have QMLS down 33.3% and SG down close to 7%.
Okay, yeah, a little quick recap there. I did want to show you guys the broader market just real quickly here because, you know, today's, again, another pretty mixed day as we look at the S&P 500 here. Not good in healthcare technology, right? I mean, our health technology is Eli Lilly down, J&J down, Merck down. And that makes sense. I mean, on a day where it's risk on in the overall market, the NASDAQ being up 0.5% and same with the SPY. So just a little surprising there. I mean, I really like this space. So any kind of a dip down over here, like J&J and Eli. These are really, J&J, Eli Lilly, and AbbVie are the only ones out of all. I own small Pfizer, but these are the three big ones that I own right there. Been holding AbbVie for 20 years. Same as J&J, but we've added recently to J&J, not to AbbVie. And Eli Lilly is just like a thing we've had basically in the last year and a half. Basically got into Eli Lilly pretty heavy whenever Google was at like 160 or so, because I got out of Google at 160. Like that was a genius move, and then bought Eli Lilly, so that was okay for now. Broadcom, Apple, Micron, so 3.5% there for Intel today. That's going to be a good one. GE down there today, 2.3%. I don't know, that's an electronic technology, so okay. SNDK, wow, up another 4% there as that name just keeps on climbing. In technology services, Oracle did break that low, so that's down 3%. We can have another look over there at Oracle now, 122. Wow, Oracle, just how the mighty have fallen quite aggressively there with Oracle. Now we're now $1.25 in the money on SpaceX. IBM on day 4, I think, of their report there of early earnings release. They're going to report Wednesday night, so we're going to have to watch out for IBM coming through. Nice bounce back, but still at 214. I mean, that 220 break is really the killer there for IBM. Just financials as well, right? Oops, we had big financials last week. We have Charles Schwab coming later on, which I'm small invested in Charles Schwab as well. But for me, it's JP Morgan is the big one, and wherever Goldman Sachs is the other trade bank name that I have as well. Wells Fargo, I almost put that on the list to buy heading into the next little while. They have great bank earnings, obviously well supported there. Wells Fargo right now down 1.21% in the banking space. And consumer durables, Tesla takes a big chunk of this one. I don't know, man. We know the Tesla story is just about the cars right now, so consumer durables or not, I don't really think it's appropriate for them to be in there, but it is. GM, Ford as well, just such a big chunk of it to the downside. And then I wanted just to have one more quick look at utilities because although we've seen, you know what, I shouldn't say anything. I haven't looked at USO for a minute. I'll call about another chart. Okay, so USO is at the high of the day, actually. And right into here, utilities not doing too much, but that's not it. Where's energy? Oh, there it is. Here we go. This is what it is. So the green space today. Valero, wow, good for them, man, on the refining aspect of it all there as well. And then XOM and CVX. So we actually highlighted both. I highlighted XOM, and they're at 135 that day because I thought that this moved too far too fast, just like I thought oil did to the downside as well. So those are a couple of good calls on XOM, and that was at 135. Now 148 in just a couple, maybe a week and a half there. Good movement there for XOM, and Randy is one of the largest shareholders in XOM. So there it is, man. Nice move there for Randy, up now 1% as he's supervising the cleaning of the floors over there. I hope he's not getting those guys to mop too quickly.
Oh, he's gone by now.
Okay, SpaceX making a move down. We did take, look, I was getting a little frustrated. We took some 41s off of a 42 short right now for AMC. I don't know. Like, honestly, man, just taking out 10%. If we can get something a little lower at 40s, we'll do that again. And then we'll wait for 38s, and that's right where the 200 period is. And then hopefully get that. Okay, good. Boom. We get a 40 as well. So, yeah, money, a little bit there. Oops, the wrong one. Money in the barrel. Want to make sure it stays in there, like shooting fish in a barrel here with AMC. But the fish are overtaking the barrel because AMC up 25% right there. And as the wife and I get ready for date night, we're going to go see Obsessions in the VIP. We're going to get keys to the VIP. We're going to go do that. The last VIP we went to was the Joker. I think I was either telling you that or mentioning it on Friday. And that was the first one.
You remember
with what's his name is. I think.
Did we ever tell the story about the keys to the VIP guy?
What, the guy, or that we used to watch it?
No, the guy. You remember this?
Well, yeah. What was the story again?
When we were back at the old office. Yeah. When the trading floor.
Oh, the guy came to see us.
When the trading floor was back. This is
because he knew we were VIP. Shoot.
This is like 15 years ago. The keys to the VIP. The guy that created the show actually came. He was interested in doing a trading.
Right.
It was like
Yes,
some kind of a
yes.
weird it was a competition show, and he came in and he took us out and like asked us a bunch of questions about like markets and trading.
Right, way back in
I'm trying to remember it was so long
How
ago.
the hell are you going to remember his name? Anyways,
I don't remember
He's the
his name.
VIP is a
That was a great
Canadian show where they basically get these guys that are like, you know, they think they're like all that basically, and they follow them off. Well, they're not. I mean, if you see some of the guys on
No, but think they're all that. That's
think they're all.
exactly,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Exactly.
So and then they follow them around a club basically, and they just try to pick up girls.
No, and there's
they give
3
them-
judges.
Yeah, and they give them different missions.
Yeah, like they were like, you have to do it same
You get
this,
a number in the
or
next 5 minutes.
you only ask questions or
all that
something.
stuff. So that's
It
what
was-
Neil based his game on, was that show, and I don't think it worked out very well there, based on the show, anyways. So yeah, it was a good show. We used to watch it during lunchtime when we had our office. And around here, of course, we have no fun. We just, you know, do the show the whole time. And
Yeah,
we should be putting prices right on the big screen.
Back in the trading floor, we'd put up like Shark Tank. Sometimes in the
Tell it
middle
to
of the
Kevin
day.
O'Leary, man. What the
Sometimes
hell?
we would throw up like
Where's my
the
guy
Price
Kevin
is
at?
Right or Keys to the VIP when the market was slow in the middle of the day. No word of a lie.
We're making some good money here. 170 now in
love
the.
that show.
That was a fun show. I only think they only had like 10 episodes. I don't think they had that many episodes. I feel like at some point the clubs were like, man, we can't just have these guys walking around doing this.
Oh, it was very not
yeah, I think
positive for the
Joe
club.
might have been in one episode. But here's the move
That's the
down
guy.
into 121. We'll see what winds up happening right now. We've taken some more profit off of that one. And here comes AMC. Here comes AMC. Hopefully down into 35s, okay, for advanced micro cinemas. AMC right there. All right, that's that. And, super chat.
Yes, that is the guy.
Ooh,
for.
cheese and a chair. Sean, I've been well served over the years by adopting your high conviction trade theory. Okay, good. Google is currently my largest position.
Great stock.
Like that one. I think it's mine. Well, my largest, I've already told you, is SPY, but after that, I think stock-wise, it's going to be Google as well. All right, but But what sympathy laggards do you see benefiting most by a great Wednesday night for Google? Okay, so if we think that Google is going to have a big report, who do we think can win from that? I mean, again, it's going to depend on what drives that report, right? I mean, if it's going to be great cloud business, then you're going to see AWS and you're going to see Azure and all those names. So Amazon and Microsoft get some nice headwinds to that as well, right? If you're going to see something about their TPU game being quite strong, then you could look at, Broadcom and something like that that's going to help build some of these custom ASICs out as a possibility for pretty strong. Google, I mean, I don't think Waymo doesn't push like Waymo's not an Uber thing. That's not going to push the envelope there for anybody if Waymo was huge, I don't think. I think it does a lot. I mean, I'd have to look up their different segments and what we're expecting, but the cloud is just so huge
Exactly.
for Google.
If they justify the CapEx, that could be good for the power names too. Like
That-
think about
I mean, it could be good for Oracle. I mean, if the money, this is the thing, if they can prove that Gemini is actually money making, like it's not, but if they can prove that there's some free cash flow being developed here from some of these trades, some of these decisions that they've made as far as CapEx, then yeah, I could see GEV and IREN, CoreWeave, something like this that are trying to sell, compute and sort of this whole data center and maybe even an Oracle, maybe catching a little bit of a drift there. But right now, so thank you. I mean, I think that's a great question. Look to the chat. I'm going to put that question to the chat and Neil can pipe in what you sort of did there with some of the power centers there. But I think that's a good one. And anybody in chat, let me know, Wagwan, with that. But it's a nice move down in right here. And just like that, man, AMC is going to move to the top of my list here, P&L-wise, if we continue this move lower. We did take a 38 fill right there, and I like what that's looking like. So we put out another bid here at 38, see if we're able to capture some fills there. Check out what's going on with SpaceX, because right now into the afternoon, man, oh boy, man, we're making some money here this afternoon into the close. So far, so good right there. I just got a message from Cineplex, I guess making sure that we're ready to rock and roll there tonight. Are you a popcorn guy? Or nachos guy, candy guy.
I'll be straight up. I'm not a popcorn person in the theater. Give me not that I try to do that, but like Twizzlers or like those Raisinets are my go-to, man. Oh my god.
I like chocolate covered almonds.
Chocolate covered almonds, yes, but not in the
Raisinets.
theater. The Raisinets were like my jam. Straight up.
The movie theater popcorn hits way different.
This is?
I'm not like Joe's like movie theater popcorn hits different.
It does.
No, it does.
You can even order it
I'm just
by
not a big
DoorDash.
I'm not a popcorn guy. That's all.
I love popcorn. Extra butter for Joe.
Candy.
Sia, what are you saying?
Mike and Ike.
Extra butter is nasty. you get to pump it into your popcorn. It's nasty. But I think this is the most underrated one. Salted, because in India,
Joe, put on
have
your mic, my guy.
popcorns that were, we'd have like flavors that they would sell us, like cheese. You
Yes.
can mix the cheese and
Dill
caramel,
pickle.
Which is like what I'd love. There would be no like powder. It would be actual flavored in
on
front
there.
of you.
Okay,
it
I
would
like-
come hot into your like popcorn tub, and I can't get used to Canadian popcorn because I don't like it.
Nah, you're talking
feel
about
like-
flavor.
Man.
I mean, Canadian popcorn.
I feel like
Yeah,
popcorn.
what
Yo, Mini
with
Joe is in the
Reese's
middle there. I like this one. Joe looks like, oh, hi, Joe.
Hey.
How you doing, Joe?
I didn't even see him there until
I'm in there, man.
He looks like a bobblehead over
No,
there.
Ramin's got the right ideas. Wait,
I didn't
there's
hear
a little
any more
secret.
from
Yeah, she typed it in the chat. What you get them to do is put a little
Halfway.
layer of popcorn, butter, layer of popcorn, butter, layer of popcorn,
Yeah,
butter.
yeah. The halfway move.
that's too much.
Also, I
No,
just said
man, there's
popcorn
no
and
such
Reese's
thing.
Pieces too. They
The
taste good.
ketchup
Oh, Reese's
flavor.
Pieces.
Reese's
I mean,
Pieces legit.
No, no,
now
Candy is
we're
where
taking
that's
next
where I'm
levels
at.
over
Give
here.
me
We're
some
taking
candy.
next level.
No,
over
into
here.
the popcorn.
Huh?
You know, no,
Yes,
hell no,
yes,
hell no.
all
No,
of
no,
that.
all right.
Tastes
yeah,
amazing.
I'm gone now.
You're not about chocolate over there, my guy, Joe?
Well, hold on a second.
Some people do sprinkle. You can put in different chocolate things into your popcorn, so it's like a trail mix.
Big.
Yeah, I love trail mix, but like not.
I love trail mix.
But like
You gotta put
buttered
the
popcorn
M&Ms.
with candy in it.
Yeah, no,
bro,
that's
nah.
crazy.
Nah, that's crazy.
Reese's Pieces and Score Bar are probably my top two, but they have to be in the freezer. I need my chocolate cold.
I love chocolate all day, every day. All of those candies, I'm gonna eat all of it straight up. But like not in the popcorn, like buttery popcorn with. You know what though?
How come Neil turns gangster when we start talking about food all the time?
Because but that being said, I have a rule that you can't say, and I'm breaking my rule right now. I'm saying I don't like something without having tried it. Which straight
There
up,
we go, there
if
we
you're talking about food, I tell my daughter this all the time. Don't give me this nonsense about you don't like it if you haven't tried it. If it's food, at least try it. So at some point, I have to try this candy and popcorn nonsense that you guys are talking about. But just very quickly, you'll see we did get up to 450, almost exactly at the 450 mark, which, by the way, it's not some random price. Just go back to Friday on, what is the name of this? BIYA. It's not BIA, but let's just call it BIA. A 450 was at resistance. It spiked right into 450 and out. So that was the target we were looking for. We jumped in at 390, took it to 450. I'm out of it. It's already topping tail. Didn't pay for shorts, so I'm not going to, well, I don't think we can short. I'm assuming we can't short this. No, we can't short it. And I didn't pay for shorts, so not really looking for reversal there. Just have to try to find what's going to be next here. Easy peasy. Took it slow versus last week, 13K plus. Today, 2.7. Short and SNDK, no reversal. I would not be profitable without Sean Neal's wisdom. Props, thankful. Thank you for the super chat there, easy peasy. For those who don't know, that's the 0.2%. That's where you get the $5.55 from.
Man, this guy just
Triple
makes so much
fives.
more money, man.
Triple fives for
making a
easy
lot of money
peasy. SNDK, yikes, yikes, and yikes. Well, we talked about what could catch some strays in the positive sense for if on Wednesday. If you want to look at the places where things could get hairy if it doesn't go well, forget not just Alphabet, man. Like if G Vinova has poor guidance in the morning, and then Alphabet, let's say, drops their capex spending, it's game over for a lot of things in the AI space. Memory names will be right off the bat. I think that would bode pretty poorly. Like I'd be scared about Lamb if it goes the other direction as well. LRCX, AMAD, I think would be another one that we should be watching out for. As SNDK, yikes. It was nasty, nasty, nasty reversal at 1,500 almost exactly on a dime. And then you gapped up today and then didn't really do anything with the gaps. So yeah, not a good look for them. Wasn't great. I took one shot at DRAM this morning, like basically breaking out the high and giving it to VWAP. That was the long I was looking for. It never got to my 52 level. And even if it gets to 52 today, that's too late in the day. It's 310 already. So that's just a completely different trade. There was no dip into 52, and there was really no, I mean, the breakout would have been even a continuation over 55.5. So no strength in DRAM. Or SNDK. Mopar, buttery popcorn.
I don't think there's pineapple.
Well, that's just a troll.
And
that's just a troll, obviously.
I just want to show everybody like the different styles of trading. We've talked about this. If I were to exit out of my whole position right here, and I only have a third left of AMC, it would be P&L number one for the whole stream. Okay, so it's just like, this is just to show you guys, like, if you trade these names, you could put on obviously a lot of size if you wanted to, or try to maybe put on a little less, and then like that's why my stop out was so tight on this, and that's why I'm trying to take profits here. So it's 311 right now, and I don't want this to get like too carried away right now. So but I still want to hold it for some lows. So I'm just trying to debate on what to do, and you never want to make a trade based on P&L or anything. So now that we're well in the money, but at this time of day, I do look down and I say, like, I've made some mistakes, in some of the trading and so on and so forth. So I do try to actually, look at things as a, where's the next trade, instead of just trying to hold on and make like every single trade like the one. So we just took out the 200 period. So I really do think like a VWAP would be a great out. So I'm going to start putting more outs here. And if I'm all out by the time it gets to 30, I'm actually pretty fine with that. Because remember, AMC is a New York name. So if I'm remembering this for myself right now, actually, as I say, remember this. I'm looking for it here on the imbalance locator. Like, the last thing I want is for someone to pop this thing up, and the next thing you know, like 5 million to buy shows up here, and then it has like a bid until 350. And then, everything I'm talking about, one of the bigger winners here, it won't turn into a bigger loser because now we're playing with house money. But at the end of the day, like, you got to be very, very cautious about what you're doing. And all of us will trade, quite different than the rest. So you got to just make sure that whatever style you're doing, you know what you're doing. It's not like, just because I'm taking some outs here, it doesn't mean that this thing doesn't have the ability to fall back in. So if you're trading options or whatever, obviously a 44-cent high there into 30, well, you just touched 35s there, I guess, which is where we're at right now. That's actually pretty good for me. Into 35, like, that's not a huge move, but 9 cents, depending on what you have up there, is not horrible. So just giving that to you guys, and it's like on that good trade that Nia and Sia there. Nia.
We have a Nia on our team.
Yeah, right there. I was going to say, like,
me up all the time.
Based on BIYA, this is going to be a completely different look. Like, these names are going to be halting all over the place. So it's good to, hold something a little bit against you and judge the range on these stocks, right? So that's what we're, now we're at 34. Okay. I'm going to take another bid here at 34 on AMC and wait to see if we get a 31 down there to the downside. But meanwhile, someone in the chat is like, oh, you guys are talking all about popcorn, but what about the market? Yeah, man, we are not $1 in the money. Talking about keys to the VIP right here. They're opening the door for us right now. This is now $2 in the money, and we're starting to bleed down again. So we already have some outs down here at 121. So now let's let this thing break, and we'll get a little lower on this. I believe I have somewhere like 20% left on this trade. So what this one was, a short at 123, out at 123.50. So 50 cents worth of risk to take in now $1.83, and thought we've done pretty good to hold that right there. But there it is, easy peasy. I mean, you're 100% right. This is, part of it is, wow, I just refreshed our chat. It was 5,000 messages right there. All right, so going over, I didn't even read this. It was something about going over mistakes. So I hope this doesn't burn me. Going over the mistakes is hard for someone less experienced than you, but it made a big difference. Well, there it is, man. You're always going to have mistakes in trading. It's just a matter. Is it? First of all, it's not really a mistake. Like, whenever I'm into a trade, I'm in it for a reason. Like,
there's a difference between a losing trade and a mistake.
You're right.
Actually, I did this for the lesson of the day. There's a difference between, I called Alibaba a mistake. The Alibaba long was a win, but it was a mistake because it was, to me, one of the top 2 setups, technically speaking, but then I didn't trade it as such because it happened at 11 o'clock and not 9:30 or 10 o'clock, right? So it was a mistake not to treat it differently, because at 11 o'clock, I'm like, yeah, whatever, just get into it and throw a couple of stops and some take profits, reverse it like normal when it tries to break, like all that kind of stuff. Instead of treating this as, well, this was one of the big longs that I liked, and when it didn't happen at the open, I just kind of didn't give it as much juice. That's a mistake. So the winning long can be a mistake, but like the short to me, like that lose, I'll take that every single time. The mistake, if anything, was the fact that I didn't have 2 or 3 times more the long. I treated it like an 11 o'clock trade, even though it was a good setup. And ultimately, I guess we're going to go to Sia. We'll come back, maybe talk about some more trades. We can look at some small cap, or someone just said, is there any other ones that are going? sorry to tell you, if there was something else, it's ZYBT.
It's all that's filling it up.
It's basically that and BIY. And this stock is not like ZYBT doesn't matter. This is not very tradable, I think, for a lot of people. Just simply because it's going from halt to halt. Like what made BIYA tradable was when it did the halt up and then opened holding that low. Like you can get long at a price in here, have a reasonable stop, and it's not gonna halt as easily. So you're sitting there in like a normal trade where I can get it going to there, I can have my stop order without having to worry about it going into a halt and you're not stopped out. Like that's the death keel on one of these is setting your stop. Like let's say you take a break, let's say you take a long here, breaking out this high at 370, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna put my stop at 350 or underneath, or maybe you wanna put your stop at 340, like somewhere down in here, or even like 320. Those are all reasonable stops. The way this is halting, it could halt before it even triggers your stop order. Now what? What do you do then? Because there's no rule about how far it has to gap when it opens back up. Your 25-cent risk could turn into 50 cents, 70 cents, $1, because you're trapped in a halt trade. So this makes it very difficult to trade. It's up 666% and halted for the 2 millionth time, or I'm just gonna say 27th time, I'm making a number up. And the tap, what is it? Really? It's not gonna open at $6. It's indicating $6. It's not gonna open at $6.
No, because it just halted.
Yeah, it just halted now. I think we're going to the desk with Syria, I believe. My bad.
The SPY currently down 0.20%. Let's take a look at what is going on with the sectors right now. Electric tech, you have NVIDIA that's made a bit of a reversal in its gains, down 0.18%. You have Apple also down 1.6% at the moment. AVGO, MU, AMD, INTC continuing to hold a little bit of a bullish momentum from earlier in the day, but they seem to have lost a little bit of the gains right now. AMD is up 2.4%, Intel up 2.8%, MU up 1.6%. Dell sliding a little bit down more into its losses, 3% at the moment. SNDK is also down, holding a little bit of a steady momentum, I would say, up 2.2%, with GE KLAC still down on the day, and Marvell up 3.4%. You have technology services, Google still fairly not bad, up 1.5%, Microsoft up 1.7%, but Meta is currently flat, made a bit of a reversal over here. Oracle down 3.3% on the day. You have Palantir up 2.4%. Adara is giving a thumbs up to Oracle being down. You have PANW down 1.3%. Netflix down 2.15%. And IBM has currently decided to be flat when it was a little bit up earlier in the day. IBM flat at the moment. Finance, you have BRKB flat. JPM sliding further into the red, down 0.90%, closer to 1%. Visa and MasterCard holding relatively steady over here, I would say. Visa's up 0.72%. MasterCard is up 0.56% to be precise, whereas MasterCard, GSWFC, AXP, and BAC continuing to slide towards the downside. Retail trade, you have Amazon inching closer to be up 8% towards the end of the trading session. Walmart, it's down 1.5%, with Costco still down close to 1%, and Home Depot down close to 2%, with TJX trading relatively flat at the moment. Producer manufacturing, you have AMAT flat at the moment. CAT is inching closer, down 2% on the day. LRCX as well, down close to 2% on the day. You have GEV, one of the only strong names here in the green, up 1.5%. Health tech, however, we're seeing a bit of sliding losses over here. Lilly is down 2.2% at the moment, with J&J down 1.3%. ABBV also relatively flat, but still tilting a bit towards the red. MRK down 2% on the day as well. However, in health tech, you have this one name, ISRG, that's up 2% on the day, and ABT also up 1% on the day. Energy Minerals still looking strong from earlier trading gains session. XOM up close to 1%. CVX also up a little bit over 1%. You have consumer non-durables. Coca-Cola still flat. PG down on the day. PM down on the day, and PEP down 1.7%. Consumer durables, Tesla still continuing its trip to the downside, 2.7% at the moment. Utilities, still a bit of a mix here that I'm seeing from earlier in the day. Lots of red, lots of gray, a little bit of green. You have process industries, the same story here as well, along with industrial sectors where you're having a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout. However, in transportation, you have UPS that's continued to increase its losses, down 4% on the day. Dash is up 2.5%, and UAL seems to have lost a little bit of its gains from earlier in the day. It's up 0.83%, and that's all for your sector watch. Let's send it to Adara.
Not much of a move here yet in oil, but keep an eye on USO, guys. As far as news, so more Iranian state media reports here. They're saying that, according to the Deputy Secretary of Supreme NSC Bagheri over in Iran, the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, a critical leverage point for us. Iran won't show any leniency in this regard. So once again here, Iran holding firm when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, we just tweeted out, like, will SpaceX have a new home underneath 120 as we close the day? And I answer my own question. I hope so, because we're short. And there's another fill right there at 120.80. So just been really good with taking these shorts. These fills. I know it looks like we have a lot, which we do, but just taking it like every 25 cents, every 50 cents, just making sure that this move, we did get burned on Friday when there's that random story at about 5 o'clock, 15 o'clock, 3 o'clock with that move higher. Now we're getting 322. Now remember, we do have the imbalance locator that we're going to have to deal with, which, by the way, AMC is starting to make a move higher. So even though I had that little bit of a rant there about managing your position and everything like that, there it goes right back there to the upside. And I thought we did pretty good. As we were with Sia there and Adara and Neil and all that, like, we got some more outs there at 38. So, a couple good outs there at 38 as we go a little higher. Just trying to think about the math. I have a little bit less than a third left on this trade, and I'm not going to reload it. So, like I said, we wanted to play with house money. These are the bigger outs right there at 38, and then we had a 36. And I was waiting at 30. I'm waiting at 34. We never got printed there. So that would have been another out, and then now we'll just wait for AMC because I am being a little bit nervous that there is going to be a buy imbalance into this. I mean, that little spike up right there for no reason. I mean, the market's downside. We started the day. I mean, if you're going to look over here.
I don't really look.
Yeah, I know. There's nowhere to look. I just looked there.
Because AMC is in New York, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was looking earlier. If you're going to look at, okay, here we go. This is me going long on IBIT right there and talking about it, first of all. But this is the sticky note today. It was long IBIT 36.25. I mean, that was the low of the day. It gave us about 90 cents to the high side there. SpaceX, I had 123 long. We took it, and then we flipped it. Now we've only really been short on SpaceX. Not necessarily profitable in the middle of the day, but the short's starting to print now. And then the TXS, TQQs right there, 68 long. And that's right where it is just about now on the TQs. And the funny thing is we actually started the day short on the TQs instead of the long. So we went short right there off the open. That was not right. We wanted to go short against that level on this bump up. That got taken out, so that was fine. And then short into VWAP, that brought it down until eventually we broke higher. And now you're seeing it's bleeding all over the place right now is the TQQs. So, and SpaceX, of course, we just took a bid at 80. So we're getting lighter and lighter on all these positions as we head into the close. And, a new one. I think we just talked about this, didn't we? ADVB. Right there, up to $9. Right?
That's the one from this morning.
Yeah, that's the one. And halting again right now, ADVB on the small cap recap segment there. $9 right now and halted with the tap of 8.
Halted, you don't have the down candle? What?
No, yeah, see, so
I
was just going to say, how is it?
I looked at yours and like, oh, that's a breakout.
No, because I just saw
up.
Yeah, so.
And this is what has happened.
Let me just show you there, like, down. So, yeah, Neil has the candle, I don't, but I don't know what's going on over here. This is why, okay, so I'm just going to blame all my horrible trading on the fact that my charts aren't right, but no, there's 8.15 right there is the last. So, yeah, we are trading halt down right there on 8. Because I was like, how are we at 9, but the tap is at 8? Like, that's a big move down, but realistically, that was a great short into, past highs. So, yeah, I mean, halting or not, that's a good little look there. And someone pushed the sell button on this name. So down goes ADVB with Fraser and Foreman to the downside. So we'll just wait now. We already do have a low of the all-time. We already have a fill at the all-time low here of 120.40s. Let's see if we can get that again. I'm going to put another bid at 120.50 for SpaceX. Bloom Energy down 7%. Yeah, that's been a nightmare.
Yeah, I actually thought for a second that ADVB was going to be a potential breakout play, but it's not going to be. Bloom, yeah, not a good look for Bloom. I doubt this is going to be remotely cheap for locates. There's a chance it could still break out. It is 326. It's a little bit late in the day for a breakup. Remember, the small cappers at least have a chance because they can go right up into the close. You don't have to worry about the imbalances ever for them. Like, they're a trade that you don't even think about the imbalances for. ZYBT, did it open? Yeah, I guess it did. I guess it did open up and is back at like 615. Again, this one's not very tradable. If I saw another shot,
halt it again.
It's just, what are you going to do? It's going to halt every single time it opens back up, and there's just nothing you can do about it. You're either already in this and holding, or you're like crazy and want to go short it, or you're sitting there doing nothing. Kind of hoping like we get the one last shot for a potential breakout here in BIYA. The problem, I think, is here. I'm going to show you the volume. Like, it, at least, see, there's the halt. Like, it picked up and was doing more volume post-halt, culminating in that top. We got like the out at the top volume candle. Now it's dwindling. So I think that's a bit of a nothing burger. So unless you're looking at AVBD or, like I said, crazy enough to trade that other one, I'm not really seeing any juice at all. One stock might be a flat bottom break here is Intel. So this morning, 97 bottom at the open, 97 bottom early. If it breaks it well enough before the imbalances at 350, which it looks like it will, this could be a nice little breakdown trade on Intel. They report on Thursday. Let's go up to the desk. We've got one and a dare.
Ooh.
It's time to talk about the Asian markets because they're going to be opening in a matter of hours, but it's time to go over what they did last night and what we could expect from them tonight. Here to talk about that is one.
Thank you, Adara. So Asian markets, South Korea, of course, not looking so good. They haven't been performing well at all over the past few days, and they were on holiday on Friday for Constitution Day. So that catch-up, a lot of selling pressure, catching up, of course, to the global tech rout. You know, there was a lot of backlog retail margin calls that immediately sent memory giants like SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics, they're all down into a bear market territory. You know, Samsung down by like 4.12%, SK Hynix down by nearly 4%. It was really not a good look for South Korea. Hopefully they get better sooner or later. And on the positive side, though, if you take a look at the Shanghai Composite, the People's Bank of China pretty much helped inject a lot of short-term cash into the market. Now, this policy helped cushions also sparked a modest short covering. So that's the main reason why they're in the green. And what we need to take a look at for the open tomorrow, of course, Tokyo, today they were on holiday. Last night they were on holiday for Marine Day. So watch that Tokyo open very closely. The Nikkei 225 must, of course, absorb a lot of volatile regional shifts, including that of a thin market semiconductor moves. Monitor your memory chips such as Tokyo Electron. They might be facing some structural selling. And of course, that weak yen at 162.50, that could trigger an immediate export short squeeze. Other than that, your Kospi, of course, right now, 6,500. That is the precipice right now. That's the support. You know, watch if there's any state-backed stabilization funds that could step in and, you know, buy some aggressive block buys. You know, but if there's a clean break, it could trigger some automated margin liquidations for the second day in a row this week. And in India, Nifty 50. Okay, so the 24,200 is your support level, the primary defensive floor. You know, we had over the weekend the mega bank earnings. That's all been digested now. So you watch if there's any domestic mutual funds that could break some financial highs, as well as, you know, if crude oil anxieties, they could drag back the benchmark down to 24,100.
Keep an eye on Nikkei. Keep an eye on a lot of different markets here as we head into the Asian session. I do want to let you guys know I see this move in oil. I'm not seeing anything yet, and I actually did already go into social. He has not posted. You can see one again here, guys, at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. every day to talk about the European and Asian markets, respectively. Back to you.
I did see what it was. It was, Dara will get it in a second. It's just President Trump there. He wants to make Iran pay for, you know, sort of the damages and the loss of life and all this. And he wants something about the MOU being tied up right here, memorandum of understanding. Let's go back over to Darius, found the story over here.
So this is not really new information, but there's a report here coming from Axios. They're citing an unnamed U.S. official saying that, quote, right now, Trump, of course, President Trump of the U.S., is focused on making Iran pay for their violations of the MOU and their continued act of terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz. So we already know this. President Trump said this basically verbatim and actually in much harsher terms on Twitter socials today. So this is something we already know. But again, Axios reporting that a U.S. official has said that Trump is focused on making Iran pay. So he said, again, he said that today. He said for any lives they take, they're going to be basically doubling that. Back to you.
Okay, so that's that's what I was saying. I kind of knew something was up with that. Someone asked me about the Rolex here, and I just wanted to show everybody, like, we have Kevin O'Leary on here a couple times, and he's been on for a very long time. This is the last 16 years, starting with one being 2010. So I actually just got my watch back in when we had COVID, so 2020 to 2021. So you could see here, just as an investment, I guess the market's outpacing it. I should have put some money into there, but just as a wearable asset, I guess. We talked about wine and now sports cards. So I was actually looking for something like this for sports cards, but cards, not cars. Or Pokemon cards, collectible cards, I should say, at this point. But you can see, though, the price of watches also going upside right here, as is fine wine, art, things like that upside. So we just printed this off right there, but there it goes. I don't know, I found this on some website. I don't know if it's completely true. It's just taking the resale prices of watches. So I just, we always have Kevin on, and he's double barreled on the watches all the time. And when I remember a long time ago, he had some businesses with insuring watches and things like that. So just saying that, that's also been a decent spot if you haven't been able to, or not trusting the actual stock market. We've seen the epic rise, obviously, of Bitcoin, and then now the fall back in. But, watch is not a horrible idea. Okay, AMC is coming back in. I do have a bid at 36. Right now. So I did take a small fill at 40 there for 4 cents. Again, our stop is about 4 cents from here. So, we'll give it a little bit of run up to the upside. Right now, my stop was $2.47. So I'm still bidding 36s, and that's that. We'll have to wait for a move down. 36, 31, 25. That's what I'm dealing with. It just got into 37, 38, but bought right back up as Neil and I wait for these imbalances to come through. And I'm not that concerned with it. I have, like I said, a third left of this, actually less than a third, let's call it 25% left of the position, but I do not see AMC on here anywhere. So waiting for that to come through. And hey, look, if it's going to do 170 million shares today, and it's not even in the multiple millions, then let's see if that can hit out for us. And then SpaceX, yes? Oh, he said one, not Sean. Okay, SpaceX down here at 120.50. I'm just trying to see if we can break the low of the day. That's 120.10. So I'm actually sitting just ahead of, I'm actually at 120.51s right now. I'm surprised we just didn't get that fill. So if that breaks, then fine. And then we'll wait for 120 to give us, hopefully, another trade. So that's what I'm doing now, just into the close and, waiting for something to happen there.
Obviously, I don't break down that intel anymore because I think that spike downside in oil just saved it. It was cruising right to a 97 break, which was a triple bottom tell. We might still get there. There's still about 15 minutes to go to the imbalances, but this is one name that does usually have an imbalance of a few million shares. This and Nvidia, it's like a coin flip that they'll have a couple on an imbalance. So I wouldn't want to be in it at like 45 to 50. You want that break. Give yourself at least a couple of minutes before those imbalances come out. But really, with the market not doing too much, I want to favor the short because we're still going to be trending into the downside. Oh, SKYQ, that's, what do I know that one?
I was in that before.
That was the small capper from this morning. Breaking 5. Where did this one come from? Volume picking back up for SkyQ. This was a big time mover this morning. I thought this was moving a lot more with the way the energy was going, but apparently not. So anyways, $5 breaking here for SkyQ. No halts in sight, but volume's not bad. $5 breakout. I already broke the high of the day. Maybe look for a $5 break. Give it to the prior high. That's a really tight stop. It's 496 is the prior high. Effectively, that'd be like 5 cents worth of risk. That's kind of too tight. Maybe give it 10 on this one. But there's actual volume coming in here on SkyQ. Size at 5 even and 501. So it's probably going to have to break at least 02s for this one to start going. That's the thing. You never know with these small cappers. A little bit of a late story. Oh, nothing at threes, nothing at threes, nothing at threes. Fill 3, not filling.
Break yourself.
Move to 4, of course. All right, it's gonna put it under the prior bar and see if this one has a chance to go. And then we have a super chat, which I just saw that, Peter. But thank you guys for that Sky Q. Looks like that was a better runner, at least if you got it off of VWAP. About the same thing as Baya, but still more of a better structured trade. So looking for that break to try to hold that prior top in here. But I'm only really giving it to that wick high and then see what it can do. 15 minutes till the imbalances. And Peter Martinez, do you still see downside on NVIDIA? What time frame are we talking about? That's the real question. Like today on
Well, not
NVIDIA?
today, I don't think.
Right? Because look what time it is. Like, you got to be thinking about, could it get to the low of the day? Sure, but we're right up into the imbalances, so that's a bit tricky. You must be talking about the higher time frame. It's been holding the 200 period moving average, but they report so late into earnings season that I actually like them more than some of the other AI. As far as the AI play goes, I like NVIDIA more than a lot of things because their valuation has now become very good. So I want to respect 190 in the 200 period moving average more than almost all stocks. Like local support this earnings season, I like for NVIDIA much more than I like it for all of the other AI names, just because this one turned into a bit of a value play. But today, I don't know. I guess it could go to the low of the day if you're still looking for it. Yeah, I don't like what that SkyQ did. We took it, ended up moving up to 4s, but I only wanted to give it back into the high, like back into the prior high. Like either it goes right away because it's 340 or it doesn't go at all. And that's what you got to try to respect. It'll be a relatively tight stop, but at this time of day, I'm not going to give it a ton of room. If it fail breaks, you could be back at VWAP in absolutely no time. Like you don't want to get too trapped in one of those for sure. But tomorrow, the good news for this stock is it's still a very good breakout setup for a day 2, right? Like it just broke one level here at 420. So if it can get back and hold above 5, this could be a continuation play tomorrow.
All right, Joe's distributing the pizza over there. SpaceX coming right into 120 flat. So holla, face slap. All right, here we talked about here's proof of the, I don't know where it is. I have another face slapping one there that I just go back and forth on that. Maybe if I go back to page 1, I'll find it now.
The one with the 2 shirts?
Yeah, the one. Yeah, no, it's the change. You change.
No, mine's.
You change colors. Oh, here it is.
That's mine. I
have
color.
it right here. See, there's the watch. I have the watch.
Oh, it's
on.
the watch.
Yeah,
I thought it was the shirt.
The watch. The watch I was just talking about, flipping back and forth over there.
See, but that half makes sense. It's like it's slapping the watch from one hand to the other.
That makes sense, actually.
At least for yours.
Yeah. Shout out to Rob, whoever
it's
made
not
that.
that bad.
Yeah,
Mine's just ridiculous.
Made some sense back there, actually. Yeah, good call on that one.
Mine's like.
All right, we are just getting closer here.
Damn it.
Yeah, I have so much damage. You have no idea. But yeah, 245, just joking. Well, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I feel actually pretty lucky in my life to have not too much going on right there on the negative side. So pretty blessed for that. Fingers crossed that stays, health is the biggest concern, obviously, for everybody. 245 downside. I'm not averaging in. As we said, we are going to wait on this one. We don't have too many shares left. So President Trump signs executive order. Critical minerals type of place. We can look at MP, maybe right now, making it harder for defense contractors to obtain waivers here. So Adair will talk about that, I'm sure. There goes MP to the upside right now. So some definite there signing. Wow. Okay. Well, hey, we should have just bought some MP. Wow. Okay, Sean, thanks for breaking the story, my guy. There it goes right there to the upside on MP. I've chased news before. We won't do it here, but there goes MP to the upside. Also, Lithium of America could be in for a ride here as well, but looks like it's MP going upside. What you got, Adara?
There are three names that I'm seeing move on this, but only three. One of them is CRML, the other is USAR, and the last, as we had Sean mention there, MP. All three in focus here as we get this headline. President Donald J. Trump securing America's defense supply chains and ensuring domestic acquisition of critical materials. This is, again, a critical metals-related announcement coming from the White House. Furthermore, the White House adding here that this new order requires contractors to exhaust option for domestic products in that critical mineral and component supply chains for weapon systems. So asking them to basically focus on domestic critical minerals and critical metals rather than going outside of that domestic space. Apparently, this executive order further threatens defense contractors with losing contracts if they fail to replace quote-unquote risky foreign suppliers. So potentially watch some defense names here as well. Here's LMT not doing too much here. RTX could be another one to watch. Defense names not moving on this, but they are implicated in this critical minerals executive order signed by U.S. President Trump. We're going to send it over to Sia.
Thank you, Adara. Let's take a quick look at what's going on with and in the money markets at the moment. You have this USD JPY pair holding steady with a rather slight marginal increase of roughly 0.08% on the day. Pair, as you do know, is hovering near 40-year lows for the yen, supported by wide U.S.-Japan interest rate gap and also lingering energy prices that are adding pressure in the market. That's the case for everyone, everywhere at the moment right now. You have the dollar inching closer, being almost 0.20% on the day, trading around 100.940 to be precise, after it hit a low of 100.880 on the day, currently sitting, like I said, at 100.942. Also, global stock index has edged higher today. Chip makers have recovered some of their recent sharp losses, while you know that the oil prices have also been slightly higher, with investors that are cautious about the developments in the Gulf and with the tensions with U.S. and Iran. So with that, equities looking all right as of now, but money markets as well.
Yeah, this is kind of a, thank you very much, Sia, but if you look at MP, could the timing of this is basically perfect for MP Materials, because this is a monster breakdown level. 45 was the place to be to have gotten into this thing after the jump last year. Hey, literally last year, almost exactly 1 year ago. 1 year ago in a week was when you wanted to get into this sucker, and it's held that level ever since. And it was threatening breaking that this week. And if we get this headline, you're going to want to make sure it follows through. Like, my first gut reaction on the news usually is, like, you want to fade it if it can't take out the tops, but it hasn't really put a topping tail candle in just yet. 5 minutes till the imbalances, probably not going to have an imbalance. I wouldn't worry too much about it. But if it shows any kind of a topping tail candle, like maybe just a quick little scalp short on MP Materials. Speaking of the imbalances, still nothing burgers. Unless you're into FXI, that's about $1 million, but that's not big enough. I don't know what SPTS is. That's SPTS. I see Amex and I get interested. Oh, that's like a short-term treasury ETF. That's pretty useless. Pfizer, too big of a float for that to matter. FFAI, under 1 million shares for penny stocks, not going to do anything for you. Hey, iTub, we know that small capper, but nobody seems to care about it. 600,000 shares. So yeah, I'll have eyes on this MP. If we get one last little reversion, I'd watch out for some chip names. Most logical sense on the imbalances, like Nvidia today would make a lot of sense for an imbalance. Intel's going to make a lot of sense. SOX as well. But this MP still showing some signs of strength. If it can lose this 45.5, it could give a nice little reversion trade into VWAP. But we're running out of time.
All right, sorry, not sorry, but more SpaceX talk here. If we break, like, that imbalance is coming out. So I'm actually going to put a bid now, or an offer here, to get out of 20%, half of what we have left on like a break of like 121.25 or so. We'll get out of some there. If that does break, we'll put a bid up to 30s and change. We'll see if that hits. So that's going to be my stop right there out of, oops, I forgot to, see, that's the problem. And you got to cancel your old stops. My old stop was at 123.50 as we talked. So this trade right now, that's $2 in the money, only had 50 cents worth of a risk there. So we'll go 26 right now, 121.35. We'll punch out if it breaks to the upside there on SpaceX heading into these imbalances, which are now 5 minutes away. AMC is just ticking higher there. We may get stopped out of that. Again, we have 20% left. We sort of have done a good job talking about AMC right there. Nothing really on here. Faraday futures, and we That's only 11 cents now, as many of these
Unbelievable.
names. I mean, although it's just surprising that Lucid, LCID, LCID, continues to hold out some of these bids. I mean, this was like a $2 name not too long ago. Give it a week ago, was $2.50 on that report that, hey, maybe Chapter 11, maybe some insider private placement, like insider buying, they're going to hit. So that was never going to be good. To take private was maybe not going to be a good sign. But then they, I guess, refuted that any of that was a possibility. And for some reason, we started that day in and around $5, made a low into 250. And now again, for some reason, we're up about 40% from where we started before that story. So I think Lucid is just a big time short here. So, watch out for that name. Although Rivian, with their new R2 deliveries, I know my household is eagerly waiting to get that invitation and go test drive what an R2 looks like. However, like I told you, man, the full self-drive, my wife very much likes that. So we may still step into a Tesla. But 1720, I know Rivian's working on something. So 1720 into there for Rivian. If you're short, watch out for that as a possible out. But here comes SpaceX. So we still do have a bid, man, 120.15. Let's see if it can get to the downside right here. Lucid and SpaceX on my mind right now, although only short SpaceX into the close, 347. And then we have that AMC, but just waiting for that one to actually get stopped out, as it's flat right now as a trade. But that's it.
2 minutes till imbalances. For those that were asking, if you didn't see the response in the chat, the imbalances just refers to the closing auction for all stocks. The markets publish the data on the early orders that go into it and then give you an imbalance, whether it's buy imbalances, sell imbalances, for the closing auction print. David Zed Siamese, your psychic swing trade, your guru in stock picking goldfish thinks an upcoming move in PSIL, which is a psychedelics ETF, PSIL components, and quantum in the mail next 2 weeks. So remember, big moves in the psychedelic names because Eli Lilly picked up ATAI. So that's Eli. That's the big boys going into psychedelics. That pumped all of those stocks. So I think, PSIL, that makes a lot of sense. A lot of times when you get one deal in a space from a big boy, it's not usually the end of it. Nobody is trading PSIL. It doesn't do any, it's just literally no liquidity on it. But in terms of a move, the problem with if you're really good and you have expertise in it, what you do is you would try to determine who is the most like ATAI and who might be the most likely for a bet at an individual name that would get a deal done. But you can't really go wrong going with the overall space in an ETF. It's just usually if you want the most juice after a deal gets done and you're thinking another one will happen in the next quarter, you'd want to try to find a likely name that you could play. That's something that can be pretty popular. But that Eli Lilly and ATAI, I think it's a fantastic sign, because you've got to think about the fact there's a gigantic patent cliff which is coming for a lot of the big names, whether it's Merck, Pfizer, they all got this coming up in the next year and a half, and so they're all looking for additional revenue streams. And if Lilly, who seem to be the smartest of the bunch, if they seem to like psychedelics, I would imagine someone else is gonna like them too. So I'd want to try to hammer down on some individual names for sure. So 30 seconds to go. I'm going to throw, I basically only have the names that we're interested in, I have MP up on the off chance and NVIDIA and the usuals, what you might expect to have imbalances, but nothing is really standing out here going into these imbalances in about 20 seconds or so. MP did pull back, but it broke the high before it pulled back, so that wasn't much of a trade. Could be a good exit strategy. Now, good news on MP. Now if it loses 45, that stock's probably dead.
Okay, we have less than 10 seconds now until those imbalances. So we are going to have a quick look and see what winds up popping off here very, very soon. 2 and 1. Let's get those imbalances now. It's NVIDIA with a sell. We don't like that one, as that's going southbound right there for NVIDIA. Intel also a sell, getting that little move down. Amazon also a sell, gapping there to 49.35. Microsoft, I mean, you're getting the idea here. Everything major is a pretty big sell. Of course, except, of course, IREN, which is an absolute monster today, up 19%, was up 20-something% near those highs. Wow, Yeah, so there's the big sell. Obviously, you check out the Mag 7 is half of the market sell there today. But you could see here, Palantir, man, avoided that one today and should not have. I mean, that was a big one, up 2.5%. And I almost made this one of my picks. I mean, Palantir was a big pick of mine 2 years ago, and Marvell was last first half of this year, and we didn't put it back in. I was definitely debating that look there on Palantir, but yeah, still has a little bit of work to do there on PLTR, and there it goes, AMC. So hits back up, so we punch out of that one. I didn't see it on the imbalance locator, but we had sort of thought there was
super small buy.
Yeah, like we just got some more out at 40 there, back at 332. So yeah, not really much for me, anyways, going on right there for AMC, but you know, we tried it, and you know, just didn't work out there to the downside. I mean, it worked out fine. It's just that last quarter there was downside. But SpaceX, trying to see if we can get into those lows there. I didn't see it on the locator, but
it's super small. Like it just ridiculous. I did put up because just out of curiosity, because those are positions that are on the board right now. SpaceX 12,000. And then AMC was here for pretty much a nothing burger. And then there was supposed to be an imbalance on this NSA stock, but it didn't come out the right direction. So that's a big time nothing burger. NVIDIA doesn't care about this imbalance much. It went down 50 cents. It didn't break the low, not doing anything. Intel, I can give you the same sort of story there. Oh, Intel's now starting to come in. Bad news, man. I think when I saw someone in the chat already say it, like the NASDAQ might be green today, but when you see all the sell imbalances overall trending down after a lot of things,
NASDAQ might not be green, man.
Well, I'm just saying it's not a good sign that no one wants to seem to hold overnight. No, that's not good at all. Because remember, this is going into Alphabet, Vernova, Intel this week, a few other names, but obviously it's a big week for earnings week, starting in earnest for some of the tech names. And if people are getting a little bit antsy already, I mean, that's not a great sign. Overall. So I'm not going to come in tomorrow thinking overly excitement to the long side. I'd probably still be looking for some shorts. Interesting. ETHA has a bit of a buy imbalance. Yeah, well, 3%. I have something to watch at 355 because one of the things you want to do is look for new things. Crypto. I'm not used to seeing ETHA have an imbalance of 1.5 million. So if that stays at 355 and goes into the close, there might be a quick little scalp trade here. It's not really moving off those imbalances. And again, I've never really looked at IBIT or ETH on an imbalance locator before, so that gives me something to watch here. I was looking for some new ideas, whether it's the AMEX stocks out of nowhere or potentially some crypto movement. Relative strength here, at least IBIT and ETH are having a decent day.
Yeah, that's for sure. We actually did a pretty good trade there on IBIT from the morning time. We wrote it down there, and there it was, so IBIT. But bouncing off VWAP, so as Neil mentioned, that's a pretty good level to look out for there on IBIT. Holding out for VWAP. We'll see what happens tomorrow if there's a play over there for that one. Looks like we're just going to have to piece out a little bit more of SpaceX now. We do have our out if there was a problem, but it didn't break out. So we're actually near the all-time lows again for SpaceX. We have a fill at this level already. So there it is, man. A couple fills at 120.50, a couple shorts at 123. We wrote down earlier today we liked the long at 123, which we tried. That didn't work. Then we flipped over to the short multiple times. So shout out to Easy Peasy and everybody else that does that kind of a trade. And a big shout out to everybody that's here for us again here today. Thank you to Bravely. They're blacklist, you're not blacklisted on this show, that's for sure. Shout out to TikTok for everybody that's there as well today. And here's another one, Muse. So ZYBT. Oh yeah. Anyways, everyone, thank you for us on TikTok. I just wanted to show you that ZYBT. It'll open up after hours, and right now it's $8. So that's going to be a good one there for everybody that's been able to somehow get long every time it opens up and just hold out for that one. So 826. I don't know if that's going to be 100% accurate, but that's what it's tapping for right now. So ZYBT. It's a Dara with crypto. We just covered it a little bit. Let's go get it a little bit more.
Crypto. I'm just quickly going to go over the levels and send it right back as you have a few minutes right now. BTC, as we do know, had hit a one-month high of 65,600 today, briefly of dollars today. Currently seems to have lost some of it, trading around $65,100 region at the moment. We have BTC, however, up 0.67% at the moment. Ethereum trading around $1,899, very close to $1,900. At the moment, it's currently up 1.5% on the day. And Solana finally inching up towards 2% on the day, trading around $77.5.
Thank you there, Sia. ETH just came out smaller than anticipated, which is a good look to not get in. What you ideally want to see, I mentioned this before, is remember it was 1.6 million to the buy side. Now it is 1.2 million. So you don't want that pairing off at 55 if you want to go long. You want that jumping up a little bit, and then you want to try to grab the long and play it into the high of the day. What's CLBK? That's pretty significant. Yeah. Already coming into the downside, so I don't really see anything there overall. So it's really just going to be about, can the market hold on to green? No. At the end of today, the answer is going to be no. Seemingly.
Yes.
Well, I don't think it does.
No, that's what I was saying when you said that. I was like, I don't know.
I don't think it does at all. We did have our, oh, that's right. What happened to our poll? Shoot, Fabian, I got to figure out how to look at the old poll results.
But we didn't change it. It should still be there, no?
It's not.
Oh, it's not.
No, I didn't. It's gone now, but I know that Fabian did build a way that we're able to look at it. It was sitting at 55, just over 50% on our poll about whether you trade, our viewers anyways, whether you're trading full-time or not.
There's SpaceX.
So we are going to close green. There's the wick at the bottom.
SpaceX right now is getting clocked to the downside, 120.10. We're short. It's just a $3 now as we go low on SpaceX. We waited for that fill. Looks like we're going to do a good job of getting it here temporarily anyways on SpaceX. There goes 120. And this is that magical level that everyone was waiting for. You got your opportunity right now to buy some SpaceX at $1.20. But hey, you could have bought it a couple days ago, or I did, at 135. So there's not even big size at 120, by the way. Like that's 121. Sorry. Oh, yes, there is.
Yeah, there is.
There's a couple million shares there I just saw right there. That's one of the bigger sizes you're going to see on a stock. So wait out for that one to break through. I'm actually a little lower than that right now. Like that has to be people that own shares selling it. So I don't know if we break through that, but right now SpaceX is getting clobbered down there to the downside, but we've got it, man. And there's that short that we talked about. So pretty happy so far with the trade here on SpaceX into the close. So yeah, let's go, man. 120 and change. We're just short at 123, baby, all afternoon long. But there it goes. It looks like it's going to hold that out. You know what? Why not? We could just take a fill here at 01s. Oh, there we go. We got it. There's so much liquidity, man. All you have to do is bid it, and you get it. So there we go. We bid 01s and get that now for that to secure the bag on $3. We're still holding 10%. Let's see if that does break here at the end of the day. This could very well break in the after hours, as this NASDAQ could pull their bid.
Because they probably won't be there in the after.
Exactly. So they could pull that bid right there on NASDAQ. And how actually big is that? But yeah, it's only okay. So it's only 5 digits. But still, every single one of those is 100 shares. So you could do the math there, 11,000 times 100. You got 1,000,001 sitting on the bid right now on, and that's let alone what else we see. Like you see how it's not breaking 01s right now? So there's lots of sort of iceberg orders, meaning that you're just seeing the tip of it. There's so much underneath these orders.
Is that 1.1 or 11 million?
Well, it's 11,000 times 100.
Oh, my thing's not wide enough.
Yeah, so it's 11,000 shares there times, I don't know, what is that? Is that 11 million? I don't know. Regardless, it's only done 49 million on the day.
No, it's 1.1.
Yeah, my math's pretty good. So right there, we'll watch out for that to try to break. I'm going to take another cover right now. Just
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, there it goes breaking. I mean, look, it's hard to celebrate it because obviously we're shareholders here, but there it goes to the downside, man, and we did it. So that's it. There it is, $3.25 to the downside. I'm bidding 65s. I just took an 80 fill. We'll bid 65s there, but someone just smacked that thing like that. Actually, it pulled because we're at 40 million. Oh no, what did I say? 11 million? Yeah,
it filled.
So that's gone.
It filled. I saw it fill.
Okay, so then it wasn't. Did I say? No, I said it was 1.1.
It was 1.1. It wasn't 11.
Right. No. Yeah. So there it goes, man. SpaceX. Wow, what a great trade there to end the day, man. $3 there. Thank you, VinFast, for everything, including your sponsorship as well. But yeah, wow, that was a crazy opportunity there. And glad you guys got to see that live right there. And there it was, man. $3 on SpaceX as it breaks back down below 120. So yeah, man, join me tomorrow. We'll see if we can do something similar.
Exactly. Great one on SpaceX for sure. Shareholders are not happy about this one. My brother asked me again, is it time to buy? I'm like, well, I already did, but I wouldn't if I were you. because it looks like patience is going to be a virtue for this. And they still have to report.
Every day is a new low.
We get their earnings in 2 weeks. So really, you can just wait for earnings, see a report, and see whether you like what's under the hood. The market doesn't seem to want to do anything with it but sell off over and over again.
By the way,
that Z, I was going to tell you, that
yeah,
ZYB.
like it opened back up just as
went
we said.
ham.
It's $10. It just broke $11.
Remember, no halts in the aftermarket.
Yeah, so the stock is gone. So congratulations to anybody that was buying that one. It kept on halting. And then when we got that 850 tap, whatever it was, it looked like it opened up at 801. Boom, right there at 4 o'clock. Once the market is closed, they can open back up. So I would say be careful, man, because often you make that huge move up and then that's it. Like
they might be rugging it right now.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, there's no bids. Like, you got to, if someone decides to sell it, who's going to buy it? So that's really the question. SpaceX, yeah, we could see 110 tomorrow. You know what I'm going to be shorting SpaceX. I can already tell you that on the number one name tomorrow will be SpaceX. So we'll wait for that. ZYBT, definitely looking at that tomorrow as well. 137 million shares today.
Oh, this is going to be monster volume tomorrow. But remember, if you hold it overnight, you never know when these things have the ability to drop an offering. I couldn't tell you, but if they do, I suggest they probably are smart enough to raise as fast as they can and take advantage of 1,000% to the upside, 1,200% to the upside. We got big earnings coming up the rest of the week here. The market did end up very barely into the green. I want to thank Adam. Thank you for the pizzas on Tilapia Monday. Thank you for sending us those pizzas. Thank you for all the super chats, everybody, from the entire team. C is gone, but Adair is right there. From Joey Options, Sharif, Fabian, Andre, Christina, Ramin back over there. C1, thank you for the update as well. My man Sean over here.
I have no idea who Christina is, but thank you, Christina.
Oh, that's my other coach. I was just talking to, oh my goodness.
Thank you, Tiffany.
I know, Tiffany, my bad.
There we go. She cut.